September 19th, 2007. Sasuke is about to air its 19th tournament. It's a sunny day at the Midoriyama lot, and 100 contestants are eager to take on the renewed course. There's a fair bit of optimism in the air, as the results of the previous tournament just 6 months prior surprised many, as we had 3 people make it deep into the third stage, despite this renewal being marketed as the one that would see all 100 competitors failing stage 1. And with most of the top competitors at the time being in the prime of their careers, considered unstoppable on the course, nobody had any reason to believe this wouldn't be anything more than a standard, competitive, and exciting tournament of Sasuke. Something was wrong here. We were 78 runs into the course, and nobody had even cleared the first stage yet. Only 2 people came even close, and notable competitors such as Sasuke 18 Stage 2 competitor Takamasa Nagasaki, American representative Brett Sims, and a little-known competitor named Yusuke Morimoto all failed on the first stage. The atmosphere has begun to shift from one of nonchalance and excitement to one of worry and nervousness. We have not seen this amount of runs without a clear since Sasuke 6 with 82. We did get our breakthrough eventually though, as veteran firefighter Koji Yamada became our first clear. And better yet, up next after him was gas station manager and all-star Shingo Yamamoto, a man who has cleared this same stage 12 times before. And to follow was the rest of the all-stars, the hero of Inba, Bunpei Shiratori, Mr. Sasuke, Katsumi Yamada, firefighter Toshihiro Takeda, and of course, the Kompir Amaru captain himself, Makoto Nagano. Of course, there's other stars, such as Kenji Takahashi and Shinsuke Nagasaki, both Stage 3 finalists last time. Surely they would save the day and make this tournament continue their dominance. What happened to the SASUKE All-Stars? Who are these people? How did we get here? Sports. Such a simple concept, yet so exciting in the minds of many. From watching a player score a goal in the World Cup final, to watching your favorite team score the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl, there is something so electric about the feeling of these moments. Something about it that gets everyone so enamored and hyped about such a simple game. While there are many different answers to why this is, there's one answer that comes to mind. Something that always tends to run in the blood of sports is the popularity of a single group, whether it's the Shield from the WWE, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, and Dennis Rodman's trio, the Chicago Bulls, or Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski as a duo during their time in the New England Patriots. Everyone has a sport that they grow to love, and for many people in the community, that sport is Sasuke, or Ninja Warrior. Sasuke is a sport filled with the same competitive spirit you'd see in football, basketball, or any other sport, as a lot of its early run especially was based around the theme of competitiveness. And just like those sports mentioned before, there was always that one group, a group that despite all the odds would come together from different walks of life to inspire millions and create a new generation of competitors, as that generation then did the same. This group is known as the SASUKE All-Stars. While that's a very bold claim to make, the SASUKE All-Stars truly would become a staple of not only that show, but of Ninja Warrior forever through the show. And to prove this, we're going to go through the history of the show and each individual member to show why despite their ups and downs, the SASUKE All-Stars' everlasting legacy will always prevail. Any sport and their group meets at an origin. So when exactly was this point for the All-Stars? Well, to figure that out, there's only one spot to go. The beginning. As most of you know, Sasuke started out as a special event on the Japanese TV program Kinniku Banzuke. The goal was simple: make a 4-stage course to test the strongest athletes. Most fans of Sasuke know the concrete idea of what all the stages were meant to be. The first stage was a mix of speed and agility, the second was mainly a race against the clock, the third being a test of endurance and upper body, and the fourth stage being a final race up a rope. However, when we head all the way back to the original Sasuke tournament, held at the Tokyo Bay NK Hall, we can see those concepts, but nothing fully established. Either way, the first tournament was underway, and the first stage had seen a ton of success, matched with a lot of failure. Two of these clears almost show the stark contrast of how this tournament was run. Number 7 was 23-year-old Shingo Yamamoto, a gas station worker, who cleared with a whopping 29 seconds on the clock, the second fastest time of the tournament. On the other hand, 39-year-old quick muscle runner-up Katsumi Yamada cleared with just over 5 seconds, and his run was middle cut in the editing. This immediately shows what made Sasuke stand out from the get-go. The average Joes like Shingo could go even with some of Japan's most renowned athletes, and while this Katsumi Yamada guy was no Olympic star, he still competed on other Banzuke events like Quick Muscle, so there is some prominence there. While both competitors ended up failing the second stage, both on the hammer dodge, this set some establishment for two strong competitors to come. Speaking of prominence, it's also important to note that this tournament had top-tier athletes from other shows directed by Ushio Higuchi, like sportsman number 1s such as Kane Kasugi and Yukio Ikitani. And even they could not easily defeat this course, although that stage 3 of endurance and upper body I described before was not fleshed out yet. Either way, this tournament laid the groundwork for a show to develop and evolve with athletes from all different walks of life. We'd see the stars of the show start to emerge over the first few tournaments, with our aforementioned average Joes in Yamamoto and Yamada continuing to impress, becoming early prominent competitors. Yamamoto would go on to reach the third stage in his next 2 tournaments, reaching the final obstacle, the pipe slider, in Sasuke 2, and getting all the way to the final stage in Sasuke 3, timing out feet from the top of the tower. Yamada would also have great success in this tournament, as he too would get to the final stage, and come even closer than Yamamoto. He climbed at a faster pace than anyone, but due to an unorthodox and slow technique at the beginning, it wouldn't be enough, and he would time out just inches from the goal. Nobody would know it at the time, but this failure would spark something in the Ironworker. Knowing he had come closer than anyone to complete victory over the course, he'd work harder than anyone to achieve that goal. Another competitor who excelled early on was comedian Akira Omori, who reached the final stage 3 times in a row. But there was other competitors emerging through this era, one of which was quick muscle champion Kazuhiko Akiyama. Akiyama had come into the show in SASUKE 2 as an immediate favorite to win, owing to his success on other shows and established athletic ability. He'd started his career off well, making it to the second stage in his first 2 tournaments, but it wasn't at the level that was expected of him when he arrived at the show. But that would all change when it was time for SASUKE 4. SASUKE 4 picks up right where the previous tournament left off, emphasizing Yamada's near victory and showing something we'd come to expect from Yamada, his training. Yamada set up a large rope, practicing his form and perfecting it so he could return to the final stage and claim the victory that he was denied. Either way, the tournament commenced, with little changes from the previous one, and it became clear that the competitors had adapted. 37 out of the 100 competitors cleared the stage, including new faces, and some connected with other Higuchi shows like Naoki Kitani, Ken Kasugi, Akiyama, and Yamada, who rightfully got number 100. Shingo Yamamoto would also come into this tournament, determined to get revenge on the stage that had ended his run in the previous tournament. However, he would shockingly fail the seemingly insignificant balance bridge, leaving Shingo out on stage 1 for the first time. As we continued to stage 2, we had the most clears so far in 11, including all the competitors mentioned before, which means Akiyama would finally conquer his demons as he overcame the timer and wall lift, ending the stage with flair and with a celebratory backflip. Stage 3, though, was a much different story. Two specific renovations caused trouble for our competitors, one being an added jump at the end of the pipe slider track to the dismount platform, and the other being a beloved obstacle being introduced, the cliffhanger. As the first batch of competitors took to the course, not a single one could clear, as some like Naoki Kitani failed this new ending jump to the platform on the pipe slider. Almost splitting this competitor field down the middle, though, was Akiyama. He took the course head-on, beating the cliffhanger and powering his way to the end of the stage. All that stood between him was the jump. He leapt, and it seemed for a moment that he had missed, but he used his upper body strength to pull himself up, and Akiyama had advanced to the final stage. As the stage progressed, however, it seemed that Akiyama would not be joined by anyone, as the next 3 competitors, including Ken Kasugi and Travis Allen Schroeder, would fail. But there was still one man left, one who would surely join our crab fishermen in the final stage, Katsumi Yamada. Yamada looked strong and on pace to join Akiyama, but then he reached the cliffhanger. As he started the obstacle, he was overwhelmed by the small grips of the obstacle. He looked fine as he transitioned from the first to the second ledge. However, he would begin to grimace as he started to make the transition from the second ledge to the third. And as he was beginning the transition from the ledge, he would suddenly pause. He could no longer continue as his grip gave out and he fell into the water below him, ending his run in this tournament. That dream that he had been craving and desiring for would have to wait another year, as his efforts this time were not enough. Luckily, we still have one competitor left to take on the final stage. Standing on the brink of history, the one man left, Kazuhiko Akiyama prepared himself for the great ascent that nobody has completed. After 11 attempts, 0 had managed to conquer the tower, a feat that seemed impossible. Would this man engrave himself into Japanese game show immortality by achieving total victory? Only time will tell. As the timer would begin, Akiyama would begin his ascent up the final tower. With beautiful form, he seemed unstoppable, and in doing so, he would accomplish the thing that nobody in the show's history had done up until this point. He pressed the red button at the top of the final stage, achieving total victory. Out of all the All-Stars, Kazuhiko Akiyama had the biggest disadvantage coming into the show. Not because of an injury, or a lack of speed, or a lack of athleticism. It was something that was completely out of his control. Akiyama suffered from a degenerative eye condition, known as degenerative retinopathy. This condition would affect Akiyama on a personal level, as he was forced to give up on his dreams of becoming a wrestler and was forced to abandon his job as a crab fisherman as a result of this impairment. This would have a massive effect on his skill in SASUKE too, as many obstacles require fast movement or reactions, the hammer dodge for example. However, in spite of all this, Akiyama conquered his demons and natural setbacks and persevered against all odds, proving that the human spirit is unbeatable as he became the first grand champion of the show. The crowd was overjoyed, from spectators to competitors to family, and while Akiyama might not have been able to see it all, the cheers from the ground were electrifying and incredible. The tournament ended in what all good sports look for, showmanship, as Akiyama and Yamada jumped into the water, hugging and shaking hands. With Akiyama's victory, the first era of the show had ended. We had finally received what we wanted, a champion who would persevere against the odds to complete all 4 stages. But what nobody would have expected was that this was only the beginning. With Akiyama's victory, production immediately began to envision what would come next for SASUKE 5. And what would come next would change not just SASUKE, but would lay the foundation for the sport to come. Starting off with Stage 1, while some of the cores seemed identical, 2 new foes would enter the scene, the jump hang and the warped wall. Starting off with the jump hang, where competitors would have to jump forward off a mini trampoline and grab a large cargo net. On the other hand, the warped wall looked unbeatable at first glance. The goal is to run up a curved and steep wall by getting enough speed and momentum to grab the top and climb up. While nowadays these obstacles would be a walk in the park, even some of the best competitors found these obstacles completely foreign, such as Akira Omori, who had proven himself on the scene by making it to the final stage 3 years in a row, failed the jump hang, or Naoki Ikitani, who failed the 14-foot wall. The scene looked grim until one man with bright orange pants and a firefighter shirt stepped up to the plate, Toshihiro Takeda. The newcomer flew through the first few obstacles, and even beat the jump hang, which was the big ninja killer of this tournament overall. However, what made the crowd get out of their seats was when the firefighter cleared the warped wall, but with time still on the clock. Takeda blasted up the rope climb as the final 10 seconds ticked down, and he made it, with 1 second to spare. While there was a lot of optimism from the competitors now, the course continued to claim more victims, but the two others that were able to break through were none other than Shingo Yamamoto, who got his revenge on stage 1, and Katsumi Yamada, representing number 100 again. This was because our grand champion, Kazuhiko Akiyama, was unable to compete this tournament, as he took time off to become a masseuse and open up his business. Either way, we had our final 3 already in stage 2, a revamped one at that. The spider walk now had an extra moving wall on it, and we had a new first obstacle in the form of the tackle machine. Either way, the necessity for speed was increased, as both Takeda and surprisingly Yamada both failed the spider walk. Right before Yamada's run though, was Shingo, as he managed to beat the spider walk and haul his way to the finish line, clearing with just 0.3 seconds left. With this, Shingo was our last man standing heading into a redone stage 3, with the most notable changes being a new obstacle, the body prop, where competitors had to squeeze against 2 boards horizontally and stay up with their arms and legs. The other change was a modification to the cliffhanger, as the third ledge now required a vertical transition upwards. Despite everything though, Shingo powered through the renewed third stage, and it looked like as if we were going to get a finalist already. Unfortunately, Shingo missed on the very last jump of the stage, being the pipe slider dismount, and the tournament was over. For the first time, not a single person would advance to the final stage, and despite moments like Shingo's incredible comeback or Takeda's amazing breakthrough, it was clear that the course struck back big time, and was not stopping anytime soon. During the build-up to SASUKE 6, a Navi/pre-show was broadcast shortly before the tournament. During this broadcast, a term was mentioned that would change SASUKE as we know it. The SASUKE All-Stars were officially formed. 13 people the show believed would have the most likely chance of success. There were many notable names among the individuals. These names include familiar names we know and love today, names like Shingo Yamamoto, Toshihiro Takeda, Kane Kasugi, Kazuhiko Akiyama, Katsumi Yamada, for example. While some odd names like Shoei, Masami Yusa, and Nicholas Pettis? Regardless, these 13 people were recognized and selected by TBS for their exceptional backgrounds and their popularity in the scene. As the anticipation for SASUKE 6 grew, the emergence of this exclusive group would foreshadow a new era of competition and sportsmanship that would redefine SASUKE as we know it. So what happened in SASUKE 6 to capitalize on this newly established group? Out of these 13 athletes that were selected by their potential, only 4 actually cleared the first stage of this tournament, 2 of them being already expected clears in Kane and Yamada, and the other 2 were Takeda, who proved his clear from last tournament wasn't a fluke, and Shane Kasugi. By number 99, only 5 people had cleared the stage, which was not much of an improvement over SASUKE 5, especially since the 5th clear was not Shingo, as he shockingly failed the rolling log. However, the eyes were laid on one man, the last man standing from the 4th tournament. With anticipation and excitement in the air, could this man make history and do it again? The stage was set for Grand Champion Kazuhiko Akiyama. Akiyama completely whiffed the jump off the trampoline, and the crab fisherman had become the jump hang's newest and most shocking victim. The crowd was stunned, and Akiyama was in tears, being consoled by his friend Yamada. But the show had to go on. These 5 brave men who showed success on the first stage would all go on to clear stage 2, but stage 3 cleared the field. Takeda, Kane, and Shane's first attempts at the body prop would all end in failure. Finally, the tournament came to rest on the shoulders of Katsumi Yamada, who put on a performance that would never be forgotten. He cruised through the stage, getting his revenge on the cliffhanger, and as he slid down the pipe slider track, he looked destined to clear the stage, until tragedy struck. In a following interview, a saddened Yamada was reassured by Ichiro Furutachi as he reminded Yamada of his passion for the show and determination to win. While SASUKE 7 didn't bring as many changes as 5 and 6, it more than made up for it with how shocking the tournament was. While we got 8 Stage 1 clears, the most amount yet, the course was just as deadly. As for our All-Stars, all of the ones who failed Stage 1 last time either didn't compete or still failed, including Akiyama, who once again failed the jump hang even if he did get a decent jump this time. The only exception though was Shingo, who got his revenge on the rolling log and managed to clear the stage once again. The 2 most shocking fails, however, were Takeda and Yamada, who both took too long on the warped wall, timing up at the top of the rope climb. Yamada's fail was especially shocking, as this was the first time in 7 tournaments where he would not be moving on to the second stage. Stage 2 trimmed the fat, as 2 rookies on the stage failed the new first obstacle. Stage 2 had gone through new first obstacles in the previous 2 tournaments, both of which didn't really work, but the chain reaction was what finally clicked, proving to be an effective and fast-paced first obstacle. The only other fail was another shocking one, Kane Kasugi, who slipped off the walls on the spider walk dismount. Everyone else, including All-Stars Shane Kasugi and Shingo, along with a little rookie named Kenji Takahashi, would clear the stage. Like the last tournament, Stage 3 decimated the field, and we were left with our last man standing, Shingo Yamamoto. Just like SASUKE 5, Shingo cruised through the course, beating the cliffhanger and making it back to the pipe slider, where he pushed through the tracks, made it to the dismount, and, tripping over his own knees onto the platform, Shingo became the first person since Akiyama's total victory to reach the final stage. The gas station worker stood in front of the new final stage, a 30-second run divided by a speed climb up 2 walls and a rope to the top. The crowd awaited to see how the run would turn out, with Shingo now preparing to start, locking his arms between the walls. Everyone heard 3 booms until the last signaled Shingo to start. He had solid form and in one of the most tragic moments of the show to date, Shingo dislocated his shoulder only 3 meters up the tower, and just like that, his run and the tournament was over. So while SASUKE 7 ended with its best result since the renewal, it came at the gravest of costs. SASUKE 8 is probably the most polarizing tournament so far, taking all factors into consideration. Again, nothing much with the course, but the results were still shocking. Stage 1 was mixed overall compared to its previous 2 tournaments, with 6 clears. While All-Stars like Kane, Takeda, and Shoei, who was making his breakout run after having lackluster previous appearances, all cleared the stage, everyone else shook the crowd. Shane Kasugi timed out on the warped wall, while Akiyama would once again fail the jump hang, coming basically about the same as he did last time. But the 2 most stunning results came from Shingo and once again, Yamada. Shingo ultimately took too much time on the stage, and while he might have had enough time to clear, his legs fell off the top of the rope climb, leaving him dangling with no time left. As for Yamada, he would fail once again, even earlier as he could not even make it up the warped wall. There were two factors that made this result so polarizing, one being rain. Most know that SASUKE 8 was heavily affected by rain through the whole tournament, and it is debatably the reason as to why Yamada just couldn't make it up the wall. The second, and more important reason, is that Yamada declared his retirement. The Ironworker stated beforehand that if he did not clear the first stage of this tournament, he would retire from the show, and the result speaks for itself. While nobody knew if this was set in stone, Yamada had failed 2 times in a row, both due to the warped wall. Moving on, Stage 2 is largely unremarkable, as we are left with our final 4 by Stage 3, the 3 All-Stars mentioned before, and a foreign gymnast from Bulgaria, Jordan Jovchev. Jovchev shocked everyone by clearing Stage 3, leaving the All-Stars to match him. This didn't happen, as Shoei failed the body prop, and while Takeda put on his best performance yet, he couldn't get the right position for the pipe slider dismount and slipped off the bar, leaving only Kane Kasugi left. Kane put on a show, clearing obstacles that he failed before, and in one of the most acclaimed moments of Sasuke, Kane cleared the pipe slider, letting out a prideful roar. This all culminated in the most dramatic final stage yet, with Jordan and Kane battling not only the tower, but also the relentless forces of Mother Nature, as a heavy rainstorm began to pour down. Starting the final stage would be newcomer Jordan Jovchev, who impressed all tournament long with his clear on Stage 1 with exactly 0 seconds left, being a tournament highlight. Would the Olympian stand a chance against the daunting final stage? As he began his ascent up the tower, he would drop like a rock to the map below as the 2 spider walls would separate and his run was over. The final stage had rejected even an Olympic medalist, and with this, it was all up to Kane. With the rainfall getting stronger due to the approaching typhoon, it was now Kane Kasugi versus the forces of Mother Nature. But his burning determination would not die. As Kane began his ascent, he went up the spider climb at a moderate pace, and as he reached the rope, his form was not the best, and time was running out. Within seconds, his run was over. He fell from the skies, crying and defeated. It was all over for Kane. What makes this run even greater is that this would be Kane's last run for a very, very long time, and seeing one of the faces of the show leave was sad, and made even more crushing by this final run. The other factor was the All-Stars position. With most of the established All-Stars either being inconsistent on both the course and even attending, and Kane's departure adding on to that, the future of the SASUKE All-Stars was unknown. However, what would come next would change the show and the group forever. In 2002, SASUKE would return with its 9th tournament with a similar Stage 1 to last time. Although now Stage 2's time limit had now been shortened by 20 seconds, and Stage 3 had 2 new obstacles. Of course, we got our returning SASUKE All-Stars in Takeda, Shingo, Akiyama, and Shane Kasugi, who was stepping up in Kane's absence. To the surprise of all in attendance, Katsumi Yamada would return, as even after being advised by his own family to retire in SASUKE 8, he went back on their wishes and returned, knowing his love for the show had not truly died. The day before SASUKE 9 was filmed, he wrote a letter to his family saying, "I may be unqualified as a husband or father, but I can't give up my dreams after all." With this, Yamada was once again devoted to the show and prepared to go after what eluded him in the past, total victory. And while not a whole lot was different compared to the usual SASUKE tournament this time, one competitor would rise to the occasion and make their mark known. A young and aspiring fisherman named Makoto Nagano would have his breakout run. After failures on the warped wall in the 2 previous tournaments, the world would finally get a taste of this man's abilities on the course, as he was able to clear the first stage in impressive fashion, catching even the All-Stars off guard. As for the All-Stars themselves, Shin-SASUKE, once considered an All-Star, would be the first of the group to run. His run would not last long as he was taken out by the big boulder. Nobody would know it at the time, but this would be Shane's last statement in Sasuke. However, Shingo and Takeda would both clear, the first time they'd simultaneously clear since Sasuke 5. After them was Yamada, who after back-to-back consecutive failures on the first stage, needed a bounce back if he wanted to be taken as a serious contender for total victory again. He had to, or his decision to return would have been for nothing. Despite struggles on the warped wall, he was able to conquer his mental demons and clear the first stage for the first time since Sasuke 6. After all of this remained one man, the grand champion, Kazuhiko Akiyama. After 3 consecutive jump hang fails, he would declare retirement from the show if he fell victim to the jump hang again. Akiyama's fluff piece showed that he had specifically been practicing the jump hang more than anything else, so he was more prepared than ever. The countdown began. Akiyama would get ready to start and Akiyama had gone too quickly on the quintuple steps and his foot skimmed the water, and in just a few seconds, Akiyama's expected redemption was over. How could this have happened? Only 2.5 years prior, Akiyama was on top of the Sasuke world, the show's champion, the leader of a generation of competitors. And now look at him, alone, as he had done something that nobody could have foreseen. Kazuhiko Akiyama had gone from complete domination to complete humiliation. As Stage 2 came around, the reduced time limit would prove to be a challenge for the competitors, as was shown by comedian Kinnokun Nakayama's surprising fail on the spider walk. However, the young fisherman mentioned earlier, Makoto Nagano, was now up to run. Could he replicate his impressive form on the first stage here, or was it all just a fluke? It was a close call, but this novice was now turning a lot of heads across Midoriyama. Shingo and Takeda would, unsurprisingly, follow in his footsteps as they cleared the stage as well. The final run of the stage would be Yamada, determined to clear the stage and continue his quest for total victory. After seeing how difficult the spider walk was, he made some last-minute preparations, placing duct tape on both of his shoes in an effort to avoid them from slipping off the walls. When his run began, it became clear to him that his plan was not working, so he began to remove the tape off of his shoes, wasting precious seconds away. This was not a stage you could lose time on, as Naoki Ikitani proved earlier in the stage. While he proceeded to apply the spray to his hands, which proved to be much more effective, he had less than 20 seconds left by the end of the obstacle. With time decreasing more and more as he progressed, he wasn't able to clear the stage, as he timed out in dramatic fashion on the wall lift. Despite some shock from both Yamada and the crowd, the show had to go on, and we moved into the third stage. Stage 3 would introduce 2 new obstacles, the rumbling dice and lamp grasper, both of which affected the results greatly. Takeda would run first, and after he completed the first 2 obstacles, he visibly struggled on the lamp grasper. As his struggles continued, he would lose his grip and eventually fall into the waters below. Shingo would do no better, as his run on the third stage would end faster than it would begin, as he failed on the dismount of the rumbling dice. Just like that, Sasuke 9 would end in an underwhelming fashion for all competitors, including the All-Stars. Except for one competitor, Makoto Nagano. He would make it all the way to the pipe slider, failing just the dismount, and even though he failed, his impressive performance would officially induct him as the newest member of the SASUKE All-Stars. SASUKE 10 was a big moment in the show's history, as it was our first anniversary tournament, celebrating both tournaments of the show and 5 years since its inception. To commemorate this event, the producers altered the number bibs to indicate that the course had reached 1,000 total runs. with each bib reading from numbers 901 to 1000, with number 1000 going to the person that had defined the entire era, which is a tradition that has continued up until the present day. While there weren't many course changes, Stage 1 was extremely deadly. The most notable change, the Tarzan ropes, did prove effective, taking out a couple notable faces like Stage 1 finalist of last tournament Kinnokun Akiyama, with some up-and-comers like Daisuke Nakata and Hiroki Asaoka both cleared the stage, along with Naoki Ikitani, who made a massive comeback this tournament. All eyes were on the All-Stars to make their mark. Kazuhiko Akiyama ran much earlier than usual, at number 981, who faced off against the jump hang for the 4th time. Unfortunately, he would time out on the warped wall, but it was still a step in the right direction. Continuing on, our other 4 All-Stars were the last 4 runners of the tournament, with Takeda kicking us off. To everyone's shock, however, he would get his worst result yet, failing the jump hang. While this instilled some fear, it didn't matter as Shingo was up next. Unfortunately, he would take too long throughout the stage and timed up on the rope climb, in a very similar fashion to Sasuke 8. That fear began to turn into concern, seeing 2 of the Stage 3 finalists from last time fail the first stage. But up next was Makoto Nagano, the breakout star of the previous tournament. He took to the course, looking just as strong as before, until he took an off jump on the jump hang trampoline and lost his grip on the net, flipping into the water. This was a crushing blow for morale, as the 10th anniversary tournament had become a massive setback. Only 4 clears so far, and 4 of the 5 All-Stars had failed, leaving only 1 man left, Katsumi Yamada. Despite coming into this tournament off his 3 worst tournaments, that no longer mattered, as his impact on the show gifted him the fabled number 1000. That impact motivated him to clear the first stage once again, keeping hope alive for the tournament. Stage 2 continued the hope, as 4 out of the 5 clears including Yamada would advance, defeating the other notable new obstacle, the balance tank. Stage 3 completely halted this momentum though, as all 3 of our rising stars failed various obstacles, with Ikitani making it the farthest at the newly designed Cliffhanger Kai from last tournament. Speaking of, the Cliffhanger Kai would prove to be the most daunting change to Stage 3 throughout this entire era, as it included 2 vertical gaps between the 3 ledges rather than just one going up and one going down. This left only Yamada left, number 1000, the biggest personality in the sport, to finish the anniversary tournament off strong. Yamada put on an incredible performance, powering through the first 4 obstacles, defeating the cliffhanger to the crowd's joy. Only the pipe slider remained. Yamada pushed through the first track, muscled through the second, reaching the final jump of Stage 3, the jump that has haunted him, the jump he hasn't been able to reach since that moment. This was his chance. The crowd went silent. Yamada took his final swings, and the rest is history. If there's anyone who demonstrates the passion for Sasuke, it's Katsumi Yamada. With that being said, that passion is what creates possibly the most tragic story in the whole show. Throughout his entire 4-decade career, Yamada showed time and time again that he was willing to do absolutely anything and everything to achieve his ultimate goal of total victory in Sasuke, no matter the cost to those around him. Yamada's final stage fail in Sasuke 3 is widely seen as being the ultimate turning point for him, where the obsession started, where Sasuke turned into his life's work. But Yamada's origins go farther back than that. Before Sasuke, Yamada was a prominent figure on the aforementioned Kinnokun Banzuke, and was equally as driven to be one of the best on the show, culminating in quite possibly the greatest moment that the event Quick Muscle had ever seen, as him and his fellow All-Star Kazuhiko Akiyama battled endlessly throughout the event, only to end in a tie. Fast forwarding to the present, the lengths that Yamada went to in order to pursue his dream of Sasuke glory cost him dearly in his personal life. After becoming unemployed sometime after Sasuke 5, he devoted all of his time into training for the show exclusively, which left his young family to feel neglected and unimportant. As tensions grew between himself and his family over the show, especially as both Yamada's family were experiencing serious financial problems due to his reckless spending on training equipment, and that he was not making any meaningful progress towards total victory, he initially retired after Sasuke 8. But as you already know, he would immediately go back on that. This wouldn't be the last time he'd pull a stunt like this, but that will be covered later. While Yamada's determination and desire to achieve total victory can be seen as a lot of things, self-destructive, futile, or even outright unhinged, his impact on the show has been undeniable. From being a crucial reason to the show's success and image in his heyday, to, as we'll see later on, inspiring a new generation of like-minded competitors that strive to achieve Yamada's core goals. While there was no new champion after Sasuke 10, something began to change. The competitors began to adapt much faster, and new stars began to break out. While the first 6 tournaments after Akiyama's victory that we just went over didn't have a ton of success, with most of the same people always clearing the first stage, that trend came to a screeching halt, proven by Sasuke 11. With the exception of a redesigned balance bridge on stage 1, not much changed with the courses in this tournament. The first stage was still a concern for everyone though. After a ton of shocking exits from veterans and all-stars alike on stage 1 last time, it proved that nobody could take anything for granted. While the first stage started out with a lot of failure, things turned around when Kinnikuin Akiyama, who failed the Tarzan ropes last time, made a comeback and cleared the stage. This got the ball rolling as other veterans such as Asaoka and Ikitani cleared the stage for their second time in a row. One run specifically electrified both the crowd and the competitors, and that was the breakout run of government worker and former track and field athlete, Bunpei Shiratori. Shiratori demonstrated an unreplicable technique on the jump hang. He ran at the trampoline, jumped off with 1 foot, and managed to grab the net. Bunpei went on to clear the stage for his first time, and with how impressive his run was, everyone was now paying attention to this unknown 35-year-old rookie. After this, a newcomer named Shinji Kobayashi, who had qualified via the Teikukai Monkey Bar trials in 3rd place, cleared the stage as well. Despite a large amount of failure following this, we still had our final 6 competitors left, the best of the best. Professional trampolinist Daisuke Nakata started the field off strong, clearing the first stage for his 4th time in a row. And now, we were just left with our 5 All-Stars, all hungry for redemption. Up first was Makoto Nagano, hoping to bounce back from his shocking fail from last tournament, and hoping to prove to all that his incredible run from Sasuke 9 wasn't a fluke. He would conquer his demons on the jump hang, and go on to clear the stage, hoping to pick up right where he left off 2 tournaments ago. Next up was Toshihiro Takeda, also hoping to get some revenge on the jump hang. Like Nagano, he got a much better jump on the trampoline and easily cleared the jump hang, and the first stage in succession. Shingo Yamamoto would follow, and he'd put on a near perfect run, making it up the warped wall in 1 try, and would clear the course with 15 seconds left. Up next was Kazuhiko Akiyama. In a fluff piece, Akiyama was shown now training for the warped wall, running in the snow, mastering his speed. He was more determined than ever to clear the first stage once again. As Akiyama tackled the first stage, he looked fully unfazed, cruising through the rolling log and balance bridge. And then came the jump hang. Was his success in the last tournament just pure luck? Akiyama would prove all the doubters wrong, clearing his nemesis for the 2nd time in a row. But there were still 3 obstacles left to go. Akiyama took to the warped wall. First try, miss. Second try, another miss. It was not looking good for Akiyama, as he had only 22 seconds left, and with still 2 obstacles after the wall, this might be his last shot. Third try. With not even any time to process it, Akiyama jumped onto the Tarzan ropes with just 10 seconds left. He got to the rope climb with just 6 seconds. The crowd erupted, the klaxon blaring in his ears. Akiyama could see the top. It was gonna be close. Furutachi yelled out the final seconds as Akiyama approached the top. 3, 2, 1. .03 seconds left. It was that close. But it didn't matter how much time was left on the clock, because Akiyama had done it. He'd be advancing to the second stage for the first time in 3 years. A special piece of music was played for this moment, as Akiyama was interviewed in tears, while being congratulated by those who were once his competitors, now his friends, closing out one of the most triumphant runs the All-Stars have ever seen. And believe it or not, we still have one more run left to go. Katsumi Yamada stood at the starting line, and all eyes were on him after his emotional run in Sasuke 10. It left a profound impact on both the fans and competitors, and that being mixed with all 4 All-Stars clearing, there was a bit of pressure on Yamada. That did not matter though, as he breezed through every obstacle and cleared the stage, ending Sasuke 11 with 11 Stage 1 clears. Easily the most since Akiyama's victory. The theme of success carried over into Stage 2, as competitors from all different fields such as newcomers like Shinji Kobayashi, veterans in Naoki Ikitani, to all-stars like Nagano and Takeda, all would clear the stage. And even though competitors like Bunpei or Kinnikuin would fail the stage, they still put in their best performances yet, so that was still worth a lot. Even Akiyama, who hadn't even attempted a Stage 2 since Sasuke 4, showed no signs of stopping his comeback performance and cleared the stage. As it had been for the past 3 tournaments now, the stage concluded with Yamada. He pushed through the first set of obstacles in solid time, and it looked like he'd be on his way back to Stage 3. All of a sudden, Yamada lost his balance on the balance tank, taking a not only nasty but shocking fall into the water, and it appeared that his return to Stage 3 would have to wait until next time. Stage 3 began with our 3 veterans taking on the course, all with different results. Naoki Ikitani would look strong until he got to the cliffhanger, failing in almost the exact same spot as he did last tournament. Shinji Kobayashi, however, would clear the cliffhanger on his very first try, filling the crowd with joy. Kobayashi pushed forward, reaching the end of the pipe slider. Was this it? Was this the breakout we had been waiting to see for 3 tournaments? Unfortunately, it was not, as Kobayashi, in a similar fashion to Takeda in Sasuke 8, would not be able to get the bar still for the jump, and his grip gave out, ending his fantastic debut run. Finally, Daisuke Nakata was still unable to conquer his nemesis, the Lamp Grasper, as he failed it for the 3rd time in a row. Next up to start the All-Stars was Makoto Nagano. Nagano barely broke a sweat throughout the first 4 obstacles, and he had made it back to where his run ended before. He got through the first track, then the second. Only the dismount stood in his way. The crowd erupted, the smoke came up, and all Nagano could do was laugh in pure joy. We had finally gotten another finalist. Unfortunately, none of the other All-Stars could follow in his footsteps. And just like that, we had reached the final stage. Makoto Nagano stood at the bottom of the tower, all that stood between him and victory. All in all, for a first shot at the final stage, Nagano honestly did excellent. He made solid time on both the spider climb and rope, but he was still too slow, timing up at around 21 meters, plummeting to the ground below. Despite Nagano missing victory, this tournament was a massive success, putting the All-Stars back in business and finally getting a new final stage attempt, the best one so far at that. Things look bright for the future, but what would come next? Create the most dominant force of athletes the show has ever seen. If there were 2 words to describe Sasuke 12, it would be this: incredible success. from the very first run, as firefighter Koji Yamada cleared the first stage, becoming the first ever number 1 to clear the stage. It was clear this tournament was going to be something special. It wasn't until number 70, a gymnast named Manobu Sato, cleared the stage that things really started to get rolling though, as the stage had seen only failure from Koji's clear to that point. Now we were starting to get to our star competitors though, starting with Asaoka, the Sasuke sensei as he was now called, who would go on to clear the stage for his 3rd time in a row. Not long after came Bunpei Shiratori, who in a fluff piece demonstrated a makeshift rolling log, with a cylinder on a bar being pulled by a rope to make it spin. This was honestly genius, and along with it came Bunpei's at-home course to train on. The training paid off, as he would clear the stage once again. To the crowd's shock, the success would come to a halt, as veterans Ikitani, Kobayashi, and Nakata would all fail the first stage in respective areas. It was now up to our final 6 competitors to continue the success. Takeda and Shingo would start off strong, both clearing the stage with no real hassle. Up next was Akiyama, hoping to continue his career rebuild. It seemed more and more like he was back on track, as he would clear stage 1 for the 2nd time in a row. Katsumi Yamada came next, and although he made it way too close than he needed to, he still managed to clear the stage. Before we reached our newest champion contender, we were treated to the return of a familiar face, Bulgarian gymnast and SASUKE 8 finalist Jordan Jovchev. He returned for this tournament and picked up right where he left off, clearing the first stage with ease. Up next was Makoto Nagano, the new number 1 pick for total victory, and he continued to prove himself, clearing the stage with the fastest time of the tournament, ending stage 1 on 11 clears. If stage 1 was boosted by success, then stage 2 was that times 10. Koji Yamada took to the course first, and although he flirted heavily with disaster on the balance tank, he was able to continue his electrifying debut by clearing the stage. Then, in a montage of utter dominance, every single competitor would clear the stage. From competitors taking their first crack like Sato, to veterans like Asaoka and Shiratori, to the All-Stars, stage 2 stood no chance against these competitors. And in no time, we had reached our final 3 competitors, starting with Yamada, hoping that this time he could return to stage 3. Yamada started off strong, powering through the obstacles at a moderate speed, and while it was not the cleanest run, as he reached the wall lift, everything seemed to be going great. This was Yamada's chance to join the All-Stars before him. To get his revenge on the 3rd stage, he passed the 3rd wall, pressed the button with 3.5 seconds left. As it turns out, Yamada had forgotten to take off the safety gloves for the chain reaction before the spider walk, as he left them on for the rest of the run. And this would end Yamada's run in disqualification. His fellow All-Stars were speechless, which turned into sadness, as Yamada's run had ended in tragedy. Except, that isn't even the full story. As shown by the SASUKE 12 zone, Yamada's attempt at stage 2 was not a singular attempt, but 3 attempts. After his disqualification with the gloves, Yamada argued to the jury that he was never told to take off the gloves after the brick climb. Something worth noting is that Yamada wore his own gloves for this run, rather than the normal ones given to the competitors. He did this because of an accident in the last tournament, where his run had to be stopped due to the chain pulley not working right. While there was actually nothing wrong with the chain, and this was just Yamada overthinking, he still wanted to avoid all mishaps and chose different gloves. It's up to interpretation on if this caused Yamada to not take off the gloves before the spider walk, but what is shown is that there were actually people, probably production, from the crowd yelling at Yamada to take off the gloves as he entered the spider walk, but he must not have heard. Despite this, the jury offered Yamada a redo, much to his pleasure. On the following run, Yamada was very sure to follow instructions in removing the gloves before the spider walk, but as he got to the wall lift, he began moving at a very slow pace. With about 4 seconds left, he began to struggle on the final wall, and although he overcame it with enough time to hit the button, his ankle got caught under the wall, leaving him to make a last reach for the button, which seemingly missed as time expired. Almost immediately after, Yamada insisted he push the button, and as commentary from the zone provided, he believed there was a mechanical problem with the button. However, there was no way it could be measured, as despite all 3 angles shown on camera, it was impossible to tell if he really pressed the button. Therefore, with no concrete evidence to refute his claim, the jury offered Yamada one more reattempt at the stage. Before this, Yamada would watch both Jochev and his friend and fellow All-Star Nagano advance, setting the stage for his final attempt at the second stage. He took to the course one last time, completing the chain reaction, climbing up the bricks until Yamada suddenly fell off the brick climb, spraining his foot. By this point, Yamada had no chance in making the third stage, but as Furutachi said during the run, he can do nothing but keep trying. Yamada would run out of time at the bottom of the spider walk, but he did not stop running. Despite people from the crowd telling him to stop, he just wanted to see the end of the course himself, and in true irony, when he did, he accidentally pulled the gate from the platform, falling to the ground in pure defeat. With this, we finally conclude one of the most tragic runs in Sasuke history, and one that would become only more painful as we continue through Yamada's career. There was a ton of promise heading into Stage 3, with 10 people still left and an excellent roster at that. There was hope that this could end even better than the previous tournament did. Well, the stage started off with 2 fails, with both Koji Yamada and Manobu Sato, the 2 breakout stars from this tournament, failing the cliffhanger. It was a satisfying end to both of their performances. Up next was the Sasuke Sensei, hoping to get his revenge on the body prop. He'd start off strong, defeating that obstacle, but then taking it even farther by clearing both the lamp grasper and even the cliffhanger. Asaoka was putting on an amazing show, but there was still one obstacle left. He muscled through the tracks, reaching the dismount, but only the most experienced competitors have been able to clear this. To everyone's surprise, the Sasuke Sensei had made the final stage, opening the door for everyone left to meet his success. This was proven immediately after by the very next run, as Bunpei Shiratori, on only his first shot on Stage 3, completely dominated, taking his time on every obstacle, making it to the end where he would also make the dismount and advance to the final stage. Despite a fail on the body prop from gymnast Masayaki Kobayashi, we still had our final 5 runners left to join Asaoka and Bunpei in the final stage. First was Takeda, who put on his best performance on the third stage to date. He managed to beat both obstacles that overcame him in the previous 2 attempts, and even beat the cliffhanger, making it back to the pipe slider for the first time since Sasuke 8. He reached the second track easily, but once he got to the end, it was clear his grip was starting to give out, and he had to make a quick attempt at the dismount. Unfortunately, Takeda's run ended in tragedy, as he didn't even get a leg on the platform, falling face first into the side platform. To make it even worse, the rough landing re-injured his shoulder that had been injured months prior to the tournament, and he had to be carried out of the water. Takeda was distraught, as he came so close to finally reaching the final stage, but all he could do was keep his head up and try even harder next time. Shingo was up next, and although he made a great save on the lamp grasper to keep his run alive, he would fall in an almost identical spot on the cliffhanger as he did in the last tournament. Jordan Jochev would end his comeback run in a similar spot, failing the second transition of the cliffhanger. However, when nobody was expecting it, Akiyama put on an incredible run. He maintained focus on the body prop, and subsequently defeated the lamp grasper and even the cliffhanger, 2 obstacles he had never even attempted before. In a tournament filled with 1 attempt Stage 3 competitors clearing, a number 1 bib competitor making it to Stage 3, and many other shocking events, it would not even be surprising if Akiyama could pull this off. He made it to the end of the second pipe slider track, a feeling he hadn't had since Sasuke 4. Could Akiyama find his way back to the final stage? Sadly, it was not meant to be, as he failed to get enough momentum on the dismount, falling into the water below. This was still an exceptional run for Akiyama, and kept spirits high that he could still contend with his fellow All-Stars. Only one man remained now, and that was, of course, Makoto Nagano. Anticipation from both the crowd and competitors reached a boiling point. With 3 competitors in the final stage, this might be the time where we crown another winner. SASUKE went first, and although he gave a valiant effort, he would come up 5 meters short. Bunpei took to the tower next, and although he did slightly better than SASUKE, he also came up short, ending his incredible performance. This left us with the run everyone had been waiting for, the last man standing, Makoto Nagano. With him doing very well on only his first attempt in the last tournament, it was only natural that he would progress to do even better, perhaps resulting in total victory. Either way, this was it. It was do or die for both Nagano and the tournament. The countdown hit its final bang, and Nagano was off, looking even stronger than last time. Despite 1 or 2 minor slip-ups on the spider climb, he was still looking good. He took his ascent up the rope with strong form, but time was running out. It was going to be very close. Nagano could see the top. He kept climbing and climbing until... A lot of things can happen within the span of 2 years. People's lives can change. People can become a shell of their former selves. However, for Nagano, 2 years was all that he needed to show the world who he was. At first it seemed too good to be true, that the friendly and spirited fisherman had risen so far from where he had come from. From someone who started out as just another Stage 1 jobber, failing the warped wall twice in a row, to overcoming that hurdle and at the same time being pledged as the newest member of the All-Stars in the same tournament that he broke out in. Nagano's failure in Sasuke 10 seemed to confirm this, that nobody could get that lucky, not even close. But as we've just seen, it wasn't luck that got Nagano here. It was skill, motivation, and most importantly, a fiery drive to win. Sasuke 11 only further solidified this, as he made an incredible comeback to become the first finalist in 3 years, and had a great first attempt at the tower. This tournament though, Nagano held nothing back. He put every ounce of effort into all 4 stages, showcasing his raw and natural strength to the world, and it had no longer become a story too good to be true. It became one of the next grand champion. And then he missed. With every story, there is always a tragedy. And this was Nagano's. Missing the button by a mere 0.11 seconds, he had the ultimate feeling and achievement in his hands, and at the final hurdle, it suddenly disappeared. Gone. His moment, which seemed destined for greatness, was reduced to ashes. Nagano's tragedy here is a clear example of Sasuke's shift from just a Japanese game show to feeling like a full-fledged sport as well. That image of the elusive button would become the defining moment in this man's career and legacy. The goal was simple. He had to finish what he had started, the journey to total victory. In the aftermath of Nagano's near miss, the producers knew they had to change the course quickly if they wanted to avoid a premature total victory in the near future. Not enough to be on the levels of Sasuke 5's renewal, but enough to make sure that a win would not happen anytime soon. Enter Sasuke 13, which saw the biggest changes the course had seen in 4 years, with every single obstacle in Stage 1 seeing a modification or change. Notable obstacles that made their debut in this tournament include the Prism Tilt, Cross Bridge, and the Crooked Wall. The hope may have been that the quickly emerging dominance of the All-Stars could be halted or at least slowed by these new obstacles, as many prominent contestants such as Daisuke Nakata and Naoki Ikitani reacted to the new course with intimidation. The All-Stars, too, seemed quite nervous on some level. How would they be able to cope with these changes? And one of their core members in Katsumi Yamada absent, would they be able to carry the torch without him? Well, out of the 4 competing All-Stars, 3 of them cleared. Yep, that's right. These changes made next to no impact on the All-Stars. The only fail came from Kazuhiko Akiyama, and you could argue that fail was out of his control as it was difficult for him to see the crooked wall's rope at night. And although we did see some fails from notable stars such as breakout runner from SASUKE 12 Koji Yamada, Masami Yusa, and Shinji Kobayashi, it seemed clear to many that the experiment had not worked today on Stage 1. The All-Stars hoped to continue their impressive performances into the second stage, where they were joined by usual suspects in Daisuke Nakata, Naoki Ikitani, and SASUKE 12 finalist Bunpei Shiratori, who was continuing his meteoric rise in the show, proving his final stage run was no fluke. We got off to a rocky start, however, as our first three competitors all failed to make it through the stage, including seasoned veteran Daisuke Nakata, who failed to make it back to the third stage once again. Now, it's over to our first All-Star, Shingo. Shingo had recently become Sasuke's longest competing contestant, as with Yamada's absence, he was now the only contestant remaining who has competed in every single tournament up to this point. We pick up with Shingo around 30 seconds left. He's just come off of the spider walk and... Wait, what is he doing? Shingo, you're wasting a lot of time. After that happened, he now just has 15 seconds. Not a lot of time with two obstacles to go. But it should be fine, he's an all-star, and he's made it through worse time constraints than this. Wall 1, no problem. Wall 2, no problem. Wall 3, Shingo's foot was stuck under the third wall, which rendered him unable to press the buzzer, causing him to time out. While unfortunate, it was likely that if Shingo hadn't wasted time trying to do his leap of faith on the balance tank, he likely would have had this happen as he would have had much more time left. But enough of that. We still have plenty of great competitors to go. After Kosuke Yamaguchi also met his end on the wall lift, up stepped Naoki Ikitani, who avenged all who came before him and became our first clear of the evening with 8.3 seconds left. Gymnast Misaki Kobayashi also made it through the course with no fuss, clearing with a staggering 16.6 seconds left. You'd be forgiven for wondering what all the issue with timing was earlier with Shingo, Nakata, and Yamaguchi. But now it was the turn of Takeda, looking to make it 3 consecutive Stage 3 appearances in a row. Thankfully, he would predictably get through the stage with ease, clearing with over 12 seconds remaining. And now, all eyes were on the rising star of Bunpei Shiratori. Could this humble government worker compete with the supremacy of the All-Stars, or would he drown in the pressure? It would be a close call in the end, but Bunpei had done it again, and followed up his breakout run in SASUKE 12 with another Stage 3 appearance. Maybe there'd be room for a 6th All-Star at the table? The last was Nagano, whose determination to win it all this year showed this run especially, as he breezed through the second stage like it was a walk in the park, clearing with 18 seconds left without breaking a sweat. He was the fastest clear in Stage 1, and now the fastest in Stage 2 as well, both races not even being remotely close. This guy was on a whole new level, unlike anything we had ever seen before. Surely he would do it this year. Surely third time would be the charm for Makoto Nagano. And better yet, maybe his fellow all-star in Toshihiro Takeda or fellow finalist in Bunpei Shiratori could take down the course with him. The pressure was now mounting on our last 3 competitors to produce results. All 3 had the expectation of at least getting to the final stage at this point, and up first was Takeda. This was his now 6th appearance this far into the competition, and it really seemed like the time was now with how heartbreakingly close he got last time around. He got through the first obstacles with ease, per usual, but when it came for the cliffhanger, something was up. He seemed a lot more tired than he usually would at this point in the stage, and the culprit was directly behind him in the brand new obstacle, the curtain cling. With how this obstacle wore down your wrist and grip strength very quickly, it both caused its own damage, as Misaki Kobayashi fell here just before this run, and made the cliffhanger Kai a much more formidable foe than before. And unfortunately, this would be a reality that Takeda would soon realize himself. There was now just one all-star left in the competition. The hopes of our heroes lay on the man everyone expects to take down the course tonight. But before his ultimate showdown came Bunpei Shiratori. Maybe the ultimate upset could happen. Maybe all the people watching who would expect a Nagano victory were about to be in for a rude awakening in the form of this 36-year-old rising star. Further and further he went, eclipsing the runs of Ikitani, then Kobayashi, and then even All-Star Takeda. This guy was the real deal. Sasuke 12 was no fluke. Bunpei meant business. Alright, pipe slider time. Bunpei's done this before, and given his track and field background, the jump shouldn't even cross his mind as a problem at this point. Despite the shock and devastation of this fail, it did result in one net positive. Impressed by his recent performances, the producers had decided it was grounds for Bunpei Shiratori to officially become the 6th member of the SASUKE All-Stars. The supergroup of ordinary people was finally completed. We still have one more run to go. We pick up with Nagano on the cliffhanger. Even with the addition of the curtain cling, it's nothing new to the fisherman, and he gets through the cliffhanger like he always does. Now for the pipe slider. Despite this being Makoto Nagano we're talking about, we can't be too sure of success here. As Bunpei showed before, you can fail this no matter what your success before is. He takes his swing and he's done it again. Takeda is utterly speechless. For the 3rd time in a row, Makoto Nagano is in the final stage. Well, everyone pack it up. It's over. He's gonna do it. There's no way he can mess this up now. It was meant to be 3rd time lucky. How unlucky is Makoto Nagano? 3 times he has tried to take this damn tower down, and 3 times the tower has sent him straight back down to earth. Is it over? Will anyone ever rise to the occasion? It can't be overstated just how truly dominant the All-Stars were in this era. Not just results-wise, but focus-wise as well. These guys were truly the stars of this era. The main attraction. Nobody came close to the consistency, ability, and marketability the SASUKE All-Stars had from around SASUKE 12 or so to around SASUKE 19. The 13 to 17 era, despite everything the producers would throw at them, including redesigns virtually every tournament to the 1st and 3rd stages, it seemed like nothing could get in the way of the SASUKE All-Stars. I don't think Bunpei Shiratori gets enough credit for what he managed to accomplish in a relatively short amount of time on the show. He's probably the least popular member of the All-Stars. Not for any negative reason, but because there's a perception that Bunpei wasn't a very notable competitor. I disagree, and there's one moment in SASUKE history that I think justifies this. It's SASUKE 15, and the scorching hot 100-degree weather was taking its effect on our competitors. Braving the heat for hours on end in the Midoriyama lot was proving to be a tough task for not just our All-Stars, but the course too, with the warped wall peeling its paint in the scorching heat. As the stage was beginning to wind down, one contestant more than all was succumbing to the elements. When it was time for run number 94, the contestant due to the run was missing. Everyone began to ask, where was Bunpei Shiratori? Shiratori had collapsed shortly before his run and was taken to an on-site medical area to treat heat exhaustion. This was a serious problem, as not only was he in no shape to run, there was now a very real threat to his life here, and he needed immediate medical attention from the staff, who were doing everything in their power to keep Shiratori stable and get his energy levels back to normal. His future in this tournament hung in the balance of the medical team. The decision was made for the show to go on in the meantime, with fellow All-Star Shingo Yamamoto running in his place. And the runs just kept going and going. Uncertainty arose as to if Bunpei would pull through and compete at all in this tournament. Run number 96 came, then 97, then 98. Thankfully, by number 99, Katsumi Yamada, Bunpei had recovered sufficiently enough to be cleared to run the tournament. He had laughed in the face of death and was now ready to take on the course. But surely after being in such an extreme state of weakness, Bunpei's chances of anything close to a good run were slim. Right? But that's not what happened. Against all odds, in the blistering heat, Bunpei ran through the stage like he always did and cleared with over 13 seconds left. Keep in mind, only 7 people had cleared this stage, so clearing alone was an accomplishment, let alone after suffering from heat exhaustion. But that's not even the most impressive thing, because Bunpei wasn't done there. From heat exhaustion to this, Bunpei was tearing through this new Stage 3 like it was nothing. Mere hours before, it was a real possibility that Bunpei's tournament was over before it even started, and now here he was, only a few obstacles away from his second final stage attempt. He powered through the cliffhanger Kai that had taken out Nagasaki, past the jumping bars that took out Koji Yamada, and all that separated him from the final stage was the climbing bars and... well, that didn't exactly go to plan. While Bunpei ultimately failed the climbing bars, the incredible amount of grit and fighting spirit he showed in this run perfectly exemplifies everything us Sasuke fans love about Bunpei Shiratori. To come back from dire circumstances like heat exhaustion, to have the second best run of the night, beating out established legends such as Shingo, is nothing short of incredible. Ultimately, Bunpei's entire career has been a fight, against age, against the course, and ultimately, as we will come to see, against himself. Despite runs such as Bunpei's incredible fight against the Heat and the All-Stars' domination in general during these tournaments, we still remained at a standstill for our next champion. In fact, nobody was even able to reach the final stage during these 3 tournaments. But what about Nagano? He made the final stage 3 times in a row, and he didn't win yet? Yep, he had his 3 worst runs since Sasuke 10. Sasuke 15 being the most shocking as he failed stage 2 for his first time, going out on a deadly new obstacle, the metal spin. Speaking of new obstacles, the course's consistent innovation remained in this era, with the 3rd stage getting a massive overhaul in the back half. What was once 5 obstacles was now 8, and it took a massive toll on even the strongest competitors, taking out All-Stars Nagano, Takeda, and Bunpei in the process. This would affect Takeda's strongest motivation the most, as for these 3 tournaments he would continue to fail Stage 3. He would get the closest in Sasuke 15, but the new Devil Swing sapped his remaining energy, and this era would leave Takeda as the only All-Star so far to never reach the final stage. The largest drop-off, though, came from Katsumi Yamada. He returned after his break in Sasuke 13, only to shockingly fail the jump hang. His next 2 attempts were not much better, as he had a nasty spill on the new Bridge of Blades in the following tournament, and was beaten in Sasuke 16 by a lack of urgency, causing him to run out of time on the rope climb. After his disappointing performance in 16, Yamada would declare retirement once again. However, this would be cut from the broadcast. It's up for interpretation on why this happened, but to me, it seemed almost as if production and Higuchi began to take Yamada much less seriously, knowing his obsession for the show would always overpower his word of honor. Overall, it seemed like the course was starting to fight back against the dominance of the All-Stars. However, it wasn't just the course that was fighting back. New blood began to catch up to the All-Stars' success. First, Garbage Man Shinji Kobayashi began to show strides of success once again after his breakout run in Sasuke 11. Despite having disappointing and lackluster runs in 12 and 13, he was finally able to break free from Stage 1 mediocrity in SASUKE 14. And he was able to show his potential at the highest level as he was the last man standing in that tournament, surpassing the likes of the All-Stars, doing better than Nagano, Takeda, and Shingo on Stage 3. Was this the start of a revolution amongst the competitors? Well, for one aspiring trampolinist, his answer was very clear. As well as Kobayashi's fantastic run, SASUKE 14 also saw the debut of 17-year-old trampolinist Shinsuke Nagasaki. Nagasaki was no stranger to the world of sports entertainment, having competed in a few Taiku World contests in the past. He was also a decorated star in the world of trampolining, having been an apprentice of fellow SASUKE competitor Daisuke Nakata, who took Nagasaki under his wing and led him to success in the Trampoline World Cup and the Doha Asian Games in the early mid-2000s. While Nakata was always considered the king of trampoline, Shinsuke's early successes gave him the nickname too, the Prince of the Trampoline. Nakata's SASUKE successes also seemed to rub off on the 17-year-old, as in his debut appearance, Shinsuke surprised many by clearing the first stage. While his technique wasn't as refined as other competitors, shown especially by his rope climb technique, the young competitor showed a ton of raw potential, and while his run would eventually come to an end on the wall lift in Stage 2, everyone was on high alert to Shinsuke Nagasaki. The trampolinist would continue to impress all as he made it to not only Stage 2, but Stage 3 as well in the next two tournaments, making large waves for the All-Stars' dominance. There were other notable runs from newer competitors as well, like a duo of American gymnasts, Morgan and Paul Hamm, both at least making the second stage. However, despite all the new blood entering during this time, the point from the beginning still stands. Not a single person was able to reach the final stage, and it began to grow tiring. This all came to a head in the run of Bunpei Shiratori in SASUKE 16, as despite his best efforts making it back to the pipe slider, he would fail to dismount once again. This fail would represent perfectly the standstill our All-Stars had reached, as the music for this moment shows confusion, frustration, and failure. After SASUKE 16 once again ended on Stage 3, it became up for debate on if we would ever see the final stage again, and more importantly, if we would ever see a breakthrough and find our second champion. It was clear to all that this was the All-Stars' era. Time and time again, and they've proved to all watching that they're one of the most dominant factions in the show's history. However, as we just went over, different competitors began to close the gap on their success, making strides with consistent Stage 2 or even Stage 3 appearances. By this point, numerous competitors had total victory in the palm of their hands, and it was just a matter of time before someone would finally claim it. Fans hoped to have their prayers answered as the 17th tournament of SASUKE aired in 2006. The course changes were minimal, but Stage 1 was cut down to remove the crooked wall, along with the two unremarkable new obstacles that replaced it in the previous tournament. They would be replaced by the log slope, which was admittedly just as unremarkable as the obstacles mentioned before, and the circle slider, which actually proved to be quite effective. As per usual, the tournament began by weeding out the weak, as the new circle slider cleaned house from the start, and as predicted, the rolling log and jump hang dealt heavy hands in the failure. At exactly the halfway point though, number 51, Kota Honma, a high school student, finally broke out after 3 previous failures, clearing the stage with just under 5 seconds to spare. This would hopefully influence the following competitors, most being from the SASUKE 17 trials held for this tournament. Ultimately, most of them would be unable to live up to this expectation, including number 1 finisher Yuji Washimi, who timed out on the warped wall. Luckily, the number 2 finisher, Yuta Adachi, was able to persevere and clear the stage with only 2 seconds left. Number 71 went to Kazuhiko Akiyama, who did not get as high of a number as he had previously been getting, due to some struggles in the previous tournaments. He began his run well, making it past the first 4 obstacles pretty easily, until he took a wonky jump on the circle slider, whiffing the grab to the ring, putting a disappointing end to Akiyama's run. 10 runs later, the second All-Star, Bunpei Shiratori, took to the course. Shiratori became much more of a favorite after his incredible run in SASUKE 15, along with being the last man standing in 16. So the crowd was excited to see the hero of Inba take his shot. Bunpei would easily clear the course with 11 seconds, continuing his consistency. After this, some new blood took to the course. Shinsuke Nagasaki would continue his streak of consistency as well, clearing the stage with the fastest time of the day. And he was joined by American representative Paul Anthony Tarek, who caught the crowd's attention by his size and height, as he joined the small list of competitors to reach the top of the jump hang off just the jump. The first of our final 10 runners was the firefighter Toshihiro Takeda. Takeda had continued his success during 14 to 16, but as stated before, he was still unable to break that barrier of the third stage. From the start, Takeda stated that this would be his last tournament, and after this, he would retire from the show. This would motivate him more than ever to finally clear the third stage, with both his fans and family watching. His journey would start strong as he cleared the first stage quite easily. Takeda was joined by veterans Koji Yamada and Daisuke Nakata, both with different expectations. Yamada had been having an incredible run as of late, making it deep into the third stage in the previous two tournaments. As for Nakata, he was bouncing back from a horrible motorcycle accident from 2004, where he underwent months of hospitalization and physical therapy, with the injuries to his wrists still being present afterwards. Nakata made an unsuccessful return in the last tournament as he timed out on the rope climb, but this looked to be the tournament where he could get back to his prime. Anyway, the veterans were also joined by a Taiwan representative, rock climber Lee Yen-chi, who impressed all by clearing the stage on his debut. After all this success, we had reached our final 3 runners, beginning with Shingo Yamamoto, the only man to compete in every SASUKE tournament, faced with recent inconsistencies on the course. Determined to overcome these hurdles, with unwavering determination, he effortlessly conquered the first stage, leaving plenty of time on the clock. They always say that the best comes for last, and here we are, with the final 2 competitors of the tournament arguably considered the best in the show, Makoto Nagano and Katsumi Yamada. Nagano coming off a string of consistent performances, making it deep into stage 3. There was no doubt in anyone's mind that this man was the favorite to achieve total victory. And just like his fellow All-Stars before him, he would continue his journey to total victory by clearing stage 1 in impressive fashion. With Yamada preparing on the sidelines, there was finally a glimmer of hope that Yamada would finally end his streak of bad luck. Having declared retirement many times in the past, it was clear to all that this man lived for SASUKE. The people believed in him. His fellow All-Stars believed in him. It was just all down to him. Would the people's champion finally achieve the comeback he desired? As he embarked on his journey, Yamada put up an impressive performance in the first half of stage 1, taking down foes that had ended his dreams in the past. However, Yamada faced one final opponent that had haunted him in the past, the Warped Wall. He tried his best to defeat his nemesis. However, his best was just not enough, as by the time he completed the obstacle, it was too late. He had timed up. Disappointment filled the air. The All-Stars were devastated. He was disappointed, but just like before, despite his valiant effort, the show had to go on. As we moved on to the second stage, would our remaining All-Stars be able to put up a fight to avenge the fallen? The second stage saw some minor changes, as the Delta Bridge was removed and we saw the return of the balance tank, with the time limit returning to 65 seconds. And up first to tackle the gauntlet of speed was 16-year-old Kota Honma. He had spent 3 years trying to get to this point, and he was finally here. He had accomplished his ultimate goal of being the youngest ever clear in SASUKE history, and now it was time to see where he'd go from here. Unfortunately, Honma's inexperience proved fatal, as he would fail on the spider walk. Next, it was the turn of teacher Yuta Adachi, the number 2 qualifier from the trials. He would fare much better, clearing the stage with over 6 seconds left, which leads us into the first of our All-Stars, Bunpei Shiratori. After coming agonizingly close to the final stage in 2 consecutive tournaments, he was one of the favorites to take down the third stage this time around, but he'd have to get through a difficult stage 2 first. Luckily, Bunpei was much more experienced than ever, and even though he was 39 years old now, he'd continue to show that meant nothing to him as he'd clear with just under 10 seconds to go. Bunpei would have another try at the third stage. Third time lucky, perhaps. But not only were All-Stars clearing with ease, the new generation were also eager to make their mark. Decathlete Paul Anthony Tarek looked like he was in trouble early on, taking up a lot of time on the spider walk. It seemed like Tarek's 6'3" build was just too much for the course. With just 20 seconds left, Tarek still had 3 obstacles to go, but he didn't give up. He blazed through the balance tank, and when it came time for the medal spin, he didn't even hesitate and threw himself at it. And it paid off. 10 seconds left now. Just 3 walls separated this rookie from the third stage. And the walls were no match for all 90 kilograms of American grit as Tarek cleared with time to spare. But now, all eyes were on the new generation's shining star, Shinsuke Nagasaki. Coming hot off the heels of being the fastest Stage 1 clear, as well as 2 clears on this stage in a row. Many expected the 19-year-old to go toe-to-toe with the best all tournament long, and it's fair to say that the struggles of his debut run were long behind him when it came to the second stage. Obstacles that proved troublesome just 18 months before were easily dispatched, and Nagasaki too would clear, even beating the Klaxon. At just 19, the improvement Nagasaki was showing in such a short time hadn't been seen for a very long time. Everyone, especially the All-Stars, had gone from seeing Nagasaki as someone with a lot of potential to a potential threat to the All-Stars' long-lasting dominance and the beginning of a new era. The All-Stars had to respond quickly, and Toshihiro Takeda was just the man for the job, getting through the stage even faster than anyone before him, including Nagasaki. Not only setting the fastest time so far with almost 14 seconds left, but now Takeda had achieved an unprecedented 7 Stage 2 clears in a row, a record that would not be bested for another 15 years. 2 All-Stars had tried this stage, and 2 had beaten it. We were now on a streak of 5 consecutive clears, and Li Enchi is now hoping to make that tally 6. Unfortunately for him, the medal spin had other plans, as well for our veteran Koji Yamada, who had shockingly failed Stage 2 for the first time in his career. This put quite a bit of pressure on Daisuke Nakata, who was up next. Having seen his protege impress on this stage only a few runs prior, could Nakata follow in his footsteps, even with the injured wrists? Even though his wrist took a beating on the medal spin, where he almost lost his grip, Nakata held on and cleared the stage with just over 3 seconds. After Shingo Yamamoto joined his fellow All-Stars with a near flawless completion of the stage, our last runner was up. Makoto Nagano would always have his doubts about the second stage after his failure in SASUKE 15, where he shocked the entire crowd by losing his grip on the medal spin. Luckily, this would not be the case this tournament, as Nagano effortlessly cleared it, making a dominant walk through the wall lift, making it look so easy, and just like that, we had reached Stage 3. Our final 8 competitors stared down the seemingly unbeatable Stage 3, some thinking of their past mistakes, strategies on how they could overcome them, and most importantly, preparing them for the physical tests they would endure. Nobody had been able to clear this revamped Stage 3. Would this be the time someone finally breaks through? Well, as we started the stage, the results wouldn't be encouraging. Yuta Adachi, while so far having a great breakout tournament, would fall short on the body prop, as would, shockingly, Bunpei Shiratori, hailed as one of the favorites to win going into this tournament. A sudden lapse in concentration brought him down. Decathlete Paul Anthony Tarek would better the 2 competitors, but his massive build would get the best of him on the cliffhanger. And now, all eyes fell on the next runner, the teenager who was leading this new generation of stars, trampolinist Shinsuke Nagasaki. He had been here twice now, but both times the cliffhanger had taken him out. To train for SASUKE 17, Nagasaki built his own cliffhanger set in his garage and repeatedly practiced the obstacle to get better at it, something that many competitors now do today. And so far, Nagasaki's dedication was paying off, as he was quite possibly the strongest competitor all tournament long, testing even the All-Stars with his strength and speed on the course. Could a man who was just 10 years old at the start of this show's run be the one to take down the course? With his family, his mentor, and his fellow competitors watching, he would take to the course to begin his journey. Just 4 obstacles to go, and the next 2 were right in the gymnast's wheelhouse. He would make quick work of the jumping bars, and then the climbing bars. This was it. While it would be easy to think Nagasaki would be in the clear now, he was anything but. The Devil Balanco and Pipe Slider were quite possibly the biggest hurdle to overcome to the final stage. These 2 obstacles had bested the best in the show, whether it be Bunpei Shiratori, Shinji Kobayashi, Toshihiro Takeda, or even the great Makoto Nagano. Nobody was safe from their wrath. Was Nagasaki about to join the ranks of so close but yet so far too? He would make his move. He would slowly slide the pipe down to the end of the track, and now all that separated Nagasaki from the final stage was the jump. In the span of just 18 months, Shinsuke Nagasaki had emerged from being a last-minute replacement in SASUKE 14 to now being one step away from the peak of Mount Midoriyama. Was the dominance of the All-Stars in danger? And would it be taken down by just one teenager? And how would they respond? Well, it was over to Toshihiro Takeda to find out, as he would be our next runner. As mentioned before, despite making it 7 consecutive times on the 3rd stage, Takeda was still unable to clear it. He would continue to get close, grabbing the pipe slider in SASUKE 15, but his arms gave out and he fell into the water below. This was Takeda's last chance. He had to complete his goal. Throughout the run, he defeated every obstacle that claimed him in the past: body prop, cliffhanger, and even the Devil Balanco. All defeated. Takeda had made it on the pipe slider track for the first time since SASUKE 12. The finish line was in sight. Nagano cheered him on throughout his run, and was watching this thoroughly, hoping his good friend could finally achieve his goal. Takeda pushed through the track, reaching the end, staring down the dismount platform. Takeda took some swings. The bar slipped a bit. It doesn't matter. Takeda wouldn't give up. He took his final swings, jumped for the platform, and he missed. The crowd was dead silent. Everyone could hear the pipe hitting the track from Takeda's swing as he sunk into the water. Nagano fell to the ground, distraught, after thinking this would finally be the time his friend could join him on the final stage. In the following interview, Takeda thanked his biggest motivation for competing: his family. No matter how good he did or how much he improved, Takeda's family was always proud of him, and that's all that mattered in the end. Up next was Daisuke Nakata, who was having an incredible comeback after an injury. He had returned to his roots and was back on stage 3, and perhaps this would be the time he could. Tragically, Nakata would not be able to overcome the arm rings due to the pressure it put on his wrists, and his run would come to an unfortunate end. Shingo Yamamoto was up next, and similar to Takeda, he was hoping to make it past stage 3 once again. However, Shingo hadn't even made it past the cliffhanger since SASUKE 7, so he had a longer path on his way to victory. At first, his run seemed promising as he cruised through the arm rings, but just like Bunpei, Shingo suddenly slipped on the body prop, putting a swift end to his run. And just like that, it was up to Nagano to carry the torch for the All-Stars. If anyone could do it, it was Nagano. But could he? There was a ton of build-up for this final stage. The broadcast of this tournament showed every single attempt of the new final stage in a fluff piece. From Shingo's injury, to Jordan Jovchev's dispatch, to Kane Kasugi's last stand, and of course, the 3 attempts Nagano took. One close, one closer, and one only 0.11 seconds away from victory. That was still in the back of his mind, but no matter what, Nagano would win for his family and his All-Stars. However, our other finalist, Shinsuke Nagasaki, was up first. After a dominant performance throughout the entire tournament, clearing the 3 stages before him with ease, there was a genuine possibility that this 19-year-old could be our next champion. Shinsuke prepared himself at the bottom of the tower, pressing against the walls, and it began. Although he only made it 18 meters up, Shinsuke was applauded by the crowd. From being a nobody only 2 years ago, Nagasaki was now, in just 4 tournaments, a respected veteran of the show. One that could go even with the best of the best at just 19 years old. While that was satisfying in its own right, the crowd and the competitors were still holding their breath. Only 1 run remained. In yet another fluff piece, we saw every single last man standing from after Akiyama's win to now. Shingo, Yamada, Kane, Takeda, Kobayashi, Bunpei, and even Nagano himself. All of these competitors tried, but lost their battles to the course. But there was still hope, as Nagano still remained at the bottom of the tower, ready to take it on one more time. He walked up to the walls, applied some spray, same as always. Everything rested on the shoulders of this fisherman. The crowd began to go quiet, until dead silence was all that Nagano could hear. This was his moment. Everyone was sure of it. There's something immensely gratifying about seeing someone in a sport succeed after countless setbacks and failures. Seeing your favorite team or athlete finally overcome all the challenges they faced to reach the promised land is easily one of the most satisfying things any sports fan can ever go through. For example, there's the tale of the unlucky Chicago Cubs, who after countless decades of heartbreak and despair, finally won the World Series in 2016, ending a staggering 108-year drought from championship glory against the then Cleveland Indians, as well as the famous story of NASCAR legend Dale Earnhardt, who in 20 years of racing in the Daytona 500, during which he would finish second 4 times, would finally, after all the frustration and heartbreak that race gave him, win his first and only Daytona 500 in 1998. And how could we forget the trials and tribulations of one of football's greats in Argentina's Lionel Messi, who despite winning everything in sight in club football, had one trophy elude him all of his career, the biggest of all, the World Cup. 2014's edition in Brazil looked to finally be Messi and Argentina's year, but despite fighting their way through to the final, would suffer the most devastating of defeats to Germany in the final courtesy of an extra-time winner from Mario Götze. After an embarrassing defeat early in the 2018 World Cup, hopes that Messi would ever win a World Cup were beginning to fade, with him being 35 when the 2022 edition in Qatar would roll around. But when it finally came, Argentina came alive as well, coming off of their momentum from their 2021 Copa America win to once again have a date with destiny in the final. This time with a France team headed by Kylian Mbappe, who many considered their heir to Messi's throne in football. The game was an all-time legendary one, and after 120 minutes, which included 6 goals, iconic moments, and legendary saves, Argentina would prevail on penalties, finally giving them their long-awaited third World Cup, and Messi the ultimate prize he had been so long been waiting for. That's how it felt seeing Makoto Nagano achieve Kanzen Seiha in SASUKE 17. Despite an unprecedented 3 consecutive attempts at the final stage from 11 to 13, in the prime of his career, Nagano could not achieve the ultimate goal, coming agonizingly close each and every time. And after 3 tournaments of failing to return to the final to get his revenge, by SASUKE 17, you'd have to imagine questions were asked if the now 34-year-old Nagano would ever get that same chance again. Seeing how his fellow all-star and idol Katsumi Yamada had started his fall from grace in his mid-30s as well. Time was running out, and there was a sentiment going into SASUKE 17 that this was Nagano's final chance to achieve total victory, until either another all-star or a new star such as Kobayashi or Nagasaki would usurp him to that goal. And it seemed for a fleeting moment with the latter's third stage clear, that tournament that may be the scenario that plays out. But with Nagasaki's eventual defeat to the tower, it really seemed like there was nothing that was going to stop Nagano from hitting that buzzer. And that's the exact mood his run set. He was absolutely perfect every second. No stutters like SASUKE 12. No swaying rope like SASUKE 13. No matter what, he was going to do it. And when he did, it was like all the failures and frustration of the 6 years that came before had vanished. Nagano no longer had to prove anything to anyone. He was Sasuke's champion, and nobody could ever take that away from him. But as celebrations would last throughout the off-season for Nagano's victory, the course would undergo a change that nobody, not even our all-stars, could ever imagine possible. Now that this era of Sasuke had finally been taken down, it was once again back to the drawing board for the producers when it came to Sasuke's course. With how dominant the All-Stars had been in recent tournaments, clearing stages 1 to 3 with ease in nearly every single tournament, something had to change with the course. Otherwise, it would be a matter of time before they conquered the course again. And so, Shin-SASUKE would begin to take shape. The production team wanted not only renewal of the course, but one that would be so ferocious, difficult, and demanding of the competitors that they were confident that they could create a course that would eliminate all 100 competitors in a tournament by just the first stage. Many concepts for obstacles were drawn up and considered, including a cut-early precursor to the double-worked wall, which had 2 walls stacked on top of one another. Never change, Higuchi. Never change. The final concepts were tested, and slowly but surely the course would begin to take its final shape. And when it was finally time for our heroes to return to the course for SASUKE 18, nobody could have imagined how different the show would be from the one they just knew 5 months before. Every inch of the first stage was brand new. Gone were the days of classic obstacles such as the quintuple steps, rolling log, and jump hang. In their place were the all-new rope glider, log grip, and jumping spider. The jumping spider especially seemed to be the most intimidating of all the obstacles. You take the trampoline aspect of the jump hang, Stage 1's former centerpiece obstacle, and the panels of the spider walk, Stage 2's centerpiece, and you get the jumping spider. It was already hard enough to get in between spider walk's walls already. But to jump from a trampoline right into it was a whole other challenge our stars had to face. But before anyone could attempt the course, a special way to decide the run order was to be done first. While before the run order was based on previous results and athletic reputation, now SASUKE 18's run order would be decided by a 1,200-meter run around a track at the Midoriyama lot, with the highest finishers having the opportunity to pick whatever bib they wanted, 100 included. It was a tough race, but number 100 ended up going to none other than Ryota Kume? Oh, he's a marathon runner. Well, that checks out. The first of our notable competitors to complete the race was Shinsuke Nagasaki, claiming number 97. A very fitting number for him after his incredible performance in the last tournament. Yamada claimed number 73. Our new grand champion Nagano went right behind Shinsuke at number 96, and Bunpei right behind Nagano with number 95. Despite this new course though, the theme remained the same. It was still one for all to take home the glory. The first few obstacles annihilated all of our new faces, especially the rope glider, which seemed to have an unsolvable strategy. Results slightly improved, but now it was the jumping spider's turn to claim foes. Its first group of failures most notably included Lee En-chi, the pro rock climber who made it to stage 2 last tournament, and the stage overall also claimed longtime veteran Shinji Kobayashi, and even the Kunoichi Grand Champion Ayako Miyake, both failing to create any sort of impact on the course. However, there was still a ton of optimism from the competitors. Optimism that would be capitalized on by number 60, the younger brother of Shinsuke Nagasaki, Takamasa Nagasaki. As the producers conceptualized this renewal, Shinsuke began to take his brother under his wing, training him on different obstacles, and now he'd be making his debut on the course. Takamasa started off strong, defeating the first 3 obstacles that eliminated so many before him. Then, he'd follow it up by cracking the jumping spider, joining the few so far who had cleared it. He sped through the next 2 obstacles, the bungee bridge and Great Wall, to then make it to the flying chute, which only one person had cleared so far. Takamasa slid down the chute, grabbed the rope, and swung to the net behind him. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, it looked like we were going to see our first success of the day. He took on the final obstacle, the rope ladder, where you had to swing from a platform onto a net ladder and scale it up to the top. Despite being much more of a time waster than the rope climb, Takamasa prevailed and became the first clear of the Shin-SASUKE era. The crowd rejoiced, the All-Stars celebrated, and Shinsuke was proud of his younger brother for clearing on his first go. Perhaps both Nagasakis could dominate this new course. Either way, this confidence booster came at the perfect time, as our next runner was one of our beloved All-Stars, the gas station manager we all know and love, Shingo Yamamoto. Shingo's consistency could not be denied, and despite the spike in difficulty this course provided, there was a clear expectation that Yamamoto and the rest of the All-Stars would be able to deal with the new challenges with ease. Especially for Yamamoto, as the one obstacle that had recently felled him on stage 1, the jump hang, was absent. Everything seemed to be smooth sailing for Shingo throughout the first half of the course. He was making good time and cleared the new jumping spider with little problems. It seemed like no matter what you threw at the All-Stars, they would always find a way to. Shingo's fail came as a sobering reminder to all who were left to run the course. Nobody was invincible on these obstacles, and failure could come at any time. Despite the success of Takamasa just one run prior, Shingo's fail seemed to set us right back to square one, as in the next 25 runs, only one person, motocross star and Sasuke 17 Trials winner Yuji Washimi, managed to clear. However, during taping, Toshihiro Takeda would unexpectedly show up, surprising many who thought they had seen the last of him after Sasuke 17. Despite not having a bib, the producers decided to allow the All-Star to run the course anyway after the 86th runner. From being down and out just 5 months ago, Takeda was back, and he meant business. With little knowledge of the course and presumably no exposure to any of the test runs, Takeda took his position at the start line and set off to prove his family right. And whether it was his family spurring him on, his established skill, or maybe even dumb luck, Takeda looked as comfortable as ever on the course, managing to become our 3rd clear of the day with 8.9 seconds left, marking his 8th consecutive clear on the first stage. The All-Stars may be 2 generations old now, but their quality could not be denied. Sasuke 18 also marked the debut of a competitor that, while a nobody now, may become a bit more important later on. As Sasuke was now approaching 10 years old, many people who had grown up watching the show were now old enough to start competing themselves, and one teenage superfan looking to make his mark on the course was 15-year-old Yusuke Morimoto. Morimoto had been a superfan of the show since Sasuke 3, and inspired by Katsumi Yamada's legendary run that tournament, became hooked and determined to one day appear on the show. and 8 years later, he finally got his wish. But this young man was no pushover. He had shown his class already earlier that day, beating out many established stars to be one of the first few finishers in the 1200-meter race, awarding him number 91. Yusuke started off strong, determined to become the youngest ever Stage 1 clear, and was making good time when he reached the jumping spider. However, Morimoto's inexperience and youth would eventually be his undoing, as he failed the jumping spider. This won't be the last time we'll hear from the young superfan. 94 runs in, and only 3 people had managed to clear this course, one of the lowest ratios we'd seen in a long time. Luckily, it was now the time of the real stars of the show, as more All-Stars were now preparing to run. And up next was the ever-reliable Bunpei Shiratori. Despite him being 39 now and this being a new course, Bunpei had made a reputation for himself at this point for being very comfortable in new situations, always giving a great account of himself even in new stages or facing obstacles. This would continue to be proven right as he got through the stage, clearing the first 3 obstacles in very good time. And although the jumping spider had taken out many competitors so far, if there was any obstacle suited for Bunpei, it would be this one. He'd stick the landing on the obstacle and would make his way through. Remember what I said about this course being unforgiving? This was something nobody could see coming. From Sasuke 11 to Sasuke 17, Bunpei had never failed the first stage once, a record that had only been bested by Toshihiro Takeda at that point. But was Father Time finally starting to catch up with the hero of Imba? We wouldn't be able to answer that for now, as a more important run lay ahead. Makoto Nagano, Sasuke's newest grand champion, stepped up to the starting platform of Stage 1. All eyes were on the captain of the Kompiuramaru. He had been solidified as Sasuke's number 1 competitor. However, it's important to remember what happened to Akiyama. In Sasuke 6, Akiyama succumbed to the pressure, failing the jump hang, which stumped him for 3 tournaments in a row. Think about Yamada, of how close he came to victory, but after that point he would slowly decline into being no more than a continuous Stage 1 fail. Would he have that same fate? There is only one way to find out. Well, in one swift run, Nagano would prove the doubters wrong. He breezed through the completely renewed course, making every obstacle look like child's play, clearing the stage with over 23 seconds left. It was now clear that no matter what was thrown at Nagano, he could overcome it. The crowd would continue to be uplifted as Nagano's fellow finalist Shinsuke Nagasaki, still only 19, took to the course right after, also dominating and joining his brother Takamasa in Stage 2. Finally, Shinsuke was followed by a name you might remember, Kenji Takahashi. You remember him, right? The delivery man from Sasuke 7? Well, he's back, and he's better than ever. Kenji actually made another appearance in Sasuke 16, where he would make it to the cliffhanger, but fail it once again. Could this be the time he could get his revenge? That is, if the cliffhanger was even still there. Well, despite Takahashi's sporadic appearance record, his class seemed to be permanent, as he too would clear the course with time to spare. As for our last 2 runners, the people who got the highest 2 numbers from the race, well, yeah, let's just move on to Stage 2. Our 6 remaining competitors trudged along to Stage 2, with 5 of the 6 obstacles being brand new. Similar to Stage 1, some of these were hits, the others being misses. The 2 most notable parts were that 1, the only obstacle that remained intact was the metal spin. Of course, the one Stage 2 obstacle that actually caused Nagano some trouble. And 2, the introduction of a revolutionary Stage 2 obstacle, the Salmon Ladder. The obstacle involved the person hanging onto a bar and getting momentum to propel themselves up 7 sets of rungs. This caused the most question for our competitors, with Takeda's interview being the funniest. Either way, it was up to these 6 to carry the tournament, and up first was Takamasa Nagasaki. Takamasa made it past the first obstacle, the downhill jump, which had him balance on a small sled heading down a track, and then making a jump to a rope, leading him to the platform. Next up was the dreaded Salmon Ladder. He struggled immediately, as numerous times up his ascent the bar would go askew. By the 3rd rung, it seemed like Takamasa had found a rhythm, until once he landed the 6th rung, where his backwards momentum made him lose his grip on the bar, and Takamasa fell into the water below. Despite a solid first attempt, it seemed this Salmon Ladder was going to be tough to beat, and the next person to give it a go was Yuji Washimi. Washimi had an equal attempt as Takamasa, as while the bar did not go askew, he struggled to propel the bar up, and on the jump from the 5th to 6th rung, the bar fell back to the 5th rung, and the impact made Washimi lose his grip, sealing his fate. 2 down, 4 to go. But up next was our firefighter all-star, Toshihiro Takeda. After 7 Stage 2 clears in a row previously, there was an assumption that despite the new changes, Takeda would be the one to find the breakthrough and get back to the 3rd stage. However, in shocking fashion, even he would fall victim to the Salmon Ladder. Only 3 competitors remain now, and just 1 all-star in Makoto Nagano. The pressure was on our final 3 to ensure that this tournament saw a 3rd stage, and up first was Nagano himself. Having seen all 3 competitors before him fall victim to the Salmon Ladder, including his fellow all-star in Takeda, you can't help but imagine Nagano was just beginning to feel the pressure a bit, and that pressure was immediately apparent once he began his run. Nagano was already in trouble, having almost flown off the platform from the downhill jump, a mistake that normally would be uncharacteristic of someone as flawless on the course as Nagano was. And while he would start to make it up the Salmon Ladder with ease, he was now coming up to that 7th rung that had just taken out Takeda. Nagano would make his swing end. Oh no. He had landed the bar at an angle, with one side at the 7th rung and the other at the 6th. With how high the elevation between the 6th and 7th rung was, it seemed like for a moment that Nagano would become the 4th victim of the Salmon Ladder. Thankfully, this is Makoto Nagano we're talking about. Nagano would bounce back from this challenge and get through the rest of the stage with ease, clearing the new final obstacle in the shoulder walk with ease and hitting the buzzer with 13 seconds to spare. On a course expected to defeat all 100 competitors in the first stage, we now had someone in the 3rd. And even more embarrassing for the producers, Nagano wasn't alone, as the new generation in Nagasaki and Takahashi were in hot pursuit, both having little trouble with the all-new 2nd stage. Nagasaki would avenge his brother's defeat on the Salmon Ladder and reach the 3rd stage for the 4th time in a row, and Takahashi would too overcome the Salmon Ladder and clear with a course record of 26.9 seconds left, leaving us with 3 people left to tackle the 3rd stage, and whatever new foes they come across there. Our final 3 had faced many new challenges this tournament, from the rope glider, to the jumping spider, to the flying chute, to the Salmon Ladder. All seemed undefeatable at first glance, yet these 3 athletes prevailed. However, that same feeling of uncertainty was felt by everyone as Stage 3 was revealed. Half of the obstacles were from the past: arm rings, arm bike, and the jumping bars and climbing bars. The new ones range from inconsequential, like the curtain slider, to jaw-dropping like the spider flip. But the biggest change of all was the new cliffhanger, the Shin cliffhanger. The first transition seemed like the usual cliffhanger transition, but the second ledge was slanted upwards. After that, the transition to the 3rd ledge was downwards with a steep decline from the 2nd ledge. Despite the insane reveal of this obstacle, our 3 survivors blocked out all the noise, like they had done before, and up first was our champion, Makoto Nagano. While he was used to being the last man standing, this time it was his turn to be the guinea pig. Through the first set of obstacles, Nagano flew through, as he always had, but he came to a pause once he reached the Shin cliffhanger. He took to it, moving from the first to second ledge smoothly, and made his way to the top of the second. Nagano tried to get some momentum, but it seemed to be of no avail. It could have been because of how he was used to the transitions on the cliffhanger Kai. Either way, Nagano took to the jump and he made it! On just his first go, Nagano had cleared the brand new cliffhanger. I mean, come on. Could anything stop this man? As shown by the run, Nagano's left hand grabbed the hold for the ledge, which was above the ledge itself. This could have been out of panic, as he most likely did not have the momentum to grab the ledge with both hands. Either way, it seemed nobody else caught it, but Nagano himself knew, and when he got to the platform, he withdrew himself from the tournament. This further proves Nagano's sportsmanship and integrity to the show, and despite his fail, he still put on an amazing performance for this renewal tournament. With Nagano's failure, it was all up to the last two survivors remaining, with established veteran and new star of the show Shinsuke Nagasaki ready to take on the course. He made it to the final stage last time around, and he was determined to have his date with destiny once again. Just like his fellow competitor before him, he was able to breeze through the first half of the third stage, but his run would reach an impasse as he reached the new cliffhanger. Having witnessed Nagano struggle on it, he was determined to not repeat the same mistakes that he did. He reached the same point, but instead of trying to jump for the ledge, Nagasaki tried to reach across with his right arm and hold it together with his left arm. Sadly, the strategy didn't pay off, as he lost his grip trying to move his left arm and fell into the water. It was now up to Takahashi to carry the torch and avenge the fallen. Unfortunately, his run was identical to the previous two attempts. He got to the same jump on the cliffhanger, tried to jump to the third ledge, but lost his grip, ending our first Shin-SASUKE tournament. Overall, while the course dominated throughout, with new changes defeating even the strongest of competitors, it was still a success for our All-Stars and veterans, and if they could improve, things were looking up for Shin-SASUKE. September 19th, 2007. Sasuke is about to air its 19th tournament. It's a sunny day at the Midoriyama lot, and 100 contestants are eager to take on the renewed course. There's a fair bit of optimism in the air, as the results of the previous tournament just 6 months prior surprised Hold on. Wait a minute. This sounds all too familiar. We've been here before, haven't we? September 19th. You wouldn't think that just a year ago, the All-Stars all failing Stage 1 would have been considered unthinkable. But it happened. For the first time ever, it happened. SASUKE 19 also ended up being the only tournament where nobody could get past the second stage, with Yuji Washimi and Koji Yamada failing the salmon ladder. Not only that, but SASUKE 19 was so ferocious, even our new generation couldn't take advantage of the All-Stars' peril. Kenji Takahashi would fall victim to the hardened jumping spider, and, in arguably one of the most shocking runs of the tournament, even Shinsuke Nagasaki, the front man of this new generation, who up until this point had never failed the first stage, fell victim to the flying chute and was eliminated, something that would shock even Makoto Nagano upon reaction. Most heartbreakingly of all, this would mark Shinsuke Nagasaki's last appearance for the next 6 years. Someone who was hailed as the leader of a new generation would now be gone, and, for now at least, it was unclear who would take up the mantle in his place and challenge the All-Stars' dominance. Maybe the producers would have to look somewhere else, more specifically, overseas. After the devastation that was SASUKE 19, Nobody came into this tournament as the favorite. It didn't matter who you were, a rookie, a veteran, or even an all-star. You couldn't take the course for granted. Sasuke 20 kept most of the course the same, with the increased difficulty from 19 remaining intact, meaning everyone had to bring their A-game to revive hope for the Shin-SASUKE era. Luckily, nobody could influence the crowd more than number 1901, Kazuhiko Akiyama. That's right, the crab fisherman was making his debut on Shin-SASUKE, hoping to put on the best show he could. And honestly, he stuck to his promise, clearing the jumping spider, which was honestly shocking given his lack of experience on it and his eyesight. Despite the fact that he would fail the very next obstacle, the half-pipe attack, Akiyama made a strong first impression in this new era. After this, we were back to our regularly scheduled programming, fail after fail after fail. It seemed that our rookies or regulars really hadn't improved from the last tournament, and this was the expectation going into number 1924, Yoshiyuki Yokoyama's run. A track athlete and a father of two, soon to be the next addition to Stage 1's list of fails. Okay, he made it through the first 3 obstacles. Sure, whatever, but I bet the jumping spider takes him out. Oh, he stuck the landing. Good job, man. I'm sure the half-pipe attack will give you a rude awake. Oh, he's on the warped wall. Well, nobody has made it past the wall yet, so surely this guy won't. Wait, he could clear. Okuyama slid down the flying chute with just under 40 seconds, and he just hung onto the rope and grabbed the net to beat the obstacle. He got onto the rope ladder with just about 20 seconds. Is this happening? The unbeatable Stage 1 from last time, almost the exact same, and with 7.3 seconds to spare? The 37-year-old sprinter had cleared it. This electrified the crowd, and maybe even restored faith that even a regular could beat this seemingly impossible stage. Was the field able to capitalize on this? Well, no. For the next 65 runs, we would not see a single clear. I'll go over the most notable results from different groups. The first group of competitors were the Sasuke 20 Trials representatives. All of them failed, including someone you might recognize now, Kaitaro Yamamoto. The next group were our returning veterans or all-stars. Shingo Yamamoto received number 1981, as despite his previous 2 fails on the first stage, Shingo was still held in high regard as an all-star. However, that was beginning to be put into question as he would once again fail the stage, this time on the half-pipe attack, as he lost his balance on the landing platform. Naoki Ikitani would return as well, hoping to get back to his former stage of glory, but he would join the growing list of jumping spider fails. Shinji Kobayashi would return after a 1-tournament absence, but he would also be claimed by the jumping spider. Finally, Kenji Takahashi, one of our 3 survivors in Sasuke 18, would fail the first stage again on the flying chute, making everyone question if his run 2 tournaments ago was just another fluke. Our third and final group, though, is where things started to get interesting. The Americans. Overseas, a channel under the name of G4 began to broadcast Sasuke tournaments and adapt them to an American audience. The connection eventually became so strong that G4 was permitted to send 2 Americans to Japan in Sasuke 19 through a trial show called American Ninja Challenge. The 2 winners were Colin Bell and Brett Sims, and both failed the jumping spider. Brett Sims would be invited back to this tournament, and he would get farther, but he'd still be beaten by the first stage, this time on the warped wall. As for our 2 new challengers, they were none other than freerunners Brian Orozco and Levi Muhlenberg. Brian ran much earlier in the tournament and put on an electrifying performance. Unfortunately, he'd fail at the very end of the flying chute, missing the net. And now we reach where we left off. Number 1989, as our final American representative, Levi, was ready to take on the course. He was treated to a great cheer from the crowd, a passionate introduction from our announcer, and he was off. Through each obstacle, Levi would demonstrate his skill and how his parkour helped him to adapt to the course. He conquered every obstacle with ease, and the crowd was in complete awe. All we were waiting for was a foreigner? It seemed that way, as Levi would clear the stage with 16 seconds left, in a perfect run on all accords. It felt and seemed like an eternity, but the clear drought was finally over. With Levi's impressive and captivating performance, was this a sign of the tide turning in favor of our competitors? With an impressive roster remaining in the likes of the remaining All-Stars and Pro Sportsman 2008 champion Daisuke Miyazaki, surely one of them would rise to the occasion. The 90s kicked off with Shinsuke Nagasaki's brother, Takamasa Nagasaki. He certainly had success on his mind as he was able to breeze and navigate himself through the beginning of Stage 1 as he did in the previous tournaments. However, his struggles began at the dreaded Warped Wall, an obstacle he had faced and completed in the past. He fought a tough battle against the obstacle and was victorious, only to face the cruel twist of fate. He timed out just as he was heading to the final obstacle. Just like that, it seemed as if the momentum that Levi's clear generated was buried in that moment. The hope and excitement that Levi's achievement had sparked turned into a mix of despair and worry, a familiar feeling we've felt before. Following Takamasa's fail, Midoriyama would strike back against our heroes, sending those who attempted into the water. Even Jordan Jovchev, a Sasuke finalist in the past, was rejected by the brutal Warped Wall. There was still chance, however, as the world's strongest firefighter and all-star Toshihiro Takeda was up next. He was the first of the remaining all-stars to attempt the course, and just like we saw earlier with Takamasa, he was able to breeze through the early half of Stage 1. However, history always finds a way to repeat itself, and Takeda found himself on the unfortunate side of it as he would waste too much time on the flying chute, and as a result, he would time out on the rope ladder. Although he made it further than he did in the previous tournament, the feeling of failure and despair remained. Ultimately, it was all in the hands of the last two All-Stars. The first of the final two All-Stars to attempt the course was the man who lived for Sasuke, Katsumi Yamada. Now on a 5-year clear drought, he was determined to put that behind him and at last conquer his demons that have haunted him for so long. However, in an identical fashion to the previous tournament, Yamada would become victim to the jumping spider for the second time in a row. Disappointment and heartbreak was in the air. 4 All-Stars had attempted the course and none of them were successful in their attempts. It was now all up to the reigning Grand Champion and the leader of the All-Stars, Makoto Nagano. While hope remained alive, there was also an element of fear and doubt. Nagano had been hospitalized for a month with an illness prior to the tournament. While he was medically cleared to compete, it seemed as if he was not 100% yet. Combined with the immense pressure of carrying the All-Star's name on his shoulders, how would he fare with all of these factors in mind? His run began and he immediately showed the world who he was. He was the reigning Sasuke Grand Champion, the King of Kings, the greatest of all time. He put up an amazing comeback performance, as he would finally get his revenge on the flying chute and clear Stage 1 in impressive fashion, carrying the honor and name of the All-Stars into Stage 2. While there was more of a hopeful spirit from the crowd now, let's look at it like this. There were still only 3 competitors left, and while one of them was our Grand Champion, we saw what happened last tournament on the Salmon Ladder. Anything can happen. Up first was sprinter Yoshiyuki Okuyama. Okuyama had the least expectations coming into the stage. As compared to a speedy American and our Grand Champion, he didn't seem all too promising. That being said though, he survived this long where 97 others could not, so he clearly earned his spot here, and his family and fellow competitors hoped his success could continue. Okuyama would make quick work of the downhill jump, but now he'd reached the Salmon Ladder, the obstacle that ended Sasuke 19 in a slow, painful death. But this time, Okuyama flew up the Salmon Ladder, showing no signs of slowing down. Levi was nodding his head, which turned into happiness once Okuyama had reached the top. It seemed that our worries of a Stage 2 blackout were over. That moment of joy had ended just as quickly as when it had begun. As Okuyama hopped the bar up to the next obstacle, the stick slider, he quickly lost control of it and the bar fell off the tracks, leaving Okuyama to plunge into the water. Despite his amazing breakout run, Okuyama's fail allowed the feelings of stress to creep back in. We had 2 competitors left, and our first one up was Levi Muhlenberg. Nobody had known Levi before this tournament, but his Stage 1 run immediately put him on the map. While most were holding out hopes for Nagano, there was still a belief that Levi could join him on the 3rd stage. Like Okuyama, Levi would breeze through the first 2 obstacles, and everyone held their breath when he jumped the bar onto the stick slider. But he would do it! Levi was now in uncharted territory since 2 tournaments ago. He would dominate on the admittedly very easy new obstacle, the swing ladder, and would get an amazing jump on the metal spin, leading him to clear the stage with an incredible 38.5 seconds left. And just like that, the seemingly unbeatable stages 1 and 2 had been defeated by a foreigner. With this in mind, everyone was now raised in spirits, and ready for Nagano to join his American ally in the next stage. With him overcoming his Stage 1 demons, surely nothing could get in Nagano's way now. Nobody knew what just happened. The crowd was shocked. Levi was disappointed. The All-Stars were completely baffled. But like always, all Nagano could do was laugh. He emerged from the water, laughing, thinking, damn, I really just failed that, didn't I? Perfectly content with how his tournament had ended. This just demonstrates why Nagano is so beloved. No matter what result he gets, he'll always find the good in it. With that, we only had 1 competitor left for Stage 3, the American Levi Muhlenberg. While Stages 1 and 2 fit almost perfectly for Levi's strengths, being speed and footwork, the true test for him would come at Stage 3, which was all upper body. Knowing this, Levi went into the stage satisfied with how far he'd come, hoping he could help uncover the new final stage. It was no longer about competition, it was about stopping the course. Only further proven by when Levi got to the Kudari Lamp Grasper, as he would receive advice from Nagano and Takeda on the sidelines of the proper grip for the obstacle. If you had told fans of the early Sasuke tournaments that our All-Stars would join forces with an American foreigner, they would have laughed in your face. But now, it was the glue holding this tournament together, as Levi would clear that obstacle, as well as the following one, the Devil Steps. This would take Levi to the unstoppable Shin cliffhanger. Could this be the day that someone defeats it? Levi would make his way through the first ledge, traverse to the second, and make it to the top. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Levi Muhlenberg versus the last transition. Who would come out on top? He got some momentum and went for the jump. Despite his best efforts, Levi had met his match at the cliffhanger, ending our 20th anniversary tournament on a similar note to 18. An improvement from the last tournament for sure, but not much closer to victory. And with our All-Stars seemingly stuck on the first stage, would anyone rise to the occasion, or would a spark reignite the old flame? The next tournament would be crucial for the All-Stars to turn things around, with 2 underwhelming tournaments in a row under their belt. With the success of Levi Muhlenberg last time around, the decision was made to invite 3 more American competitors to join Levi in this tournament. Stuntwoman Lucy Romberg, gymnast Mark Whitmer, and professional freerunner Brian Orozco, who all qualified with Levi through American Ninja Challenge 3. With their impressive backgrounds, it would be a curiosity to see if these Americans could potentially pose a threat to the All-Stars. But ultimately, the deciding factor would come at the course. Also traveling with the ANC 3 competitors were hosts of the G4 program Attack of the Show, Kevin Pereira and Olivia Munn, who were invited due to the commercial success of the Ninja Warrior dubs on the network. Munn would be the first to run the course, and would fail early on the quad steps, and Pereira wouldn't fare much better, only making it to the log grip. While entertaining, the audience would be more concerned as to how the real competitors would do. And first up for the American team would be Lucy Romberg. Lucy continued to boost America's success in Sasuke, as she became the first woman to beat the jumping spider. While she'd failed the very next obstacle, it was still an incredible feat to be accomplished on Japanese soil by an American. While the next American, Mark Whitmer, would not fare as well as he failed the log grip, people were still fired up to see the top 2 Americans compete later on. Before Whitmer's run though, we had some new blood attack the course, our SASUKE 21 Trials winners. And just like our Trials people from last time, everyone would unfortunately fall victim to the first stage. However, there were some notable competitors from this group, some of whom you'll be hearing about later in this video. While the results were overall better than the SASUKE 20 Trials representatives, they still had yet to make an impact. Luckily, another foreigner would make a surprise return, Taiwan rock climber Lee Yen-chi. He made his first appearance since SASUKE 18 and would pick up right where he left off, defeating the jumping spider and going on to defeat the entire first stage. Unfortunately, the next 20 run did not give us much success, but number 71 would give us our first All-Star run from Shingo Yamamoto. After 3 stage 1 fails in a row, Shingo is hoping to finally make it back to the second stage, reminding everyone of why he's an All-Star. The run started out strong as he defeated the jumping spider and half-pipe attack, 2 obstacles that took him out in the past, and was able to scale the warped wall with time. With only 2 obstacles to go, Shingo is looking on pace to finally claim victory. But tragedy struck, and when Shingo grabbed the rope for the flying chute, he would miss the net, and lost all momentum. This would leave him dangling with no hope, and he'd eventually let go, ending his comeback run, making our gas station manager fall deeper and deeper into a hole of mediocrity. This would sting even more as our next notable runner, Brian Orozco, would get his revenge on the flying chute, while electrifying the crowd with an insanely close climb up the rope ladder to clear the stage with just 0.6 seconds left. While everyone was proud of Brian, especially his American friends, our All-Stars and the Japanese field in general were being outshined by the foreigners. However, we would be met by another unexpected return right after. Suddenly, number 83 would step up to the plate, Bunpei Shiratori. Shiratori had sat out of SASUKE 20, and the reason for this was because of the long-standing chronic back injury that Shiratori had been suffering from. While he could normally fight through the pain for SASUKE, at 41 years old, that prospect was beginning to fade with time. Having failed the first stage 2 consecutive times for the first time in his SASUKE career, Bunpei would have to do what he always did, channel his inner fighting spirit and overcome the odds. No matter what you throw at Bunpei Shiratori, he always will find a way to overcome it and succeed. Despite looking very exhausted throughout his run, Shiratori pushed through and managed to clear with 3.69 seconds remaining. While great to see, the All-Stars would need to demonstrate a lot more to show the fans that they were still contenders. Before the rest of them ran, however, the course saw some success, although limited. Daisuke Nakata returned for the first time since SASUKE 17, and while the memory of his tragic arm rings fail 2 years before was still fresh on everyone's mind, it seemed like Nakata would put these concerns to rest, looking like he never left, easily clearing the stage with 4 seconds. Despite the absence of his protege Nagasaki, Nakata never lost any of his spark for SASUKE. Along with Nakata, rookie Tomohiro Matsunaga would make an instant impact by being the first person that day to beat the klaxon, clearing with over 10 seconds remaining. With 5 clears in 91 runs, and still plenty of great competitors to come, it finally seemed like the competitors were coming to grips with this hellish course. However, with triumph also came turbulation. Once again, Kenji Takahashi would fail to replicate the success he had in SASUKE 18, failing the jumping spider, while SASUKE veteran Naoki Ikitani would join the long list of people who failed the flying chute that day. With that, we now came to our third All-Star of the day, Katsumi Yamada. And let's just say, he wasn't in optimal condition for this tournament. With tape across his shoulders and legs, it was obvious that Yamada was suffering from some sort of injury. But to Yamada, that was a non-issue, as his passion and drive to compete in SASUKE would take more importance. Could Yamada, even at an injured state, manage to finally return to the second stage? Yamada was already limping after clearing the sextuple steps, which wasn't a great sign. It was clear something was very wrong with Yamada, and that he arguably shouldn't even be on the course right now. Nevertheless, he continued, beating the log grip and pole maze, and coming face to face with his nemesis, the jumping spider. He'd take his jump and stick it. He'd pause for a while before continuing on, and when he reached the end, he'd collapse onto the platform, clearly in pain. Now, in any normal scenario, it would be the rationale and correct call to stop this run and pull Yamada out of the competition. This man's body isn't up for the task this time, and if he had any dignity remaining, he'd quit here before he hurt himself more. Unfortunately, this is Katsumi Yamada we're talking about here. Okay, on he goes to the half-pipe attack, and by some divine miracle he's cleared it. But by this point he's almost completely ran out of time. After one half-hearted attempt at the wall, his agonizing run comes to an end. While Yamada's drive to win Sasuke was often honorable, runs like this and many like it show the darker side to Yamada's obsession. He would do absolutely anything to get closer to his goal, and even if that was at the cost of his physical condition, so be it. Yamada would need to rethink his strategy if he wanted any chance of ever clearing the first stage again. After that run, it was the turn of handball player Daisuke Miyazaki. Miyazaki competed in the last tournament, but failed stage 1 via the half-pipe attack. He was back for revenge, and managed to get it, beating the half-pipe attack and then some, managing to become our 6th clear of the day, although just barely. 3 competitors to go, and up next was Takeda. Like Bunpei before him, Takeda has just come off of failing stage 1 2 times in a row, a first for him. And although his run was encouraging, Shiratori's condition was a concern and it was unclear how far he could go with his age and injuries. It was up to Takeda to turn it around and give the All-Stars the shot in the arm they needed to get back to their best. And while time was his enemy in the past 2 tournaments, it wouldn't even be a concern for our firefighter this time around, as he turned back the clock, defeating obstacles that previously caused him trouble and clearing with the fastest time so far. 2 All-Stars in the second stage was a sight we hadn't seen since Sasuke 18, and with the best still to come, was a comeback on the cards? Before we could answer that question, the last of our Americans was up, the hero of Sasuke 20, Levi Muhlenberg. Proving he was no flash in the pan, Levi would even manage to better his own impressive breakout run, clocking by far the fastest time on the course so far with over 21 seconds left, 6 seconds faster than Takeda. This run exemplified everything that made Levi such a likable competitor during this era. Not only was he near flawless throughout his run, his trademark flair also came out, with him performing various parkour tricks such as flips and rolls throughout his run, something that would be welcomed by everyone, except the All-Stars. 1 run to go, and this was an important one. Makoto Nagano had never had this poor of a run in his career since his first couple of tournaments. It was unheard of before this era that his last 2 performances could have ended as early as they did. But if anyone was to turn around a bad patch like this, it'd be him, right? Well, in case you ever had any doubt, Nagano proved to everyone that day just why he was a Sasuke champion. With 9 brave souls advancing to the second stage, and 3 of them being Sasuke All-Stars, at last it finally seemed as if the tide was finally turning in favor of our heroes. The second stage, being almost identical to the previous tournament, sparked excitement and optimism. Given Levi's success last time, there was no doubt that he could guide and lead the competitors into the third stage. However, the attention was on the All-Stars. How would they fare this time? Would they be able to live up to the expectations of their name? Only time would tell. With 80 seconds on the clock, Lee and Chi would begin the journey for our competitors. Lee showcased resilience from the very first stage, carrying that spirit into the second stage. But despite his valiant efforts, he was eliminated by the challenging time limit, as he timed out on the wall lift. Once again, Midoriyama's wrath started to creep in. Following Lee's failure, the next competitor would do no better, as American representative Brian Orozco became the newest victim of the dreaded salmon ladder. However, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the stage welcomed back a familiar face. Making his return to the second stage after a 3-tournament clear drought and being the first member of the All-Stars to tackle the stage, it was now time for the comeback of Bunpei Shiratori. Prepared for the task at hand, Bunpei had even constructed his own salmon ladder in his background, setting the stage for an epic battle between him and the second stage. Could Bunpei finish his story and his journey for total victory? That journey began now.
さあ日本人白鳥文平が行きます。オートバランスをからしてしまった。
However, as soon as the journey began, he would immediately be rejected by the demons of Midoriyama. In a comedic twist of fate, his run was over almost as soon as it began. He slipped onto his back and fell into the water, prompting even Daisuke Miyazaki to burst into laughter and amusement. His fellow All-Stars were shocked and disappointed in Bunpei's unexpected misstep. However, as we've seen time and time again, the show must go on. The pressure and expectation to succeed was mounting onto our competitors. While we had seen tragic failures and close calls so far, would the king of trampoline, Daisuke Nakata, rise to the occasion? As soon as his run would begin, just like in a similar fashion to Bunpei's run, tragedy would strike. He would re-injure his wrists while dismounting the downhill jump, a clear limitation to Nakata's abilities as he would struggle to even get onto the salmon ladder. In a heartbreaking and tragic fashion, Daisuke Nakata would get swallowed up by the salmon ladder. Luck was certainly not on our hero's side today, as even an Olympic medalist in Tomohiro Matsunaga was also defeated by the dreaded salmon ladder. While the course remained exactly the same as the past few times, our competitors still struggled to defeat it. However, if anyone could make a breakthrough, Mr. Handball and Pro Sportsman champion Daisuke Miyazaki could. Having a phenomenal year so far, as he was able to reclaim his throne in Sportsman, he was in high spirits as he attempted the second stage. Using his upper body strength to his advantage, he had no issue completing the obstacles in his way. His advantage would prove to help him in a significant effect as he became the first clear of the second stage, finally ending the clear drought. Miyazaki's success on the stage generated a high level of momentum, with the final three competitors left ready to take on the course. Next in line was the world's strongest firefighter, Toshihiro Takeda. Since Sasuke 17, he had fallen short of reaching the third stage, but he was looking forward to putting this behind. As soon as he started his run, it seemed that Takeda was finally back to his best, conquering obstacles that had taken him out in previous tournaments such as the salmon ladder, and navigating through the last few obstacles with ease. Toshihiro Takeda finally cleared the second stage for the first time since Sasuke 17. His fellow All-Stars, Shingo and Yamada, looked on proud of their fellow All-Star. The honor and spirit of the All-Stars remained alive. With only 2 runners left, the anticipation heightened for the American representative and the reigning grand champion, Levi Muenberg and Makoto Nagano, both expected to secure their spots alongside Miyazaki and Takeda in the third stage. Levi would be the first of the 2 to run, coming off both impressive performances last tournament and on the first stage this tournament. He was prepared and was looking forward to having his date with Destiny, a rematch with the obstacle that eliminated him last time, the cliffhanger. However, he would have to get through this stage first. Having cleared this stage last time, there was an air of certainty that Levi would once again secure a clear. As Levi's run began, he found himself with a tough opponent, the salmon ladder. The obstacle had already been a tricky foe for those who had failed it before. He struggled immediately as he began the obstacle. He would quickly recover, but as he reached the final rung, his grip gave out and he plunged into the water. Midoriyama was showing its ruthlessness today. It didn't matter whether or not you were the last man standing of the previous tournament, anyone could fail, and Levi found himself on the unfortunate side of history in this tournament. The spotlight shifted to the next person. It was the moment for the Sasuke Grand Champion, the King of Kings, Makoto Nagano, to affirm to the world that he was far from finished. As his run began, it was evident that he was on a journey that no man had ever pursued before, a second total victory. As he continued his journey through the second stage, he cleared with ease, proving all doubters wrong in this very moment. He proved to all those watching why he was the reigning Grand Champion. Just like that, we were down to our final 3 competitors, and overall, this was already a massive win for our All-Stars. We had gone from 3 tournaments in a row of only Nagano or Takeda clearing the first stage, 1 tournament with none of them clearing, and just a theme of stagnation overall. But this tournament seems to have broke tradition, with Takeda finally making it back to stage 3, Nagano further progressing in this renewal, and even some surprises like Bunpei stage 1 clear. But before we got to see if our 2 heroes could continue the success, we had Daisuke Miyazaki left to run. Could Miyazaki set a precedent for a newer generation in this renewal? Well, his run wouldn't last super long, as he would become the first and only victim of the Devil Steps, putting an end to his amazing breakout run. Now, we were left with the main attraction, and up first was Takeda. It was his first time on the third stage in 4 tournaments, and while the expectations were not as high as they were during that golden age, everyone was overjoyed to see the firefighter back on the stage, hoping he'd still be able to defeat it and move on to the final stage for the first time ever. Takeda took to the stage with Nagano's support on the sidelines, and would start by making quick work of the old arm rings. Then, he'd beat through obstacles he had never attempted, the Kudari Lamp Grasper and the Devil Steps, which just took out Miyazaki. But now, it was the moment of truth, the Shin Cliffhanger, the obstacle that seemed unbeatable, taking out the best of competitors. Did Takeda even stand a chance? Well, he made his way across the first ledge, transitioned to the second, and made it up to the top. This was it, the moment where dreams came to die. In that brief moment, everyone was reminded of the Golden Age, brought back to reality. Of course Takeda could do it. He's a goddamn all-star, the one with the most grit and fiery spirit, and he just gave the crowd, the new competitors, foreigners, even the all-stars themselves a reminder that they weren't out of the game just yet. Takeda wasn't even done yet though, as he would easily clear another old friend of his, the jumping bars, and then head into unknown territory. First, he was met with the hang climb, where he would have to scale a wall with hand and footholds completely upside down. Immediately, Takeda would struggle with the concept, and as he struggled to find placements for his feet, his grip strength gave out, ending the dream. Despite him coming up short once again, Takeda had put the people on notice that he and the All-Stars still had something to prove. The only question now is, would our final runner be able to capitalize on that? Nagano had one job left to end this tournament on a high, for everyone, the All-Stars, and himself. He had already proven a return to form, but could he take it one step further and return to peak greatness? Nagano began just as strong as Takeda, easily conquering the first 3 obstacles, and reached the dreaded cliffhanger. Nagano had already been taken out by this once before. It wouldn't happen again. It couldn't. As he made it back to the transition, joy slowly overtook the crowd, as it was clear that Nagano had improved from his attempt 3 tournaments ago. He built up a ton of momentum almost as fast as Takeda did, and also cleared it. It was just like the old days, the All-Stars defeating the undefeatable. The job wasn't finished yet though. 4 obstacles left. Nagano would easily defeat the jumping bars, making it to the hang climb in hopes to avenge Takeda. And not only would Nagano defeat this obstacle, setting a new bar for everyone to match, he demonstrated an aspect that separates him from all of his comrades. Just look at this. He scaled the wall in basically 10 seconds with no legs. As we mentioned way before, Nagano had unmatched physical strength. Sorry, not had. He still got it. Before anyone could even process it, Nagano would scale the first half of the spider flip, making it to the transition. The tension began to grow until Nagano prepared himself. He looked across, pushed off the board, and grabbed the second one. In just one attempt, the same jump that looked impossible in SASUKE 18 had been defeated. All that stood between Nagano now was the gliding ring. One last obstacle between him and a return to the final stage. But of course, what would be a story with the SASUKE All-Stars if not for the tiniest bit of tragedy? There was a design fault for the gliding ring, and it can be clearly seen by this run here, which by pure coincidence had to happen on Nagano. Most people call this fail extremely unfair, believing it should have resulted in Nagano getting a redo. While that can be argued, the fact of the matter remained the same. Nagano had failed, and Sasuke 21 came so close, yet so far from something special. No matter what though, Nagano was satisfied. This was the rejuvenation of the Sasuke All-Stars, as Takeda and Nagano proved that there was still something left in the tank. It wasn't time to move on just yet. The events of the previous tournament made many excited to see what the All-Stars could do, but before the tournament even began, the group would suffer a massive setback, as Bunpei Shiratori would be ruled out due to a knee injury as well as the severity of his chronic back pain. Sasuke 22 would see 5 of the 6 All-Stars compete, as Kazuhiko Akiyama would once again return after taking the previous tournament off. With the success of the last tournament still fresh in their minds, they were optimistic about repeating that success. The tournament started off just like any other, with the first batch of contestants for the most part failing to make any significant progress on the first stage. Akiyama would eventually be the first All-Star to run this tournament, wearing the number 20, a far cry from the bibs he used to wear as a reigning Sasuke champion. He'd start off well enough, making it through the first half of the course, including the jumping spider, in decent time before coming face to face with the obstacle that had denied him before, the half-pipe attack. He'd pause for a moment, start his attack, and once again, Akiyama's sight would be his downfall, as he would stumble immediately after beginning the obstacle, and from then, there was nothing he could do to prevent failing. While a gut-wrenching blow to morale, the All-Stars would push through, as they still had the best to come. After a close call from Muscle Musical member Terakazu Ishikawa on the rope ladder, everyone looked to Shingo Yamamoto to be our first clear of the day. Although he has so far been unable to crack the code of this first stage, his friend Takeda had the same problems as he did until last tournament, and when he finally had a breakthrough, everyone saw what could be possible. So the expectations for Yamamoto were high. Like Akiyama, he'd make great time through the course before reaching the obstacle that had just taken out his friend, the half-pipe attack. Although he had failed it just 2 tournaments prior, Shingo should be well acquainted with this obstacle by now. As expected, he'd cleared the obstacle with little trouble, and now made his way to the warped... Oh, Shingo. Shingo. How have you let this happen? It was bad enough falling off the platform on the rumbling dice all of those years ago. Even worse failing this exact same obstacle in a similar fashion in Sasuke 20. But not only did you fail it again, you failed on the plank to the warped wall? Forget about failing the rolling log in Sasuke 6. This has to be Yamamoto's lowest point in his career to date. You are a Sasuke All-Star, the best of the best. Your group has come off of their best tournament in almost 3 years, and you capitalize on it by doing that? So far, Sasuke 22 is starting in the worst way it could for the All-Stars, but there was still an entire tournament to play out, and the 2 who got to the 3rd stage were still to come. To rewind back a bit, before the beginning of this tournament, like many before it, trials were held as a qualifier. These trials saw 7 qualifiers, with those in order of qualifying place being Hiroki Sato, Yoshimi Kawahara, Hiroki Nomura, Hitoshi Kano, Koji Hashimoto, Yuji Urushihara, and number 1 qualifier Tomohiro Kawaguchi. All impressed in the trials, and they hoped to avenge those who came before them and to be the ones to challenge the All-Stars this era. Our first 3 qualifiers would take on the course, those being Sato, Kawahara, and Nomura. But unfortunately all would fall short, with Kawahara falling victim to the new Stage 1 obstacle, the slider jump, which replaced the flying chute this tournament. It seemed like once again, the trials qualifiers would fail to replicate the success they showed in their auditions on the course. Next up stepped Hitoshi Kano, an unassuming 23-year-old college student from Tokyo. Kano was no rookie to Sasuke, having competed in 20, but failed the jumping spider. He was hoping to avenge this defeat and do better this time around. He'd get back to the obstacle that failed him before, but would he get his revenge? Barely. He'd made it through, getting past where Sato and Nomura had failed. He continued to run through the course, all the way to the brand new slider jump, which had just taken out Kawahara. And while Kano would again come extremely close to failing, He just about squeaked by again. But now time was of the essence, and he had 25 seconds for the rope ladder. Despite a low grab on the net, Kano would not give up, and it paid off as he'd become our first clear of the day with 3.7 seconds left, causing his fellow Trials qualifiers to celebrate wildly. It was touch and go, but they had a member in the second stage. The Trials qualifiers would take a back seat for now, as it was now the turn of our ANC 4 qualifier, David Campbell. Campbell had been trying to qualify for Sasuke since ANC 2 and had finally gotten his chance. And while he'd give a good account of himself, being one of few so far that day to clear the slider jump, he'd unfortunately come up short on the rope ladder, timing out. Things weren't looking good for the Americans, as Lucy Romberg would also fail to crack the course, failing the jumping spider, the obstacle she had famously cleared last time around. However, up next was some of our Trials competitors, with Koji Hashimoto leading it off. Unfortunately, he would be digested in the broadcast as he failed at the end of the slider jump. So our first fully shown run from the group would be shoe salesman Yuji Urushihara. Urushihara, who had been trying to get on the show for a number of years beforehand, had finally made his debut last tournament, but failed the flying chute. Since that obstacle was no longer here, perhaps now was the time he could make his move. Yuji and Hitoshi Kano would be the ones to carry the torch for this new generation of competitors in the second stage. From the newer generation, we transitioned to the veterans, as up next was Lee En-chi, hoping to replicate the success of his comeback run last tournament. And despite a very close call in the circle hammer of all obstacles, and having a slow pace throughout the run, Lee would accomplish his goal and clear the stage with 2.6 seconds to spare. From the veterans, we went to our All-Stars, as up next was Katsumi Yamada. But this was not your normal run for Yamada. This one carried a baggage that few would have the strength to carry with them. Before SASUKE 22 taped, Yamada received a letter from a young boy who had been diagnosed with leukemia and had recently gone through a bone marrow transplant. In the letter, the young boy stated that Sasuke inspired him to be strong and do his best in recovery, and concluded it by expressing his wish for Yamada to finally reach the second stage again. Yamada trained harder than ever to fulfill the boy's wish, and that was up to him to execute it. He'd start his run in vintage fashion, clearing the first few obstacles with speed we hadn't seen from him in years, going faster than those half his age. Having cleared the jumping spider in the previous tournament, along with his hard work and training, Yamada should be able to breeze through it. In a cruel twist of fate, Yamada would once again fall victim to the course, adding yet another dark chapter in his storied career. The All-Stars would be stunned into silence as another one of their members would fall to the course. They continued to be backed against the wall when Yoshiyuki Okuyama, the third survivor from SASUKE 20, made a return to form and cleared the stage with 3.3 seconds left. However, the real wake-up call came when Hiromichi Sato cleared with just over 1 second. This was a guy nobody thought would ever see the Stage 2 starting platform, despite some strong performances in the past 4 tournaments. If he could do it, surely both of our All-Stars could conquer the course. But before we could see Takeda's attempt, our American fan favorite was up at the start. By this point, Levi was a crowd favorite, as although he was immediately loved from the start of SASUKE 20, he now had the results to back it up. In the first few obstacles, Levi continued to impress, speeding through the course and even showboating a bit, doing a flip after the log grip. He'd beast through the jumping spider, half pipe attack, and warped wall, and with a lot of time left, the only thing standing in Levi's way now was the slider jump. Levi nonchalantly slid the bar down the track, preparing for the jump. As it seemed, Levi failed to balance the bar, and the right side leaned far back when he tried to jump for the net, leaving him to plunge into the water. Everyone was stunned. The American hero had fallen on stage 1 for the first time, and this was when panic began to set in. Luckily, Our next runner would surely give everyone hope once again. After coming off his strongest run in Shin-SASUKE yet, Takeda was on top of the world once again, and the crowd was once again flared up to see him compete. He set a solid pace through the first 3 obstacles, as per usual. When he got to the jumping spider, Takeda got a good run up. In just a single instant, Takeda's incredible comeback had burned to the ground, and he was now back in the Stage 1 water. If Levi's fail was a warning, Takeda's fail caused complete distress for all of the audience. How is this the same guy who defeated the almighty Shin Cliffhanger? Was it all just a fluke? With Takeda's fail, the downfall of our final competitors commenced, as numbers 93 to 99 all failed. This included Naoki Kitani, who timed out on his old nemesis, the Warped Wall. A surprise return from foreigner Paul Anthony Tarek, who seemed to be on pace to clear again, but came crashing down on the slider jump. Even Daisuke Miyazaki, the shocking Stage 3 competitor from last tournament, had a disaster of a run, leading to a painful time up on the rope ladder. This left us with one man left, the one man who could revive hope for the older generation of competitors. Our last man standing from Sasuke 21, Makoto Nagano, stood confident at the beginning of the stage. Despite the stakes being almost identical to Sasuke 19 and 20, with him standing as the last All-Star, Nagano had regained confidence with his incredible run in the last tournament. At the same time, most of the crowd was hopeful for Nagano, rather than nervous, believing he would once again clear the first stage. And by the second half of his run, it seemed everyone's hopes were coming true. Nagano was running at a solid pace, and by the time he was up the Warped Wall, it seemed like he was once again going to save the All-Stars. Everyone went silent. The All-Stars were stunned, and for only the second time in the show's history, the All-Stars were defeated on the first stage. And now, Nagano and the others could only watch as the newer generation took their shots at the second stage. The shocking elimination of the All-Stars in the first stage left fans in disbelief, and the crowd was left with only one question. Could this new generation surpass the legacy of the All-Stars and shape the future of Sasuke? Despite that, the question remained pure speculation, as these new stars were faced with their next challenge. With the menacing second stage left unchanged to the previous tournament, would anyone even be able to defeat it? In fact, half of the field were about to tackle the stage for their first time, so surely most of them would be stopped in their tracks. First up was Satoshi Kano, and while the gymnast put on an impressive run that kick-started the success in this tournament, it seemed unlikely for his success to continue. But either way, let's see what he's got. Well, Kano, maybe you could go even with the All-Stars, but I'm not so sure if your pal Yuji over here is gonna fare as well. Look at him, so happy at the start line. That's awesome for him. Unfortunately, he's not gonna have the strength and speed to replicate. The third stage would be the ultimate test for our final 4 competitors. All 4 were making their debut this far into the course, and with how ferocious the stage had become in this new era, with not even the All-Stars being able to beat it, this group of competitors would have their work cut out for them. If any of them could even clear the Shin Cliffhanger, it would probably be seen as impressive. Up first would be our youngest contestant remaining, Hitoshi Kano. While timid looking on the outside, Kano had impressed all in attendance so far, and continued to do so when beginning his run. He would speed through the arm rings as if he'd done them 5 times before, then dispatch the Kudari Lampgrasper in the same fashion. The Devil Steps would be more daunting, as Daisuke Miyazaki's fail last time around would surely have been fresh in the young man's memory. But thanks to his light build, Kano would also breeze past the obstacle in record time. What this generation of competitors lacked in on-course experience, they had made up for in multitudes with training and observation, as Kano was looking like an all-star out there on his first go at the stage. But all apprentices must face the master, and the ultimate test came for him on the Shin cliffhanger. An obstacle that had taken down close to every star who faced it. Takahashi, Nagano, Nagasaki, Levi, all victims to this beast. Surely Kano would join them. He'd been impressive so far, but all good things must come to an end, and the young man can learn from trial and error. Kano would make his attempt. He'd reached the second ledge, and was going to employ a unique technique on the obstacle, keeping his left hand back to more easily build momentum. Would it work?
You can't take me down. You can't break me down. You can't take me down.
You've got to be kidding me. On Kano's first attempt at the Shin cliffhanger, he had defeated it as if it was the 3 obstacles that came before it. This was not just some fluke now. Kano meant business, and this young man was out for glory. But he was certainly not out of the woods yet. While the Shin cliffhanger was a challenge in itself, the medley of jumping bars, hang climbing, spider flip, and gliding ring, now modified after Nagano's malfunction, was a whole other ball game for him. And while he'd clear the jumping bars with ease, it was becoming clear that, like Takeda last tournament, hang climbing was proving to be incredibly tiring for Kano, with him being forced to switch technique halfway through to hang on. He'd be exhausted when he eventually did reach the spider flip. And for Kano, he would himself know the writing was on the wall. When he reached the end of the bottom panel, he decided to withdraw from the competition by grabbing onto the support beams to exit the course, succumbing to exhaustion. But it goes without saying that Kano had given the 3 to come after him a massive boost in confidence with a run for the ages. If someone like them, who never reached this stage before, hell, who never cleared stage 1 before this tournament can get that far, so can they. And a competitor who hoped to be spurred on was his fellow trials qualifier, Yuji Urushihara.
I can see that face of trouble, and I'm on the verge.
If there was a stage that the 30-year-old shoe salesman was built for, it was the 3rd stage. You see, Yuji was a founding member of a group of Sasuke fans known as the Unlimited Cliffers, a group of friends who had been training for a number of years to get on Sasuke. The thing that set them apart from other groups, however, was that their prowess and experience in training their upper body, and as a result, the 3rd stage. Urushihara and fellow Unlimited Cliffer Kaita Tomino competed in the Sasuke Attack event at the Bug and Miki Festival in 2008 to try and earn a spot in Sasuke 21, with the final obstacle being the Shin cliffhanger. Both Yuji and Tomino would clear the course, something no all-star could even do, which immediately turned heads among hardcore fans. And now, here he is, Yuji, in his element. Could he live up to the hype? Now, Yuji was face to face with the obstacle that put him on the map. He had probably done this hundreds of times before, but he wasn't training with Unlimited Cliffers or at the Sasuke Attack now. This was the real deal, and he would only get one shot. And as Yuji got to the second ledge, he got it in one swing, like it was nothing to him. Who the hell is this guy? The obstacle hadn't even been conquered until one tournament ago, and Yuji had just done it without breaking a sweat. But now the ultimate question would be if he could avenge Kano on the second half. Yuji was strong, but the course had so far proven to be stronger with every run before. Jumping bars posed little issue for Yuji, but like Kano, Yuji would be forced to change his approach on the hang climbing halfway through. Would he fall to the same fate as Kano? He would make it through and inch his way to the spider flip, where he was now faced with the agonizing task of pulling himself up and on the ledge. Only Nagano had done it so far, and while it was looking like a struggle, Yuji would push through and become only the second person to get to properly attempt the spider flip. And for the first time all run, Yuji looked exhausted. There's only so much the upper body can take, and it was starting to look like the Ultimate Cliffer's best prospect was losing steam. But victory was so close, just meters away now. Yuji knew he couldn't give up. He couldn't give up. Yuji's friends went crazy. Ogasawara went crazy. Yuji was now in elite company on his first ever go at the stage. To be in a club only shared with Makoto Nagano, in any metric, is an accomplishment in itself. Only one challenge left. The gliding ring. Yuji wouldn't take long to rest, and once he made his move, it was abundantly clear the fault that had caused Nagano to fall wouldn't be an issue. With massive momentum, it was all in Yuji's hands. On a new course that was designed to defeat everyone in Stage 1 just 18 months ago, a man only competing for the second time had reached the final stage. If you've forgotten, there's still 2 more people who could join him. Li Enchi was next, and like Yuji, a stage like this should be right up the climber's alley. And like the 2 who came before him, he'd speed through the first half of the course. But 2 clears of the Shin cliffhanger would unfortunately be the limit, as the Taiwan native would not be permitted passage through the obstacle. Nor would the next competitor, Yoshiyuki Yokoyama, who, despite being 38, showed that wouldn't stop him from putting up a good fight against the course. But the Shin cliffhanger was also a step too far for him, which now meant that, for the first time in 3 years, we had a final stage to go to. Two years. It's been 2 years since we saw the final stage. After Nagano's victory, we continued to see attempts, but for those first 3 tournaments, they all seemed minimal. Nagano, Takahashi, Shunsuke, and Levi were all stopped by the dreaded Shin cliffhanger, and Sasuke 19 showed utter decimation with nobody even reaching the 3rd stage. And while Takeda and Nagano closed the gap last tournament, it still was up for interpretation on if we'd see anyone break through. But this tournament slapped all of that suspicion in the face, as our new veterans and breakout stars came to utterly dominate. Where the All-Stars faltered, they thrived, and in the end, Yuji Urushihara would stand alone at the brand new final stage. Replacing the spider climb was the Heavenly Ladder, a 13-meter tall shaky ladder that, while not as physically taxing as the spider climb, it tested competitors on their speed just as much. The G-rope would follow, a 10-meter rope climb up to the top of the tower, with a time limit of 45 seconds. Could Yuji be the answer we were all looking for? A complete nobody who had only competed once before, now becoming the leader of a brand new group of competitors. Unfortunately, today would not be the day we'd see our 3rd grand champion. But Yuji, and the new generation, ended this tournament more than satisfied. They didn't just make a stride in this era of the show. They practically glided over all of the All-Stars' slow but steady progress throughout 4 tournaments. With these results in mind, how could the All-Stars possibly respond? SASUKE 23 picks up right where the previous tournament left off. The All-Stars in shambles as the new stars took center stage. With SASUKE 19, at least along with the All-Stars, the course would decimate practically everyone that stood in its way. But with SASUKE 22, the All-Stars either failed obstacles they had cleared in the past, continued to struggle, or stunned everyone. And the cherry on top was that this time, the group had to watch a new generation dominate courses that took them over a year to master. Was it time to throw in the towel? And would the new stars continue to widen the gap? Both of these questions would be answered in this very tournament. But first, the third party from the past 4 tournaments, the Americans, had returned stronger and larger than ever. For the first time in SASUKE history, 10 Americans would compete, as the qualifiers for the show would no longer be held on American Ninja Challenge, but instead, a new show called American Ninja Warrior. The show would have 10 finalists move on to face the SASUKE 23 course after competing through qualifying courses, in an attempt to get the best of the best to compete. And that statement could not have been farther than the truth. Out of the first 8 Americans that competed, 7 of them failed in painful fashion, a lot due to timeouts. However, the one breakthrough would be stuntman Rich King, who cleared before the klaxon even went off, and he'd be our first clear of the tournament. The last 2 Americans, being our usual suspects in Brian Orozco and Levi Muenberg, would join Rich in Stage 2. It was especially a pleasant surprise to see Levi clear, as he was able to redeem his slider jump fail. Moving on from the Americans, we had our SASUKE 23 Trials competitors take to the course. While the Trials proved to be a massive success last tournament, with Kano and Yuji both coming from them, it was up in the air on if the competitors this time would be nearly as successful. To the crowd's surprise, they would be, as out of the 6 Trials competitors, 4 of them cleared the stage, including 18-year-old freerunner Jun Sato and transportation worker Naoya Tajima. Could this be the dynasty of the new stars continuing to grow? Much later in the tournament, our SASUKE 22 stars began to head to the start, and kicking off the group was Yoshiyuki Okuyama. The sprinter would continue his consistency as he cleared the stage with solid time, as almost right after he'd be joined by Lee Enchi and Hitoshi Kano. While Hiromichi Sato would shockingly fail the jumping spider, Yuji Urushihara, the new number 1 contender for the crown, brought confidence back to the crowd as he would clear the stage with almost no problems. Finally, Kenji Takahashi, after 2 years of consistent struggle, would finally break free of Stage 1's wrath and make it back to Stage 2, a true joy to see. And with that, the new generation had not only kept their consistency, but with the Trials competitors especially, it seemed they were going to continue to expand. With that, we only have one group left, the All-Stars. This was what the crowd had been waiting for. Could they redeem themselves once again? Well, we started off somewhat strong with Yamada's run. While he would unfortunately fail the stage once again, he got his best results since SASUKE 18, finally clearing the warped wall again. But as time was about to expire, he wiped out on the slider jump. The first of our main 3 fabled runs came at number 93, Shingo Yamamoto. Someone who was once a top contender and consistently making the 3rd stage, to being someone continuously failing Stage 1 in embarrassing ways. People began to wonder if this new course was just too much for Shingo to handle, but here, he could prove them all wrong. Did he still have something left in the tank? Shingo started off strong, defeating the first 2 obstacles, both being new, along with the log grip. Now he'd start facing off against his 2 main nemesis, starting with the jumping spider. Shingo ran, got a good jump, and stuck the landing. That's 1 down, but now it was time for the half-pipe attack, the obstacle that ended his run in complete embarrassment last time. but Shingo still confidently ran to grab the rope and stuck the landing platform. And to everyone's joy, he would not lose his balance on the bridge this time, and it was becoming clear that this run was different. This Shingo felt like our old gas station manager. Calm, controlled, smooth. Hold on a second. Could he actually do it? Shingo got up the warped wall and won, and with solid time left, it seemed like his last challenge was just the slider jump. Everyone held their breath. Shingo went down the track fast, jumped for the net, and he caught it! He climbed up the net, losing his hat, but his pride began to return. Shingo couldn't stop smiling as he climbed up the rope ladder. This was it. He was going to clear again. Shingo walked joyfully to the button, clearing with exactly 10 seconds left. He was back, and we couldn't be happier to see it. But could the rest of the All-Stars continue the success? A few runs later, and number 97, Toshihiro Takeda, would step to the starting line. Despite his shocking fail last tournament, Takeda would still receive a very high number for his record-setting run in SASUKE 21, and those expectations were still there from the crowd. But could he deliver on them? Takeda muscled through the first 3 obstacles, and now he'd face against the jumping spider. He ran up, jumped, and stuck the landing. From this point on, the stage was a breeze for Takeda, and just like Shingo, he'd happily trot to the button with 6 seconds to spare. So far, the All-Stars were responding perfectly, keeping up with the new kids on the block. But we still had 1 run left to go. Number 100, Makoto Nagano. I can't believe it. Nobody could. His fellow All-Stars, Levi, Yuji, Kano, and even his family, all surprised and distraught. How could this have happened? Nagano looks so good. As it turns out, Nagano was completely right, and there was a mechanical fault in the slider jump during his run. As he went down the track, the rope connecting to the bar got caught on a small support beam, which caused the bar to stop much before the end of the track, leaving Nagano with a virtually impossible jump to the net. This was the fault of the course, not Nagano, and in the end, he'd be rewarded with a 40-minute break and a redo at the first stage. "40 minutes had passed, the sun had set, but Nagano was at the starting line, ready to go. There was something different about this run though. From the jump it felt like Nagano was going to clear. The edit played the All-Stars theme as he waited at the starting line, and it seemed like there was already some reinforcement of the All-Stars. Like they were back, like nothing had ever changed. But there was only one way to prove it. Well, Nagano got through the first 6 obstacles again, looking the exact same as his previous run, and he would face off against the slider jump, looking at the net with almost the exact same amount of time left. 3rd time's the charm, right?
Nagano Makoto desu.
With all this success, Stage 2 was poised to be the ultimate clash of generations. You had 3 of our legendary All-Stars in the perceived twilights of their careers. The American qualifiers hoping to establish their reputation as serious contenders on foreign soil. The young guns from the SASUKE trials hoping to make an instant impact. And of course, the hottest property in Sasuke now, the new stars, led by Sasuke 22's best runners in Hitoshi Kano and Yuji Urushihara. What happens in this stage, and potentially the ones after it, could very well change the dynamic of Sasuke forever. Should the All-Stars once again fail to take advantage of their good fortune, it may spell the end of their reputation as top dogs. Luckily for them, reputation does you favors, and they would be among the last competitors to try the course, giving them plenty of time to get to grips with the course and the brand new obstacle, the unstable bridge. First would be the Sasuke Trials qualifiers, who, despite all being young and relatively inexperienced, hoped that lightning could strike twice and have a similar breakout run to Yuji and Kano before them. Naoya Tajima would be the first of them to run, but despite looking strong to begin with, would run into difficulty on the salmon ladder, tiring out by that dreaded 7th rung. The bar would land askew on both sides, and eventually, his grip would give out and he'd plunge into the water below. This would be a fate that would not only befall Tajima, but every other trials qualifier remaining. Sports instructor Koji Hashimoto came in with confidence, but wouldn't even make it up a single level before failing, while Satoshi Nakamura would suffer one of the more unusual disqualifications in Sasuke history, by touching the sides of the salmon ladder with his feet. Finally, the fastest clear of the four, 18-year-old Jun Sato, would not be able to capitalize on his first stage performance, also immediately failing the salmon ladder. Despite a good attempt, the trials qualifiers would all be wiped out by a single obstacle. 1 down, 3 to go. After 4 tournaments of regular competition, the Americans looked in a better position than ever to cement themselves as serious contenders, with this being both Brian Orozco and Levi Muenberg's second and third times getting this far respectively, joined by rookie Richard King. King would be the first of the 3 to run, and would impress all in attendance by becoming the first person to reach the all-new unstable bridge. 2 wooden planks suspended over the water were only held by metal chains, with the second only being held at its center, which King will soon realize the consequences of that design. The unstable bridge was another reminder to contestants that they were not out of the woods just because they had defeated the salmon ladder, and already seemed to be an effective response to the ease in which people had cleared stage 2 last time. Up next for the Americans was Brian Orozco, who was hoping to avenge his compatriot and be the breakthrough America needed. However, his old foe, the salmon ladder, sapped up a lot of time as he adopted the slower, original technique for it. While he would eventually clear it, it would leave him with less than 30 seconds for the unstable bridge, which proved to not be enough as time would expire as he failed the second plank, which now left Levi as the last American standing once again. A year ago, he was the American Ninja World's hero, and now he was out to avenge his previous failures in the last 2 tournaments. And that would be exactly what he did. Levi assured the Americans would see the 3rd stage. The dream would still be alive for an American champion, and who better a candidate than the man who had kick-started the revolution in the States. From being the only serious contender to having 9 other qualifiers with him on Sasuke, Levi had come a long way, but his class remained. Was the Sasuke world looking at their champion? Elsewhere on the course, outside of the main groups, we had mixed success. Before the tournament, Makoto Nagano had taken his own protege under his wing, much like how Katsumi Yamada did for him. 18-year-old Yoshiyuki Ito had qualified for Sasuke 23 through winning the Miyazaki Sports #1 beach competition, which Nagano had attended. Nagano was confident that his protege could get far in this competition. Unfortunately, Ito wouldn't be able to do it this time, as like many that day, he would fail the salmon ladder. Lien Chi, who made it to stage 3 last time, also would fall victim to the second stage, going out on the metal spin for the first time since Sasuke 17. However, fellow stage 3 competitor from Sasuke 22 Yoshiyuki Okoyama would make it back there once again, joining Levi in the 3rd stage and getting another shot at redemption. Speaking of redemption, Kenji Takahashi would also clear, marking his first appearance back in the 3rd stage since Sasuke 18. A remarkable comeback from a competitor who just 1 tournament prior seemed down and out. And now, it was the turn of the new stars, Hitoshi Kano and Yuji Urushihara. Both competitors came into this tournament with extremely high expectations, And so far, it seemed like they were capitalizing on it. And with this stage 2 being mostly unchanged, it seemed likely they were going to clear. Kano started off strong, and despite an almost near disaster on the salmon ladder, he made an amazing save, and continued through the rest of the run at a consistent pace to clear with 7.8 seconds left. Following Kano, of course, was Yuji, who in a fluff piece had been training on a rope for the final stage. This man was so close to complete victory after just 2 tournaments, and with some extra training, could he do the unthinkable and clear it with only 3 tournaments under his belt? Yuji started off the stage strong, breezing through the first 3 obstacles, and got a good jump for the unstable bridge. Okay, well, he managed to recover and was able to maintain solid pace throughout the obstacle. All he had to do was make the dismount and... Everyone was stunned, including Yuji himself, who looked like he had no clue what he even did wrong. He was devastated to let everyone down, and could only hope to redeem himself in the next tournament. So as we reach our final group, with the new generation almost completely down and out, including their leader Yuji, and with only Kano, the veterans, and Levi to carry the torch, this stage 3 needed some triumph, some experience. Experience only the All-Stars could give. But up first was Shingo Yamamoto, and it would be a miracle for him to even clear. Shingo hadn't even touched a salmon ladder yet, or any new obstacle in the stage, so we'd have to hope Shingo would go above and beyond to continue his comeback. He got to the salmon ladder, and despite consistent struggles with the bar, he still managed to clear it and the stick slider with about 40 seconds. Okay, he somehow beat that, but his pace wasn't the strongest. He was gonna have to speed it up. Luckily, all that waiting and patience paid off, as Shingo cleared the unstable bridge with mostly no struggle, and with him completing the metal spin, it actually seemed like... Wait, oh, he has 10 seconds left. I can't believe it. On just his first attempt at the Shin-SASUKE second stage, Shingo Yamamoto had escaped by the skin of his teeth, and for the first time in 3 years, was going back to the third stage. Takeda and Nagano would follow in his footsteps, both putting on solid runs, and managing to clear with almost identical times. And with that, we had 3 All-Stars make the second stage, and all 3 of them were able to clear it. This was what we've been waiting for. The All-Stars had struck back big time, and the best part about it was that this wasn't even the end of it. Our final 7 stared down the third stage, and it was clear that the groups we'd established before no longer mattered. Stage 3 was when all competition against the competitors turned against the course. These 7 all stood at completely different points in their careers. All-Stars, new stars, new veterans, American. For the first time since Nagano's victory, it almost felt like we were getting a roster reminiscent of the old days, and everyone couldn't have been happier. Surely one of these 7 would shine. Up first was Kenji Takahashi, now taking his 4th crack at the third stage. He began the course with solid pace, but he took a pause once he reached the cliffhanger. This is where Takahashi's dreams came to end on all 3 of his previous attempts. But this time, he knew, would be different. As he made it to the transition that he failed in SASUKE 18, he'd switch hands, and with his right arm reach across to the third ledge. No, I'm being dead serious. He reached across to grab the third ledge, and it worked. For the first time, Kong had cleared a cliffhanger, and immediately fell to the ground in happiness. Kong continued to impress, defeating both the jumping bars and hang climb, and despite some struggle, he pulled himself up to the top of the first wall in the spider flip. He looked to the other side, took his jump, and he made it. As he stared down the final obstacle, the gliding ring, was it really only the cliffhanger that blocked him from greatness? He slid the ring down to the end of the track, gained some momentum, and took his final jump. In the most tragic way possible, just as Kong seemed to have finally conquered the third stage, fate had slapped him right in the face, in the form of the finishing platform, and his run was over. Hopefully, this was not just another fluke, and maybe next tournament Takahashi could hopefully, finally, clear the third stage. To follow him was Yoshiyuki Okayama, who put on an almost equally impressive performance. His family was overjoyed to see him avenge his fail from the last tournament, clearing the Shin cliffhanger. Just like Kong, however, he still wasn't done. He powered through the next two obstacles and even made it to the top of the spider flip. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be, as Okayama's right foot missed the second wall on his jump, leaving him to slip down and plummet into the water. So far, 2 valiant attempts, but no clears. But up next was the first of our 3 All-Stars. Shingo had been waiting for this moment for 3 years, and it was finally happening. He got a good jump off the starting platform and was off on the arm rings. And wait, why is he already struggling? What's he saying? No, you don't think. 8 years. 8 long years since that fabled run, and yet it still came to haunt him. In a twisted game of fate, Shingo's shoulder injury had come back right at the start of his run, and there was no way he could continue to even beat the arm rings. This was a massive moment of defeat, and with our following run from Levi being one of him failing the Shin cliffhanger once again, it seemed the results were getting worse. With only 3 people left to go, something had to be done. Takeda and Nagano braced themselves as the final competitor before our remaining All-Stars stepped to the plate, Hitoshi Kano. Without his successor and close friend Yuji, Kano was on his own this time. And while he could have cowered in fear, instead, Kano seized the opportunity. In no time, he had made it back to the bottom of the spider flip, where he ended his run last time. This time, though, he was determined to keep fighting, and he was able to make it to the top. Now for the tough part. Kano had to jump to the other side with the remaining strength he had left. He took his jump and just barely hung on, and only one obstacle remained now. This was Kano's moment to shine, and only one jump stood between failure or glory. Kano immediately broke down, but he had showed everyone what he could do. He was no longer the number 2 of the Shin-Sedai, but the leader we had been looking for this whole time. Hoping to capitalize on that success was Takeda. Over the course of the show, Takeda had failed Stage 3 11 times, matched with 0 clears. At first, with his inconsistent results from the past 5 tournaments, it seemed likely that Takeda was never going to fulfill his dream of making the final stage. But with this recent resurgence, hope was still alive, and perhaps this would be the time he would finally break through. Takeda flew through the first 3 obstacles and would once again clear the Shin cliffhanger. However, this is where Takeda's runs always seem to die, the back half of the stage. From the numerous pipe slider fails of the old days, to now the hang climb from 2 tournaments ago, it always seemed to cause Takeda's strength to crumble. But Takeda continued to impress all by flying through the jumping bars, and this time, completed the hang climbing, moving on to the spider flip. As he reached the vertical section of the first wall, it was clear Takeda's strength was running out. The grimace on his face said it all, and if you couldn't see that, the loosened grip of his hand spelled it out to you. Despite all that, Takeda continued to push up the wall, using all of his might, and made it to the top, much to everyone's joy. Takeda looked toward the second wall, hoping he'd be able to keep his grip. He got some vertical momentum, took the jump, and just didn't get far enough, as he lost his grip and fell into the water below. Takeda's run had ended on Stage 3 again. Was the endless failure just a cycle that would always repeat? Either way, we still had one run left. One that could avenge the tragic injury of Shingo, the consistent disappointment from Takeda, and all the runs before that. Someone who would hope to join Kano, the new blood, on the final stage. There were only 2 words to describe Nagano's run: utter domination. This all seemed too familiar. The new star and the all-star, hoping to finally break the streak of consistent failure and stagnation on the course. Except, this was slightly different. Shin-SASUKE had consistently seen the all-stars struggle and come to grips with this new course, and had finally revived their previous success, to the point of replication with Nagano. Meanwhile, the new stars had been flourishing, slowly but surely paving their way for a new dynasty of competitors, held in the palm of Hitoshi Kano at the final stage. It was all about to come to a head in these last two runs. Would we see one come out on top? Perhaps both allegiances shaking hands at the top of the tower. Or maybe, neither were meant to be. Up first to tackle the tower was Hitoshi Kano. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He stood at the foot of the tower, representing all of his friends and competitors that entered this new era of Sasuke with him. He wanted to make them all proud. As Kano climbed up the heavenly ladder, his time wasn't the best, and by the time he reached the rope, it would take a miracle for Kano to even have a chance. And as we all know by now, miracles are a rarity in Sasuke. Kano's time ran out about 19 meters up the tower, but he still received a standing ovation from everyone at the bottom of the tower, championing him as the new top contender for the crown. With that, we only had one run left. Just like it always was, Makoto Nagano at the bottom of the tower, with everyone in support. Things really hadn't changed. Except this time, there was almost just as much weight as his climb in Sasuke 17. Nagano could send his final message to everyone, showing that he had never left, and would always be the grand champion of Sasuke if he could climb this tower in time. Sasuke 23 was the Battle of Midoriyama, Sasuke 24 was poised to be the war, the ultimate decider as to who would take down the course. The young dynamic duo of Yuji Urushihara and Hitoshi Kano, both finalists now. The veterans, rejuvenated by this era with something to prove, such as Kenji Takahashi, Yoshiyuki Yokoyama, and Lee Yan-chi. And the All-Stars, while not the impenetrable force they used to be, had at least 3 competitors who could very realistically stake a claim to win it all. The American group had decided to take a break for now, so they would be a non-factor for Sasuke 24. The first stage would see one significant change to it, with the short-lived curtain slider being replaced with a remake of the classic Sasuke obstacle, the X-Bridge. The first half of Stage 1 played out like most of this era, with the celebrities and comedians failing early as usual. The business end began with run number 47, a familiar face, our number 1 trial qualifier from Sasuke 22, Tomohiro Kawaguchi. While Kawaguchi had so far not been able to make a stamp on the course, he had grown to be a prominent member of the general community of new stars that Urushihara and Kano led, and trained with the group regularly. That was the thing that kind of separated the All-Stars from them. The new stars weren't exactly a defined group. Of course, Urushihara and Kano were officially the new stars, But there were plenty of people in that general ecosystem of competitors rising up the ranks and wanting to prove themselves in the course by qualifying through the trials. But so far, the only real success stories had been the aforementioned two we all know. Kawaguchi was hoping to be the third, and started off very strong. He'd get through the obstacles quickly and with ease and be the first person that day to clear the jumping spider, and now had to face the two obstacles that knocked him out back in the past. And while he'd have to take 2 swings on the half-pipe attack, he'd eventually clear it and still had plenty of time left for the final 3 obstacles. The warped wall was no issue, and neither was the slider jump. And with all the time in the world, Kawaguchi was in the clear and would go on to press his first career buzzer with 16 seconds left. For a long time, he was a mere spectator to the greatness of the new generation, and now he was standing with them, hoping to be the next one to punch his name into Sasuke folklore. After 15 runs with no success, it was now the beginning of the All-Stars Sasuke 24 journey, as Kazuhiko Akiyama would be the first to take to the course. All 6 All-Stars were in attendance at this tournament, although Bunpei Shiratori was tragically again ruled out of competition, with his chronic back and knee injuries worsening. Akiyama had taken Sasuke 23 off, but was hoping to make 24 his comeback tournament, seeing the success of 3 of his fellow All-Stars last time. He would make easy work of the first few obstacles, reaching the jumping spider in good time, but would almost end his run in disaster as he almost slipped up on the mount. Now for the half-pipe attack, which took him out in embarrassing fashion 2 tournaments running now. He would be determined to not make it a third. And that's what he did, clearing the obstacle and carefully getting across the plank. And now for the dreaded warped wall. This is the farthest Akiyama had gotten on the course since Sasuke 16, and now he was only 3 obstacles away from clearing for the first time since then. His first attempt at the wall wasn't even close. And while his second attempt was much closer, time was running out and it seemed unlikely he'd have enough time to clear. The time wore down, and, having not cleared the wall, Akiyama resigned to his fate and was out of the competition. A valiant effort, but our first champion's comeback would have to wait once more. However, following this run, the course would actually start to see some more success, as Muscle Musical member Terakazu Ishikawa and Sasuke 23 Trials qualifiers Naoya Tajima and Jun Sato all cleared in convincing fashion, with Ishikawa having cleared for the first time since his debut all the way back in Sasuke 14. This left us with 4 clears in the first 79 runs, and now standing at the start hoping not only to make it 5, but to clear for the first time in 11 attempts was Katsumi Yamada, our second All-Star of the day. In what was becoming a semi-regular occurrence, Yamada had announced before the tournament that, for real this time, if he failed to clear the first stage this tournament, he would retire from Sasuke forever. Sure, Yamada, okay. Time for his run. Can't really expect much here. The one obstacle that has always been key to this man's downfall. But he has cleared it before, multiple times in fact. He has herds of time. He can afford 1 fail, maybe even 2. But all he has to do is not lose his head and keep his momentum. This was really it, wasn't it? He gave it all he had, and it wasn't enough. Surely, the dream was dead. Yamada was defeated by the course, the one thing he desired to beat. His prodigy, the man who did what he never could, Makoto Nagano, would lead his hero away from the course, who was inconsolable, crying into a towel. 2 All-Stars had attempted the course, and 2 were turned back after promising starts. But there was no cause for alarm, as the course would see more success as Yuji Washimi and Koji Hashimoto would also clear, bringing our total up to 6 clears. Again, there were more failures sprinkled across the course from established veterans. Decathlete and SASUKE 17 third stage runner Paul Anthony Tarek started off strong, but would not let go on the slider jump and would fail trying to swing to the net, while Naoki Kitani would time out on the warped wall. We were now at our final 9 runs of Stage 1, where we would find all of the remaining members of the groups I mentioned at the beginning of the tournament, and Hiromichi Sato. Up first for the new veterans would be our favorite Taiwanese rock climber, Lee Yen-chi, who's been slowly and subtly improving year after year on the course. While not a favorite to win, his rock climbing background gives him a good shot at getting far into the course. At 35, however, he is one of the older competitors, which harkens back to the time of prime Bunpei Shiratori, quietly having good performances in the background. And this would continue, although Lee would cut it very close, almost slipping on the jumping spider and taking a good amount of time on the rest of the course, clearing with just 4 seconds left. After him would be the first of the 2 Shin-Sedai, the official name for the new stars, Yuji Urushihara, who was out for payback after a shock Stage 2 exit last year. And with the sudden renaissance of the All-Stars, it was up to Yuji and Kano to try and close the gap once again, just like in SASUKE 22. But Yuji looked nervous at the start line. Was his confidence knocked by that fail last tournament? Well, all I can say is, looks can be very deceiving. So far, so good for the new generation. Tajima, Sato, Hashimoto, Lee, and now Yuji have all cleared, while the All-Stars were yet to secure their first clear of the day despite 2 impressive runs from Akiyama and Yamada. Things would get even better for the new group of competitors, as Kenji Takahashi would finally be able to capitalize on a great run by clearing for the 2nd time in a row, while Yoshiyuki Okuyama continued to prove that age is no more than a concept to him, nabbing his 3rd clear in a row. He might be 39, but you wouldn't think that with his consistency. The All-Stars' luck was sure to turn around though, as one of its strongest members was now up, motivated by a comeback for the ages. Shingo Yamamoto was desperate to get back to the 3rd stage after his last run ended in agony on the arm rings. He was all healed up now, and he knew if he could get back there, the Shin-Sedai would be running for the hills. After all, this is the guy who took down SASUKE 7's 3rd stage, so if anyone for the All-Stars could do it, it could be Shingo. And of course, per usual, he'd start off well, easily getting through the first obstacles, jumping spider included. Shingo, please don't do it again. Just don't think about it and clear the half-pipe attack. He's never gonna get this down, is he? Alright, no issue. If he gets the wall in 1 attempt, he'll still have enough time. Shingo is running out of time. He clears the wall on his 2nd attempt, but he'll have to be pretty much perfect from here on out to have any chance of a clear. But it's obvious as he gets through the slider jump that he's completely exhausted. He stumbles out of the net slowly as the klaxon blares. Everyone knows. Shingo's comeback train, at least for now, has come to a screeching halt at the end of Stage 1. Nagano looks absolutely dejected. This was meant to be the All-Stars' year, and it's looking like SASUKE 19 and 22 all over again. It's now once again down to him and Takeda to carry the All-Stars name, and the latter would be the next to step up. Takeda had proven in SASUKE 21 and 23 that he was at least back to the ability he had during the previous era. While not as consistent as he used to be, he hadn't lost any of his speed on the course, although his lingering shoulder injury was very obviously limiting his chances at a long-awaited final stage attempt. But if there was any time to get there, it was now or never for Takeda. While the youngest of the All-Stars at 34, it really seemed like this tournament would be make or break for his final stage chances. With so many faces, some half his age, getting closer and closer to that same goal. Like the All-Stars before him, Takeda had little issue getting through the first half of the course. The first sign of trouble came at the half-pipe attack, where he came way too close to missing the dismount. But he'd recover quickly and make it through and up the wall. Now for the slider jump, the place which saw his friend Shingo come undone, and what a save! Takeda just about manages to keep himself in the competition by the tips of his toes. He recovered quickly from this, and, while looking tired, would still go on to clear the first stage with just over 6 seconds left. The All-Stars had done it. For the second tournament in a row, a member was in the second stage. While an accomplishment that probably sounded laughable 4 years ago, considering the trials and tribulations this group had collectively suffered throughout those years, it's something to be happy about. Not to mention, Takeda's 23 run left many pointing him out as a favorite to win, and with the first stage having been the only thing to trip him up recently, this greatly improved his chances. Now, it was time for the Shin-Sedai to respond in the form of possibly its top contender, Hitoshi Kano. At just 24, and in just 2 tournaments since his breakout, he had already ascended to the top of the SASUKE world, being right there with the great Makoto Nagano in the final stage, and if he could clear again, would surely be the definitive favorite to win it all this year. Kano was taking his time on the course, never the fastest competitor. Kano always preferred to be cautious but flawless in his runs, and it paid off for him in SASUKE 22 and 23. He'd reached the half-pipe attack in decent time, but alarm bells were ringing as he failed to immediately dismount. It's fine, just get it on the next. Kano took 3 tries just to let go of the rope, and ate up valuable time. It's fine, but he can't afford any more careless mistakes. Smooth sailing from here. It can't be. Sasuke's brightest star had gone out. Kano had been eliminated by the first stage, much to the dismay of the crowd, and especially of Yuji Urushihara, who now had to carry the Shin-Sedai name on his back, against likely 2 All-Stars on a resurgence. Speaking of the second All-Star, Makoto Nagano is preparing to go. He's fairly relaxed on the start line, as he should be. He's Makoto Nagano after all, and after his success in SASUKE 23, it really seems like his old self is back, comfortable, stress-free, and looking forward to impressing on the course as usual. With Kano eliminated, the All-Stars have a clear path to victory, and who better to lead them there than our reigning champion, who was just fingertips away from glory last year. The first 3 obstacles were nothing to Nagano, and if anyone can make the jumping spider look like a joke, it's him. The speed and precision Nagano has on this obstacle is second to It's been 14 years now, and Nagano's fail on the jumping spider here is still something that is so jarring to me. It was unheard of for Nagano to ever make a mistake that costly, that careless, and to be that complacent. A man who is normally so focused and flawless on the course failing in the most shocking and careless of fashions. This would now leave just Toshihiro Takeda as the sole All-Star left to carry the torch to the summit of Mount Midoriyama, and this firefighter was determined to keep the blaze burning. 12 hopeful heroes remained on the second stage, which saw a major change. The stick slider was removed, and the unstable bridge was now immediately after the salmon ladder, while the balance tank returned in its place, now with a rope at the end, further increasing the upper body strain the stage had. The contrast of emotions throughout the Midoriyama lot were obvious. Kawaguchi was hoping to make an instant impact, Washimi hoping to avenge the heartbreak of Sasuke 19, and, most importantly, Yuji and Takeda were both carrying their groups on their backs. It was clear that if Sasuke 24 was to see a winner, it would be one of these guys. But there were other players in the mix. Don't forget about our veterans, who were once again flying high and could very well surprise everyone. Okuyama, Lienchi, and Takahashi were all in the form of their lives and were determined to also break through, and potentially grab an unlikely win from under the Shin-Sedai and All-Stars' noses. But before any of that talk, they have a speed gauntlet to run, and our first runner to tackle it was But before any of that talk, they have a speed gauntlet to run, and our first runner to tackle it would be Tomohiro Kawaguchi. So long in the shadow of the Shin-Sedai, this was the moment to stand out, and it was so far, so good, to the new generation. It seemed like downhill jump and salmon ladder had been mastered, as Kawaguchi flew up both on his first go. But now the unstable bridge was new territory for many, especially after the salmon ladder. Mind you, this had taken out Urushihara last tournament. Kawaguchi was determined to not make the same mistake, taking his time with the obstacle. But in his quest to not make the same mistake as Yuji, he made the same mistake as Yuji. Terakazu Ishikawa would then step up next, similarly clearing the first two obstacles with ease, and becoming the first person of the day to defeat the unstable bridge. Ishikawa was looking for his first third stage run since Sasuke 14, and was now just seconds away from it. Unfortunately for Ishikawa, the metal spin proved to be one step too far. The second stage would continue to get off a rocky start, as 4 of the first 5 competitors failed to clear, with Jun Sato once again falling short on the salmon ladder. And while Yuji Washimi would finally get revenge on the salmon ladder, the elation was to be short-lived as he too would fail on the metal spin. We would get our breakthrough in the form of Naoya Tajima, who would speed through the course, overcoming the unstable bridge and new balance tank to clear with just under 20 seconds left, getting to the third stage for the first time in his career. We now had 7 competitors left, and up next was Koji Hashimoto, who was looking to improve on his last run by not immediately falling off the salmon ladder this time around, which went well, as not only did he achieve that, he'd also cleared that obstacle. Koji continued to soar through the stage, easily getting through the unstable bridge, showing that our new generation were adapting very quickly to the course, as only 1 attempt in 5 so far resulted in elimination on that obstacle. And while not the quickest on the course that day, Koji would flawlessly get through the rest of the obstacles to punch his ticket in the third stage with 8 seconds left. With Koji's clear, it really seemed like the floodgates were opened. Veteran Lienchi, who had fallen victim to the metal spin last time around, had no such issue this time, and would join Hashimoto and Tajima in stage 3, while Yuji Urushihara, determined to both put his shock unstable bridge fail in the past and to keep the hopes of the Shin-Sedai alive, would this time make sure to take 1 extra swing on the unstable bridge to ensure that he wouldn't fall back, seeing Kawaguchi repeat his mistake earlier. The pressure was now on, as Yuji knew if he cleared, he'd have a great chance of being a threat to win it all, with stage 3 being his playground. He would take his time on the balance tank, and cut it close on the jump to the rope, but would have little issue with the metal spin and wall lifting, and would return to stage 3 once more, collapsing in jubilation as his friends, including Koji Hashimoto, celebrated Yuji's victory over the second stage. You'd think this run would be the pinnacle of the stage, but then Kenji Takahashi showed up. 4 clears in a row on stage 2 now, and all of them from incredibly capable competitors. Yoshiyuki Okoyama now had an opportunity to make it 5, but at 39, just how much farther could he push himself? If you answered, "What a stupid question, the guy ages like a fine wine," you'd be correct. 2 runners to go, and next was Hiromichi Sato, making his second stage 2 appearance. While nowhere near the levels of other celebrity competitors of the past such as Shoei, Kane Kasugi, or Akira Omori, Sato had been slowly but surely proving himself to be a formidable competitor, and if there was a time for him to become the oldest ever third stage competitor, it would be this year. But as his run began, a problem quickly arose. He took up a lot of time on the salmon ladder getting up, using the original slower technique, and took his time through unstable bridge, leaving him with just 30 seconds left for the last 3 obstacles. And while he'd get through the balance tank quickly, time was running out, and when he made a mad leap for the metal spin, one of his hands gave out and he was unable to recover, having the clear streak in the second stage stop at 6. This was Hiromichi Sato's best chance at finally making the third stage, and it would be the last time he'd clear the first stage. One runner left now, and it would be the man with the most amount of pressure on him. But for now, Toshihiro Takeda was remaining as calm and as composed as ever, putting the thoughts of carrying the All-Stars' legacy to the back of his mind for now, as he had the opportunity to notch an unprecedented 13th third stage appearance. Takeda's key to success had always been his consistent and methodical approach to obstacles, not going too fast as to make a costly error, and not going too slow as to run out of time. And this second stage run was no different. Knowing the second stage's time constraints weren't as severe as they used to be, Takeda would use his vast upper body experience to his advantage to easily get through both the salmon ladder and unstable bridge in good time. And from there, it looked like smooth sailing. He'd make a great jump to the rope on balance tank, and while causing a brief scare with a large jolt on the metal spin, he'd keep his grip and become the 7th person to reach the third stage, and did indeed notch his 13th Stage 3 appearance. The All-Stars' hopes lay on the man with more experience with the next stage than anyone, and the hope was that Takeda would prove that it wouldn't be unlucky number 13. The fire was still raging. The third stage saw one modification, with the Kudari Lamp Grasper, which had been largely ineffective in its short stint on the course, being replaced with the Rope Junction, where our competitors would have to swing across small ropes that limited movement and required more grip strength. The rest of the course remained the same, much to the delight of our experienced competitors on this stage, but would surely be a shock to the system for our first runner, Stage 3 rookie Naoya Tajima. This was the 23-year-old's second appearance ever in SASUKE, but considering much of the new talent pool were also in a similar boat, maybe Tajima too could use his youth to his advantage. This theory would start to show itself, as Tajima surprised many by making it through the first 3 obstacles, including the new Rope Junction, with little to no trouble, making the Devil Steps look like child's play. But now came the formidable Shin cliffhanger, the end of the line for so many promising competitors to come before him. If SASUKE prodigies such as Levi Muenberg and Shunsuke Nagasaki couldn't hack the obstacle, how much of a chance did Tajima stand? Well, if there's something you need to know about this new generation of competitors, like I said before, they adapt quickly. When Urushihara developed his strategy to easily beat the Shin cliffhanger in SASUKE 22 by keeping one arm back to build momentum easier, people took notice, Tajima included. This cliffhanger just 2 years ago looked unbeatable, and now people on their first attempt were clearing it as if it was just a formality. There was something truly special about these young guns, and Naoya Tajima was stealing the show right now, coming out of seemingly nowhere to now be within reach of the final stage, and he was showing no signs of slowing down. He'd passed through the jumping bars easily, then shocked everyone by getting through hang climbing and the first half of spider flip without even using his legs, and pulling himself up with just his arms. This was not just any normal rookie. This was quite possibly the most comprehensive demolition this version of the third stage had seen. Naoya Tajima was looking less like a plucky underdog and more like the real deal. Could Sasuke's next champion really be in front of us? On his second appearance ever? Everyone, Shin-Sedai and All-Stars alike, were stunned by the pure strength of Tajima. Surely he would be at the very least our first finalist of the day. He'd passed the spider flip, becoming just the 5th person to do so. All that separated Tajima from the final stage was the gliding ring, and with how explosive Tajima was proving to be, surely the swing would be the least of his concerns. He just needed to push the brakes for a moment and gather himself. But Tajima wasn't interested in any of that resting nonsense. He jumped straight into it, which proved to be his downfall. Tajima came crashing down to earth in the most shocking of fashions, showing once again that just one simple mistake in an otherwise flawless run could be the difference between success and failure. And from one Stage 3 rookie to another, the second man up was Koji Hashimoto. Like many of his fellow rising stars, Koji's main strength was his upper body. So while they would sometimes struggle with the early stages, once they managed to break through, there was no telling just how far they could go. And Koji was no exception. But with Tajima's shock fail having just gone, the pressure was on. While Koji would also breeze past the first few obstacles, it wasn't as fast as Tajima, showing that the new stars had adopted a more cautious approach, as it had cost Tajima. But when he got to the Shin cliffhanger, Koji wouldn't even hesitate before easily making the leap of faith across the gap. It was reminiscent of how the All-Stars had so easily conquered the cliffhanger Kai. But this was unprecedented. And you just have to think that Takeda was beginning to feel a little bit of pressure at this point. Like, sure, Takeda was a strong guy, but the way these young guns were tearing through the stage he had attempted 12 times before without success was both astonishing and terrifying. Koji, like Tajima, would make it all the way to the gliding ring, and this time would begin his journey safely and made it to the end of the track. Just a few hours ago, this was a 25-year-old that many had never even heard of, and now he was 23 meters away from putting his name alongside Akiyama and Nagano in history. Koji Hashimoto had made it to the final stage, and with that, became the 3rd official member of the SASUKE Shin-Sedai, joining the ranks of Kano and Urushihara. And you can't say it wasn't well-deserved after a run like that. As for the runs to come, I'm not sure if everyone after Koji was just inspired from his clear, or simply were all so good at the 3rd stage at this point that none of them would have any issue anymore, but yeah. This was just breathtaking to watch. 5 clears in a row on the 3rd stage, and all in dominating fashion. From Lee Enshi managing to clear the spider flip while facing the other side, to Yuji managing to top his Sasuke 22 run in every way, Okoyama's record-breaking run to be the oldest ever finalist, and how could we ever forget? Takahashi, finally, after a 9-year journey, would finally make it to the final stage in the only way Kong could, by being a powerhouse. Alright, just Takeda to go. Surely, this was it. Just move fast, listen to Nagano, and don't make any mistakes. Put any doubt in the back of your head. You've done this 12 times now, and with how successful everyone else has been, what better a way to turn unlucky number 13 into something magical? He makes it through the jumping bars and onto hang climbing, and oh no, Takeda's hung up. He's not getting through nearly as fast as he needs to. He's visibly starting to panic. The crowd wills him on, but Takeda can do nothing but fight. He doesn't change his approach during all of this and is sapping precious stamina by hanging with only his arms. Finally, after a few seconds that feel like agonizing minutes, he makes it through and barely manages to hoist his legs above to give his arms just a bit of a break. He pauses for a second and makes his move to the ledge. Toshihiro Takeda was many things throughout his long and successful Sasuke career. Professionally, he was a firefighter, but on the course, he was a pioneer and an unsung hero. From being an unknown rookie who became the first person to clear the new course in Sasuke 5, to being one of the founding members of the SASUKE All-Stars after establishing himself as one of the show's strongest competitors, to fighting back against shoulder injury after shoulder injury to continue being one of, if not, the All-Stars' most dependable competitor, notching 7 consecutive third stage appearances, including 3 appearances at the final obstacle of the stage. But one thing Takeda never was a leader. For his entire career, he was never the certified favorite to win, instead being Kazuhiko Akiyama at the beginning of his career, or Katsumi Yamada after Sasuke 6, or Makoto Nagano after his rise to Sasuke dominance. In 20 Sasuke appearances, Takeda was the last man standing only once before, Sasuke 15, where he failed the Devil Blanco. But even then, Takeda had 2 other All-Stars tackle the stage with him, and even after struggling with consistency in this era, Takeda would again find his old form, reaching the 3rd stage 3 times in 4 appearances. But now, it was different. All of his fellow All-Stars were eliminated long ago, and with the All-Stars still considered top dogs, everyone now looked to the man who for so long was the number 2 guy. They looked to Takeda like he was Nagano in the past, hoping he'd find the solution, a position completely alien to him. This amount of pressure was never on the firefighter before, and not only did their tournament hopes lie on his back, but with 5 new generation clears preceding him, it was almost certain that the All-Star status as the number 1 contenders in Sasuke depended on Takeda persevering and winning it all, or at the very least, making the final stage. But there's only so much one man can go through. In the cold, late autumn night, Takeda was fighting exhaustion, fighting every urge to resign and fail. The spider flip's ledge was right there, in front of his face, inches away. All he had to do was pull himself up, something he had done mere months prior. Commentator Wataru Ogasawara had joined the crowd of competitors trying to will Takeda on. Everyone pushing Takeda up that ledge, Shin-Sedai and All-Stars alike. Friendly rivalries aside, both groups knew just how significant this was. For the Shin-Sedai, this was the last stand of their childhood heroes. For the All-Stars, this meant everything. And Takeda knew that, fighting minute after minute, refusing to let go. Nagano was screaming instructions at him at this point. Takeda took another moment to rest. He knew he had just one more attempt before he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. He had to put every single last bit of strength he had left for the sake of the All-Stars. He'd hang there, motionless, for another moment, and then make his move. Everyone was urging him on. Forget the rivalry at this point. This man has gotten to this point 13 times now. Surely this had to be it. Lee and Chi seemed exhausted just watching Takeda struggle. Yuji would join in the many barking orders at him. Suddenly, it had been minutes since he began this battle, and it seemed like he might be able to pull off the greatest recovery in Sasuke history. Takeda's face showed it all. He was in excruciating pain as he inched his arms up to the face of the spider flip. But just as hope finally came, Takeda's right arm gave out. Shortly after, his legs too. He was stranded. Nothing he could do now. He'd hang there for just a few more moments until finally, it was unlucky number 13 for Toshihiro Takeda. Of course, the show went on. Our 5 finalists stood at the tower, all still reeling from the shock and horror of Takeda's fail. Some were visibly shaken by the events, but all 5 of them were now as motivated as ever to take down this course, not only for the glory and the title of Sasuke champion, but they wanted to do it for the 95 competitors who weren't able to join them, and the 2,400 who preceded them on this course. Our first challenger would be Koji Hashimoto. From being an unknown figure in the show earlier that day, he now had the opportunity to write his name in history. While Koji started off well, he had slowed towards the top of the heavenly ladder, and he wasn't able to recover from there despite a very strong climb. However, it was a run that would make anyone proud, and expectations for Koji would surely be high now, being a new member of the illustrious Shin-SASUKE. Up next was Lee Enchi, who had hoped his climbing background would be of help on the final stage. Unfortunately, like Koji, he wasn't as fast on the heavenly ladder as he needed to be, and coupled with a poor transition to the G-rope, Lee Enchi would unfortunately not become Sasuke's first non-Japanese champion. 2 runs down, 3 to go. The third runner would be the last hope of the Shin-SASUKE and the only competitor there with an actual final stage experience, being Yuji Urushihara. However, this time, the time limit was reduced by 5 seconds compared to when he had attempted it in Sasuke 22. The pressure was now on, and Yuji knew he needed the run of his life to have any chance of putting his name in history. Yuji Urushihara had been trying to get on Sasuke for almost a decade, and no matter what, he didn't give up, because he knew one day that he'd achieve this. This is one of those feel-good moments sports fans dream of. Yuji had completed the arc from fan to champion in just 4 short tournaments. His fellow new stars and all-stars alike celebrated in jubilation, as Sasuke had now crowned its new king, a humble shoe salesman. But we still had 2 runs to go. Sasuke may see a second, or even a third grand champion before the end of the show. And up next was Kenji Takahashi, whose career revival since Sasuke 18 has been remarkable, coming out of a 4-tournament slump to record his 2 best performances to date. If there's any place Kong can show his explosivity, it's here. He started off very well, getting to the G-rope in good time, albeit with an awkward transition. But now, he's flying and looks on course to become our 2nd champion. Can he do it? Wait, what's going on? It looks like the safety rope tangled around him. Fate has denied Kenji Takahashi a sure victory in the most heartbreaking of fashions. But Takahashi knew the time wasn't right just yet, even denying a rerun offered by the producers. And unfortunately, we wouldn't get that second Kanzen Seiha, as Yoshiyuki Okuyama, despite a valiant effort, would also come up just short of the goal. But the war was over. After a physically and mentally exhausting tournament, everyone was at peace, celebrating the victory of Yuji. But ultimately, the All-Stars had finally been defeated. The next 3 tournaments of Sasuke would be the most telling of them all. With the depleting finances of Monster 9, Sasuke's production company, becoming more and more of a problem, time was running out for the show. It was just a matter of time now. The end was near, and the competitors were determined to make every moment count. The warriors who took on Midoriyama in these final tournaments were not just battling a daunting obstacle course, but were also fighting a war against the time and financial constraints. With an added element of pressure and uncertainty, our competitors were more united than ever. It was no longer seen as the All-Stars versus the New Stars. It was now an effort to conquer Midoriyama in one final showdown, with the competitors determined to give the course one more battle. Sasuke 25 featured a renewed course bringing back new and old obstacles from the past. The tournament had mixed success. However, we still had 4 of our finalists from the previous tournament make the 3rd stage, along with Brian Orozco, who finally broke out of Stage 2. Unfortunately, all 5 would be crushed by the new Stage 3, as the new Ultimate Cliffhanger wiped out almost the entire field. However, the veterans were really the only group that came out on top this tournament, as everyone else was met with mixed to lackluster results. Levi Muenberg, America's #1 star, returned and impressed on the 1st stage, but would end his final ever run on the show on the slider drop, a new first obstacle in Stage 2. And breakout from Sasuke 23 Rich King would also return, only to shockingly fail the log grip. On the other hand, with the exception of Koji Hashimoto, the new stars were given a harsh reality check. Hitoshi Kano made it back to the 2nd stage, avenging his fail from the previous tournament, but would go out early on the balance tank, ending any shot he had at reaching that greatness from 2 tournaments ago. Joining Kano on Stage 2 matched the most shocking result of the tournament, as Yuji Urushihara would fail the new double salmon ladder in the most unique way possible. Our new grand champion was shockingly shut down by the 2nd stage. And finally, the All-Stars. While Takeda and Shingo would make it back to the 2nd stage, both would be decimated by it, with Shingo failing the balance tank and Takeda shockingly failing the double salmon ladder. As for our other 2 that competed, Akiyama actually looked quite strong throughout his run, but in almost identical fashion to last tournament, his potential comeback run would come to a slow end on the obstacle that had ended his dreams many times before, the warped wall. Finally, Nagano would continue to fall deeper into a downward spiral, as at first it seemed like our champion was back, as he flew through the first 6 obstacles. At the very last moment though, his confidence would be shot down as he failed the jump onto the circle slider, an obstacle he had no trouble with in the very same tournament he achieved his greatest feat. His immediate reaction really says it all. In almost identical fashion to the previous tournament, Nagano's fail shocked everyone and left the crowd devastated. Even though Takeda and Shingo saw some success, would our All-Stars continue to stagnate? Despite that, SASUKE 25 still had some decent results to still hold the crowd's interest. It would just come down to what came next. SASUKE 26 would not give fans much hope. In fact, it made things even worse. To start, the results of this tournament were much worse than the last one, as in completely opposite fashion to the last tournament, the Americans thrived while everyone else suffered. Out of the 6 people that made it to the third stage, 4 of them were American representatives. While this was in part to the tournament having 10 representatives due to the second season of American Ninja Warrior being qualifiers for this tournament, it still spoke volumes to their growth on the course. The only other survivors were Lee En-shi and Yoshiyuki Yokoyama. Although they both get farther than they did last time, both would still fall on the unbeatable ultimate cliffhanger, and our 4 Americans would fail different obstacles throughout the stage, as Brian Orozco would unfortunately end his very last run on the first obstacle, the roulette cylinder. As far as everyone else, the tournament was a failure. With the exception of Koji Hashimoto, who also took a step back by failing the metal spin, everyone mentioned in the previous tournament besides our 2 survivors would fail stage 1. The new stars went from inconsistent to being in complete shambles. The new rolling escargot would dispose of Kano, along with Kong, who had now failed stage 1 for the first time since SASUKE 22. As for the All-Stars, it was a complete disappointment. Shingo would also fall victim to the rolling escargot, continuing to bury his career in a hole of inconsistency. Akiyama and Takeda would be absent from the tournament, and would be replaced by, say it with me now, Katsumi Yamada, who came out of retirement once again. While the fans watching felt pessimistic over his return, Yamada felt the opposite. In fact, he felt quite confident and optimistic going into this tournament. He felt so confident that prior to the beginning of stage 1, Yamada stated, "I'm confident that there's a 100% chance I'll clear the first stage." However, despite his burning desire to clear stage 1 again, his return was to no avail, as he failed the jumping spider for the 4th time in his career. Makoto Nagano would not only fail the first stage for his 3rd time in a row, but he also failed the jumping spider, marking it his worst result since SASUKE 10. His 24 fail left him shocked, 25 in disbelief, and now this tournament, just leaving our grand champion in disappointment. As for the 3rd time now, the All-Stars were eliminated on stage 1. The hard work and sacrifices these men put in for the show all seemed in vain now. These men lived and gave their lives for SASUKE, and it continued to reject them. However, the most crushing moment of the tournament was Yuji's fail. To put it simply, his run was an utter disaster. He had a near fail on the returning jumping spider, but as he felt himself begin to slip between the walls, he jumped back to the trampoline, shockingly without disqualifying himself. This was a great save, but it cost Yuji a lot of time. He would stick the landing on his 2nd attempt, but he was going to have to pick up the pace to clear. Yuji attempted the returning half-pipe attack, and although he successfully grabbed the rope, he wouldn't land on the platform and would have to swing back to the half-pipe, wasting more time. Are you kidding me, Yuji? You're the leader of the Shin-SASUKE, the new grand... This marked the first time Yuji had failed the first stage since his debut in SASUKE 21, and as seen by his interview after the fail, this was a major shot to his confidence, leaving everyone unsure if he'd even be the same again.
まさかこの2011年復活したジャンピングスパイダーとハーフパイプアタックが
SASUKE 26 left fans with nothing but concern, and with rumors that SASUKE 27 was going to be the last tournament of the show, the fountain of hope began to run dry. With potentially only one tournament left, was there any sign of life from the All-Stars, or anyone for that matter? We were 99 runs into the first stage of SASUKE 27, and to say it was a success was an understatement. We had 26 clears, the most since SASUKE 4, and the range of success was astounding. Muscle Musical members Ishikawa and Ikitani both cleared the stage for their second time in a row. A ton of new success from regulars, including that little-known kid named Yusuke Morimoto. The new stars making a massive comeback with Kano, Koji, and luckily, Yuji gaining his confidence by clearing the stage. But wait, that's not all. The Americans had their most successful tournament yet, as out of the 10 representatives, 9 would clear. The new veterans had one of their weaker tournaments, as Kong would fail the new spinning bridge, and Lee, well... yeah. Okuyama would remain consistent though, clearing stage 1 for his 6th time in a row. There was one group that hadn't claimed any success yet. With Takeda once again out, matched with Shingo and Yamada remaining as inconsistent as ever, the All-Stars faced decimation on the first stage for the 2nd time in a row. We still had one run left though, the potentially last run ever seen on stage 1. Number 100, Makoto Nagano. This run was already going to be something special for many reasons, but there was one that stuck out among the rest. Between SASUKE 26 and this tournament, Nagano's father passed away, who notably came to watch his son run in SASUKE 10, almost a decade ago at this time. This gave Nagano another heavy blow to deal with, but he knew his father would want him to succeed again. There's a reason why Nagano would get number 100 for potentially the very last SASUKE tournament, instead of, say, Yuji, the newest grand champion. It was obvious. Nagano would always be the face of the show. More than that, he was a hero of Japan. Only further shown by before his run even starts, as he held up a sign in gratitude for the citizens of Japan affected by the earthquake and resulting tsunami in March 2011. Everyone was in support of Nagano, hoping to see him clear, maybe one more time. He started off strong, defeating the first 3 obstacles in style, but now he reached the jumping spider. That one slip 3 tournaments ago that started this massive spike in his career. He hadn't successfully completed this obstacle since SASUKE 23. Nagano took his time, lined up the jump and stuck the landing. He carefully navigated through the walls and would make it to the landing platform. Finally, he could relax and focus on the rest of the course. He would speed through the next 2 obstacles, and with a lot of time left on the clock, the only obstacle standing in his way was the new spin bridge. He stared down the 4 balls, the last decider between another failure and justice. The crowd clapped their hands, chanting Nagano's name. Here he goes. The crowd all erupted in cheer. Nagano's wife smiled. It was over. He was going to do it. Nagano scaled the rope ladder and walked to the button. For the first time in 2 years, Nagano would be advancing to the 2nd stage. The All-Stars lived on. Their presence would not be out of the show yet. And for the first time since SASUKE 23, Nagano's infectious smile returned at the top of the stage. He was able to watch the 26 before him tackle the 2nd stage and analyze the obstacles he had never faced before. Overall, Stage 2 was successful, but only allowed the best of the best to pass. The Americans were effectively cut in half. Kano would have to withdraw himself after a shoulder injury sustained during Stage 1 popped back into play after the slider drop, and almost all of the new regulars such as Kazuma Asa from the trials, Daisuke Morikami, and Yusuke Morimoto would all fail. However, that failure was matched with 9 clears so far, with 4 Americans, Shin-SASUKE Koji and Yuji both avenging their previous fails, also joined by Ryo Matachi, a trials competitor from SASUKE 21, now having his incredible breakout performance. Okuyama would clear once again, and finally, an old face, Terakazu Ishikawa, would finally clear Stage 2 again for the first time since his debut. All was left on Nagano to finish the job, to make sure the All-Stars still had a stake in this tournament. He flew down the slider drop and made his way over to the double salmon ladder. He still got it, huh? But both new obstacles out of the way. It was just a race against the time. But it's Nagano. He knows how to manage his time. He took his time on both the unstable bridge and balance tank, and now was met with the metal spin. With time winding down, Nagano knew he had to jump soon. The crowd all held their breath again. It was do or die. The klaxon blared as Nagano powered through the wall lift. Any common competitor would begin rushing in this situation, but not Nagano. He walked between every wall. This meant nothing to him. He was fine. He's the grand champion, the leader of the All-Stars, and with 1.6 seconds left, Nagano would be heading back to the third stage. By the end of stage 3, it would be fair to assume that Nagano would be our last man standing, putting all the pressure on our All-Star. However, that was not the case, as this stage 3 would finally see our competitors defeat the ultimate cliffhanger. Koji Hashimoto would be the first to crack it, and although his incredible run would end on the new chain seesaw, it would set the precedent for what was to come. And what followed was something nobody expected. Ryo Mitachi would take his star performance even further and also clear the cliffhanger. From being just new-gen canon fodder for the first stage, to now beating the seemingly impossible new rendition of the cliffhanger, Ryo had come a long way, but he wasn't done yet. Ryo would defeat all 4 remaining obstacles, becoming the first person to clear the third stage since Yuji's victory. We were met with a lack of success afterwards, featuring shocking fails on the flying bar from Ishikawa and Okuyama, to the Americans' decimation on the ultimate cliffhanger, including their leader, David Campbell, coming so close, but falling on the very last ledge. However, right before Nagano's run, his fellow Grand Champion Yuji would join his ultimate cliffer friend on the final stage, as it seemed he finally got his groove back, and this would leave us with 1 run left. Going into this run, it was obvious the odds were against Nagano. While it was clear the stage had been nerfed since its last 2 iterations, with the roulette cylinder and doorknob grasper being replaced by the much easier pair of the arm bike and flying bar. On top of that, the final 4 obstacles seemed relatively simple aside from the chain seesaw. There was just one obstacle that sat right in the middle, the ultimate cliffhanger. This monstrosity of an obstacle decreased Nagano's chances of seeing the final stage quite a bit, and it was clear he had accepted that. That's not what mattered though. What mattered is that Nagano had made it this far, being as old as a competitor as he was by this point, after debatably the lowest point in his entire career, and dealing with the loss of his father. The All-Stars theme played one more time, and Nagano's run began. He easily pushed through the first 2 obstacles, and now sat at the foot of the ultimate cliffhanger. It didn't matter how well he did. Nagano had already proven what he had set out to do. No matter the odds, you couldn't shoot the All-Stars down, because they'd always get up and fly higher.
Please don't shoot me down, 'cause I'm flying.
Nagano made it to the toughest transition he had ever faced on the show, and took his shot.
挑む長野誠どうだ長野は消えた
And that was it. Nagano's unforgettable comeback had finally reached its end, and the All-Stars were redeemed. There was always life left in them, and Nagano had just proved it. After this tournament aired, Monster 9 filed for bankruptcy, meaning Sasuke had ended. But the final stage results did not disappoint. Ryo would set a strong first attempt at the final stage but came up short. However, he gave Yuji that final piece of confidence to utterly destroy the tower with 6.7 seconds remaining, becoming Sasuke's first ever double Grand Champion, ending the tournament and the show on the highest note possible. As we've always mentioned, this show was a rarity when it came to miracles, but it just so happened that one was about to strike. In 2012, it was revealed that Sasuke would be revived by TBS under the influence of Masato Inui as the director, who last directed all the way back in Sasuke 13. The tournament aired on December 27, 2012, under the name of SASUKE Rising. This all seemed great. 100 competitors, 4 stages, and all of our favorite competitors from different eras of the show all returned to compete. Everything seemed to be the same. But one thing in the eyes of the producers had to change. The All-Stars were to be retired. It's important to remember that this was not just a revitalization of Sasuke. This was meant to be a full-fledged reboot. However, I don't think anyone expected a fresh start to this extent. Either way, SASUKE Rising would mark the final tournament of the All-Stars. 5 of our 6 competed, with Bunpei once again not competing due to his chronic injury problems, and the stakes were already set high. We had only seen 5 clears up to this point, and 4 of them were our Shin-Sedai, Asa, Ryo, Kano, and Yuji. The All-Stars would face off against their once rivals on the second stage one more time. They just had to make it past the first stage. They had to. First up was Kazuhiko Akiyama, returning after a 2-tournament absence. Out of all 5 of our All-Stars, expectations were perhaps set the lowest for him, as he had not cleared the first stage since Sasuke 16, and would grow out of training for the show. Despite all that, Akiyama took one last shot at the Stage 1 course, hoping this time he would finally be different. He easily defeated the returning quintuple steps and rolling escargot, but the spin bridge was up next, and this obstacle would test his limited eyesight.
卒業後に自衛隊に入隊。さあ、秋山滑ってしまった。
Just like that, Akiyama's career in Sasuke was over, leaving him disappointed, but satisfied with his impact on the show. Following Akiyama's failure was the return of the world's strongest firefighter, Toshihiro Takeda. Returning after again a 2-tournament absence, he had a fire burning in his soul. He wanted to finish what he started all those years ago. Despite a step down in performance for Sasuke 25, the crowd still praised him as one of the best on the show. With Takeda still being in his 30s and in peak physical shape, the ultimate dream for him was still alive. As his run began, Takeda went at a solid pace, easily managing the rolling escargot, an obstacle he hadn't even faced before. It just goes to show how well the All-Stars can still No. You can't be serious. This can't be how it ends. Not for Takeda. Well, at least Shingo is up next. Even though he isn't always consistent, surely he'd provide some levity for these past 2 runs. Shingo wouldn't rush the rolling escargot, but now he was up against the obstacle that cost him last time. Could he redeem himself?
目の前で武田がまさかのリタイアがあった。さあ、山本慎吾どうだ。危ない。おっと、山本。これはダメだ。山本もここで落ちてしまった。
This is a disaster. 3 All-Stars down, retired, on the first stage. By now, the emotion began to set in, especially with, debatably, the most anticipated run of the tournament in Yamada. In a fluff piece, we see Yamada looking at his course, the thing that no matter what result he got, he'd always come back to. But it was time to move on. Yamada took the entire course down, and it seemed this time, for real, the Yamada would be done. But he still had one last run. One more run to prove that he was still deserving of the All-Star title. Through every obstacle, the crowd chanted his name, continuing to show their support for Yamada. Although, like always, he would struggle, including an admittedly hilarious one on the rolling escargot, which ate up a lot of his time. However, he would pass the spin bridge, making him as of now the #1 All-Star. Definitely something you wouldn't expect. He even conquered the brand new Jump Hang Kai, but by this point, with 2 obstacles still left to go, there was no way he'd clear. He could at least get up one of the walls in the new double warped wall. Come on, one last time. With that, for the first time in God knows how long, Yamada failed the course, smiling. We were left with only 1 run to go. Makoto Nagano. Could our grand champion, the leader of the All-Stars, put at least one of them on the board for Stage 2? Through the first 4 obstacles, Nagano was flawless. He made perfect time, decimating every obstacle with even more than the last. It almost felt like we were watching him in his prime once again. With 54 seconds left and 2 obstacles to go, Nagano was looking good. Up the first wall. This is silly. Why am I even commentating on this? Nagano has never struggled on the warped wall in over a decade. Oh. Well, it's fine. He still has like 2 more attempts. Oh no.
残り20秒を切った長野諦めずにまさかここで無情の警告音が鳴り響く2012年長野誠の戦いがここで終わってしまった。
And just like that, the All-Stars were finished. On their final ever appearance, the group would end on a result that in 28 tournaments had now only happened 4 times, on stage 1. This has to be some awful dream. This can't be the end. No way. I think the look on our All-Stars says it all. Confused, annoyed, and disappointed. That's how everyone felt watching the All-Stars be retired and going out on such a sour note. And luckily, new director Masato Inui realized this. Not only were Makoto Nagano and Toshihiro Takeda allowed to return to compete in SASUKE 29, Shingo Yamamoto, who everyone had thought finally broke his streak of appearances, qualified for SASUKE through the trials, proving that he still had what it took on the course. In the next 2 tournaments, the All-Stars would do significantly better than in SASUKE 28. In 29, although Takeda and Nagano would once again fail the first stage, Shingo would avenge his past 3 failures and clear, much to the jubilation of the crowd. And while he would fail on the new backstream like many that day, it seemed like Shingo's last-minute switch-up was the best choice he could have made. SASUKE 30, the next anniversary tournament, brought in 5 of the All-Stars. We'd see the return of Bunpei Shiratori, attempting the course one last time. He started off solid on the first few obstacles, but then he reached the Junpei Kai. And just for good old times, Bunpei figured he'd try out his signature technique. But in the most ironic fashion, this would be his undoing, ending his last ever run on SASUKE. Yamada would return but would once again fail the double warped wall. But his run would be cut from the broadcast as well. As for our other 3, the success would continue. Shingo, Takeda, and Nagano would all clear the first stage. Could we maybe see one of them on the 3rd stage again? Unfortunately, it was just not meant to be, as Shingo would once again fail the backstream, with Takeda and Nagano falling victim to the new swap salmon ladder. SASUKE 31 would be a massive turning point, however, as we saw some of the worst results possible for our All-Stars. Shingo and Takeda would fail the very first obstacle, the revamped rolling hill. As for Nagano, he'd once again fail the warped wall, likely due to his energy being sapped from the new tackle. This was a crushing blow for Nagano, as his progress from the previous tournament seemed to be for nothing. Even Nagano himself recognized his chances of success were truly starting to fade, even alluding to a possible retirement from the course. Even our Shin-SASUKE stars grew inconsistent, as Yuji would only make stage 3 once in the past 4 tournaments, reaching his absolute lowest in 31 after failing the warped wall. Ryo was on top of the world after SASUKE 30, making it back to the final stage and coming up inches short. But in 31, he'd shock everyone by also failing the warped wall. And after 6 long years, Shinsuke Nagasaki had also returned to the course. And while he did perform relatively well, he wasn't reaching the heights he had achieved in the past, and clearly needed time to adjust to the course. Our veterans too seemed to be on their last legs, with Lee Enchi and Okuyama not competing in SASUKE 31, and Kong, now 39, making what seemed to be his last stand on the 3rd stage, failing the new crazy cliffhanger. And despite continued consistency from Kazuma Asa, Hitoshi Kano, and an incredible final stage debut from Tomohiro Kawaguchi, it was questionable if they'd maintain that same consistency after this tournament, with all of them now in their 30s. However, the one moment from this tournament that made the telltale sign a reality was Yusuke Morimoto's complete victory. Over the past 3 tournaments, Morimoto had turned from a small superfan into a genuine threat to win it all. He shocked everyone by being the first person to clear the crazy cliffhanger in Sasuke 29, even earning the coveted number 3000 in Sasuke 30. Despite a setback in failing Stage 2 in that tournament, the now nicknamed Sasuke Kid would return with a vengeance in 31, defeating the first 2 stages with ease. However, he'd take it one step further and dominate the 3rd stage, clearing it, and being the only person to make the final stage. On just his first attempt, Yusuke conquered a final stage that took Nagano 4 times to defeat, becoming the 4th Sasuke champion. Everyone was ecstatic for Yusuke. How could you not be? The kid's dream had become a reality, and it seemed like this was only the beginning. The beginning of a new era with a brand new dynasty of competitors. But would the All-Stars be included? July 3rd, 2016. The 32nd Sasuke tournament is about to air. The new renewal put a hole in the success we had seen on Stage 1 for the past 3 tournaments. The Shin-Sedai, with the exception of Kawaguchi, had been completely dismantled, with Asa and Kano failing the first stage for the first time in the new era. Most of the success had come from newer competitors, with all of our stars being wiped out by the renewed course. Number 98 and number 99 were given to Takeda and Shingo respectively, but both would fail a stage as well. With only 8 clears on the stage and 1 run left to go, it was just about time to wrap up. But this last run was special, a run that with 2 simple words struck heartbreak into the community and crowd: Nagano's retirement. As Nagano grew older and his success in the show continued to wind down, it was only a matter of time before the day would come. A fluff piece showed Nagano's growth throughout the show, age 29 failing the warped wall in Sasuke 8, to age 34 achieving total victory not even 10 tournaments later. Nagano's influence worldwide could not be understated. He spread the All-Stars name to America, which motivated the creation of American Ninja Warrior, which spawned a global network of ninja shows. Nagano would always be held in the highest regard among not just Sasuke fans, but fans of ninja across the globe. For what looked to be the last time, Nagano stepped to the starting platform, with everyone in the crowd chanting his name. Emotions ran high, as Nagano's wife Asami cried, having to come to terms that this was his last run, and little Kaiu Nagano watched his father race across the course for the final time. Nagano himself was holding back tears, but as the 3 beeps before the run went off, for the final time, Nagano prepared himself.
2人目の完全制覇者、引退をかけて長野誠44歳。
Through every obstacle he cleared, the crowd chanted louder and louder. He defeated the new TIE Fighter, which took out many known competitors, clearing the new double pendulum which took out Shingo before him. With 40 seconds left, Nagano was exhausted. The tackle had once again depleted his energy, and panic began to set in. Come on, Nagano, beat that wall. Yep, just as I predicted. Despite his best efforts, it was all futile, and Nagano was going to time up.
わずかに届かない。20秒切る。どうだ、いった。長野行け。
The crowd erupted. 15 seconds left. There was still a chance.
長野行ってくれ。残り10秒。長野誠が行く。ファーストステージクリアに向けて時間が少ない。
6 seconds left for the lumberjack climb. Come on, Nagano.
引退する長野。さあどうだ。なんとここで。
In the most dramatic fashion possible, Nagano had failed Stage 1. Everyone was in tears. Nagano shook himself in a mix of anger, disappointment, and sadness. Our last run from the hero of Sasuke had ended in defeat. Except, it didn't. In a scene shown after the tournament's conclusion, different competitors were shown holding a flag for Nagano, given to him in honor of his retirement. As Nagano spoke on how he felt, it all began to click. While Nagano always demonstrated his physical strength, showed how resilient he could be, there was something even bigger to be taken away. Nagano's journey showed he not only had strength physically, but wisdom. The wisdom to inspire the new generation to take on this course and excel. Without Nagano's influence and wisdom he gave to those coming up, we'd never see the likes of the Shin-Sedai and especially Morimoto, who would go on to build his own dynasty of strong warriors, like Yuji did before him, and as Nagano did the same. Nagano was always there to give advice to the younger generation, whether it was with Levi during Shin-SASUKE, Morimoto during his run of dominance, and one other extremely important person in his life that we'll come to see. No matter his retirement, Nagano would always impact the course and the competition, and that's what truly mattered at the end of the day. With Nagano's retirement, a significant chapter in Sasuke's history closed its doors. 4 out of the 6 original members had officially retired, marking the end of an era for the SASUKE All-Stars. 2 of their biggest members, Katsumi Yamada and Makoto Nagano, were no longer competing. Their absence on the course would be deeply felt. But even though Nagano and Yamada were retired, they were never really gone. Yamada, now approaching his 50s, recognized that his quest for total victory had reached its conclusion. However, instead of fading into the background and into obscurity, he chose to channel his energy into mentoring the next generation. With a desire to guide and inspire, Yamada took on the role of a leader, determined to guide a group of young and aspiring men toward the dream that had eluded him throughout his career. This new faction, known as the Black Tigers, made its debut in SASUKE 29. 4 members would compete, those being 20-year-old Sega employee Hiroshi Yamamoto, 29-year-old Yosuke Watanabe, 19-year-old Satomu Okada, and 32-year-old Keishi Mizukawa. While Yamada and the group hoped for immediate results due to their intense training and determination, they would debut with lackluster results, with all of them failing on the first stage, 2 of them even failing the first obstacle, and the best performance being Watanabe timing out on the warped wall. Following their disappointing debut, Yamada proved to be a no-nonsense coach. He proclaimed to them, "But if you don't train as much as I do, I'll ask you to quit." Despite Yamada's intense coaching, the group struggled to break free from a streak of mediocrity. Across SASUKE 29 to 32, only 1 member managed to advance as far as the second stage, being Hiroshi Yamamoto, while the rest faced eliminations on stage 1. This group was turning out to be more of a joke rather than a threat on the course. Another example of the repeating failures of Yamada's quest for SASUKE domination. And now we approach SASUKE 33. The year is 2017. It's marked as the 20th anniversary due to it being 20 years since SASUKE began. While Nagano retired in the previous tournament, he made a surprising return. Except, not really. He'd return in a different role, joining the commentary team as an analyst. The Black Tigers would return in this tournament as well, but there was a twist to this. How would his Black Tigers do? Would they be able to make their leader proud? No. The answer is no. Both Hiroshi Yamamoto and the new member Satoshi Obata would wipe out on the fishbone and the double pendulum respectively, further cementing the Black Tigers as a non-factor in the show. But they weren't done there, as joining the Black Tigers in their journey to achieve total victory was the founder himself, Mr. Sasuke. The man who gave his entire life for Sasuke had finally returned to compete on the 20th anniversary. If none of the Black Tigers in this tournament could clear stage 1, could 51-year-old Yamada lead them by example? While his return was filled with emotions and he produced a valiant effort on the course, the answer, of course, was a resounding no. At 51 years old, the odds in general were against him. While his soul and passion were alive, his physical abilities were no longer there. He'd get through the first couple of obstacles, and while he briefly looked like he was handling the TIE fighter, he'd fall backwards towards the end and fall into the water, ending his run. Yamada's return to Sasuke had once again ended in disappointment. The Black Tigers would once again have to regroup and try again next time around. Despite getting yet another shot to prove themselves in the next tournament, the expectations for the Black Tigers were at an all-time low, which left people watching with one question: could they be able to rise from their ruins and redeem themselves against Midoriyama? As the spotlight turned to them, the most experienced among them, Hiroshi Yamamoto, stepped forward to confront the course. Despite having cleared the first stage twice before, Yamamoto had recently suffered from a string of poor luck. Now, it was his moment to silence the doubters. As he began his journey on the course, he was feeling more confident than ever, defeating obstacles that had beaten him in the past. He was faster and stronger than ever, and his hard work and training had paid off as he cleared the first stage for the first time in over 3 years. Yamada looked proud. Was the tide finally turning in his group's favor? Unfortunately, as the group took one step forward, it seemed like they would take 2 steps back. Yosuke Watanabe would be the next group to take on Midoriyama. As he made his way through the course, Yamada began to instruct him on the fishbone. However, miscommunication or perhaps an unintentional mistake led Yamada to provide Watanabe with incorrect guidance. As a result, he wiped out on the unforgiving fishbone. Satoshi Obata would be the next member to run. Although he was the most inexperienced of the Black Tigers in this tournament, he ran the course as if he had the most experience of the bunch, as he cleared stage 1 faster than his peer. Yamada looked on like a proud father. Emotions flared as he broke down in tears. This was the first time ever that multiple Black Tigers would clear stage 1. Would their luck continue in the following stages? Hiroshi would be the first to run. Unfortunately, complacency would get the better of him as he took too much time on the wall lift and timed out as he hit the buzzer. It was now time for the last man standing of the group, Satoshi Obata. Would Satoshi Obata be able to carry Yamada's legacy on his back? He put up a near flawless run on the second stage, not making a single mistake on any obstacle, and in a historic moment for the Black Tigers, he cleared stage 2, becoming the first member to ever clear it. While expectations were not high for this man, Yamada had faith. Yamada, the mentor and leader, watched with pride as Obata tackled the third stage. While he put in 100% effort, it was not enough as he folded under pressure and was defeated by the Sidewinder. The performance of the Black Tigers gave fans and those who had faith in them a glimmer of optimism of what was to come in the future. However, as the Black Tigers made history for their group in SASUKE 34, the following tournaments dealt a harsh blow. In SASUKE 35-36, the group faced a collective setback, with each member failing stage 1. It was rock bottom for the group, a familiar feeling for this group now at this point. The group's once promising effort now appeared to have collapsed into disappointment. When the realization of failure set in, Yamada decided it was time for a change. He decided it was time to throw out the dead wood and bring in new and fresh faces. A strategic and necessary decision that proved to be the turning point for the group. But little did everyone know that this decision would introduce a new member, one whose presence and performances would rejuvenate the group. In his debut in SASUKE 37, Yoshiyuki Yamamoto stepped onto the stage and breathed new life into the group. His run showcased his abilities of flair and agility and would clear on his debut. On to the next member, who, despite failing early on in the previous tournament, still had the trust of Yamada. It was time for Yoshinori Issa to redeem his mistakes, now or never. Luckily, fueled by the newfound energy brought by Yoshiyuki's success, Issa also conquered the first stage with ease, marking a positive turn of events for the Black Tigers. This success would also pour into the second stage, as both men cleared stage 2. An impressive feat for the group. It was the first time in the group's history that multiple members were in the third stage. Although both men failed on the new cliffhanger dimension, this marked a new beginning for the Black Tigers. In the following tournaments, the group would carry their success forward, continuing to blossom on the course. Specifically, we got to experience Yoshiyuki's meteoric rise before our eyes. From being just another one of Yamada's students, to becoming one of the most successful competitors in the show. To date, he has competed 5 times and has reached the 3rd stage each and every time, culminating in his and the Black Tiger's first ever final stage appearance in SASUKE 40. Yoshiyuki really seems like he could be the man to finally bring Yamada's dream to life, and time will only tell just how far not only him, but his teammates in the group can go to make that happen. But while Yamada's Black Tigers soared to stardom by the end of the modern era, the All-Stars were now at a crucial point in their history. Rewinding back to SASUKE 33, with Nagano's retirement, just 2 full members remained in Takeda and Shingo. While in their prime, the two enjoyed a friendly but intense rivalry, they now had to represent a group with a 15-year-old history on their own. And with the All-Stars technically having disbanded after 28, they felt they had to earn their spots in SASUKE now, as nothing could be guaranteed. At 41 and 42 respectively, they weren't exactly the oldest competitors in the world. Both were the 2 youngest All-Stars in fact, but they knew time was against them for having a good run again. The odds of Takeda getting a 14th crack at the 3rd stage, and Shingo his 12th, were being less likely every tournament. For SASUKE 33, they'd be grouped together, with Takeda wearing bib number 90 and Shingo number 91. Takeda, who had not cleared in 2 tournaments now, was looking to get his reputation back to what he felt he deserved after having a disastrous start to his modern career, as he failed the rolling escargot in SASUKE 28, and of course that embarrassing rolling hill fail in SASUKE 31. But with new obstacles such as the TIE Fighter, which had just taken out Kenji Takahashi for the 2nd tournament running, and especially the new Fishbone having shown to be ferocious all day, could Takeda cope with the pressure? He'd start off cautiously, taking his time through the quad steps and rolling hill, determined to not make the same mistake as he did in 31, as well as the fact that Yuji Urushihara, the 2-time grand champion, had shockingly wiped out here just a few runs prior. Luckily for Takeda, this approach would pay off, and slowly but surely, he was making his way through the course. He would come face to face with the new Fishbone, where so many had failed before him. But Takeda, still cautious, got the timing right, and would manage to get across the obstacle quickly without getting knocked off balance. Double pendulum was also no issue, and now people began to believe. Nagano, although retired, was supporting his friend from the sidelines, shouting words of encouragement. Takeda would now reach the warped wall, the very same obstacle responsible for his elimination in SASUKE 32. But this time, his fellow competitors went wild. Could it finally happen? Was Takeda back? He wouldn't slow down, passing Tarzan rope, racing up lumberjack climb end. He did it! Toshihiro Takeda was the first All-Star since SASUKE 30 to reach the 2nd stage, to the delight of all in attendance. Shingo was astounded at his friend, while Nagano celebrated wildly. When both him and Takeda came face to face after his clear, the 2 friends embraced in celebration, marking one of the best feel-good moments of the modern era. As for Shingo, while hopes were high coming off Takeda, unfortunately, he would fall short on the double pendulum, getting a poor jump off of the trampoline and plunging into the water below. And while Takeda had cleared the 2nd stage 13 times before, hopes for a 14th quickly faded as he struggled with the new Salmon Ladder Nobori Kudari combo, falling at the end of the Kudari section. Regardless, Takeda proved to everyone that the All-Stars still had some fight in them, something he'd carry into SASUKE 34, as lightning struck twice as he'd once again beat the 1st stage at the age of 42, becoming one of the oldest Stage 1 clears of all time. And while he'd fail again at the Salmon Ladder Kudari, this time in an even more painful way than the last. 2 All-Star clears in a row this late into the group's history was unprecedented. While of course, nobody expected the All-Stars to get back to their mid-2000s peak ever again. Maybe if Shingo perfected the double pendulum, we'd at least be able to regularly see the rivalry live on in the 2nd stage once more. Maybe even one more run from them in Stage 3. The introduction of the Dragon Glider in Sasuke 35 subsequently killed all of that hope. Shingo continued to struggle with trampoline-based obstacles, and one that was 10 times harder than the double pendulum that preceded it would see him surely locked out. If he could even get there. As for Takeda, who hoped to make it 3 clears in a row, while he did reach the Dragon Glider, his inexperience on the obstacle caught up with him as he failed to let go of the first bar and wasn't able to transition to the second. And despite best efforts to save himself, it ended his short-lived streak. Things would go from bad to worse for the All-Stars in 36, as both Takeda and Shingo fell victim to the third obstacle, the wing slider, in 2 different ways. Shingo would outright fail the obstacle, and while Takeda had cleared it in incredible fashion, seemingly having saved himself from a certain failure, it was clear after he beat it that he was in some discomfort. When he got to the Dragon Glider, Takeda shockingly withdrew, complaining of shoulder pain, a reoccurring injury for him. The injury would end up not only ruling him out of this tournament, but for Sasuke 37 as well, leaving Shingo Yamamoto to be, for the first time in Sasuke history, and the only time as of recording this video, the only All-Star to compete alone in a Sasuke tournament. He would not fare too well, as he'd once again fail the trampoline jump onto the Dragon Glider. Things looked bleak for the All-Stars, but Sasuke 38 would bring some changes. As the competitor list unveiled, both Yamada and Nagano were revealed to be competing once again, both for different reasons. In Yamada's case, it seemed to be more of the same, as in May 2020, he expressed his desire to return to Sasuke in a YouTube video. Nagano, on the other hand, returned to lighten up the spirit of Japan due to the unfortunate COVID-19 pandemic that had taken the country by storm. Shingo would of course compete, and Takeda would also return, marking the first time since Sasuke 30 that more than 3 All-Stars would compete. Shingo would attempt the course first, and although he would finally break the streak of failing a trampoline jump, as he grabbed the bar of the Dragon Glider for the first time, he still could not complete the obstacle. Yamada and Nagano would both make triumphant returns to the course, and despite their early exits on the Dragon Glider, they had set out what they accomplished, to raise the spirits of the crowd. But that wouldn't be what people would remember about the All-Stars in Sasuke 38.
SASUKE All-Stars 武田Toshihiro 45歳
Toshihiro Takeda took to the course and started like a house on fire. At 45, many expected that he'd struggle with the pace of the course, owing to his previous failures in 35 and 36. But Takeda would put those concerns to the side, navigating the course faster than most that day. It was almost like we were put back in time to a younger Takeda, that a year out was the best thing for him. And as he made his way through the fishbone, he did something nobody attending that day expected. Never change, Takeda. Never change. 3 years after his previous clear, and 2 since his last appearance, just like that night in 2010, Toshihiro Takeda carried the All-Stars' legacy on his back through the course, and came out victorious, clearing with over 14 seconds left. It was truly a run for the ages, as he would now break the record for the oldest ever Stage 1 clear at 45. But now, the question was, how would he fare in...
ただここで審議です
Commentator Shinya Sugiyama's tone suddenly switches from one of jubilation to one of surprise and despair. What happened? Throughout this story, we've had examples of moments of jubilation and moments of heartbreak and cruelty, but for Toshihiro Takeda, it would be both. As it turned out, it was against the rules to skip the pillars of the fishbone to your advantage. The judges then came to the decision that Toshihiro Takeda, who thought he had just had his Sasuke resurrection, would be disqualified and would not advance to the second stage. But Takeda's woes, unfortunately, wouldn't end there. In the middle of 2021, Takeda would suffer through irregular heartbeats and was diagnosed with arrhythmia, which led to him having to go into surgery, also knocking him out of the competition for Sasuke 39. To the relief of his family and friends, the surgery was a success, but he was advised by his doctors to no longer compete in Sasuke for his own health, and this, being matched with his lackluster results, meant that Sasuke 38 would be his last run. Toshihiro Takeda had officially retired from Sasuke. After Sasuke 39, which presented us with one of the All-Stars' lowest points, was there anything left to prove? That final question would be answered in Sasuke 40, which featured 4 All-Stars: Shingo, Yamada, Nagano, who'd return once again for the 40th anniversary tournament, and Akiyama. That's right, Kazuhiko Akiyama had returned after a 10-year hiatus. Rightfully so. All 4 of the All-Stars would run together, stretching between numbers 3,995 to 3,998. Every run impacted the crowd more than the last. Seeing Akiyama run the course again was just an incredible feeling on its own, and even better was that he actually did really well. He managed to defeat the fishbone, an obstacle that would be a nightmare for someone with his eyesight to deal with, and although he would fail the trampoline jump onto the dragon glider, it was still an incredible run, and if this would be his last time tackling the course, it was a great way to go out. Yamada's run would be even more impactful, as for the first time since Sasuke 24, Yamada was actually moving at a solid pace. Through the quad steps, rolling hill, and silk slider, he moved quite fast. But just as the slightest bit of hope began to arise, Yamada's dreams were crushed as he mistimed his run on the fishbone, knocking him into the water. When he got out of the water, Yamada was devastated, angry at himself for ruining what seemed to be his first real chance at Stage 1 success in over a decade. But as we had gone over before, his spirit would further fuel the Black Tigers to continue their success. Nagano's run was easily the most nail-biting up to this point, as he would avenge his fail from Sasuke 38 and clear the Dragon Glider. For an instant, it seemed that Nagano might see the top of the warped wall and clear the first stage. Unfortunately, he wasted a lot of time on the fishbone, which gave him only one quick shot at the warped wall. Again, even if it wasn't the result he desired, Nagano still put on a fantastic run for now being 50 years old. Last, but not least, we have Shingo. Shingo came into this tournament with little expectations from almost everyone, as it seemed he would continue to stagnate on Stage 1, and the Dragon Glider would always be waiting to once again block any chance he had at success. Nevertheless, Shingo always showed up with a smile, with his only mindset being to try as hard as he could, knowing that his perfect attendance would always hold him in high regard. Shingo cruised through the quad steps, rolling hill, and silk slider, and even defeated the fishbone which took him out last tournament. But now came the moment of truth, the Dragon Glider. After numerous fails with barely any progression, it seemed like Shingo would forever be stuck on this daunting obstacle. But that was not the mindset of an all-star. Shingo would never give up, continuing to train, and it was time to see it all pay off. He did it! The crowd erupted. Shingo couldn't stop smiling as he pushed through the tackle, almost breaking out into tears. There was still one obstacle left, however, the warped wall. The final block that would end this run in tragedy, or as one of the most magical moments in the show. Here he goes.
Last area, そり立つ壁。ここを越えれば、セカンドステージ、サスケオールスターズライジン。山本も復活。緑山のネバーエンディングストーリー。
Sasuke is a show that goes through changes every single tournament, whether it be new competitors emerging or new obstacles appearing on every stage. Sasuke has evolved and become unrecognizable from its humble beginnings 25 years ago as just a Banzuke special. Many Many legendary competitors and obstacles have come and gone in these 25 years. But through everything, all 40 tournaments to date so far, one constant presence we've always seen on our screens, always there with a smile on his face ready to do his best, is Shingo Yamamoto. Without Shingo, the show wouldn't be the same, as the man has created and been involved with so much history, both individually and with the SASUKE All-Stars. Not to mention, it's quite possible the show wouldn't even be alive right now without Shingo's help. As the story goes, in 2012 during Sasuke's hiatus, it is alleged that Shingo Yamamoto himself was the person to convince Masato Inui, the current director, to bring the show back from the brink. Such was his dedication and love for the show. Even in its darkest moments, and even when it seemed he was past his best, he always had a smile on his face. It was never about being the best for Shingo. He simply loved the show, loved competing, and nothing could ever break that. So to see Shingo Yamamoto, a man who has seen everything and experienced everything, all these years later, still showing everyone watching both on the course and on TV that he still had it, that 25 years after his first clear in SASUKE 1, he could clear again. There's a saying that's been repeated over and over again, that class is permanent, and nobody in the All-Stars has exemplified that like Shingo Yamamoto. When the All-Stars seemed dead and buried after SASUKE 28, Shingo was the one who showed everyone that they deserved to be there, going as far to represent his country in numerous ninja events and shows, including the 2014 edition of A&W's USA vs. the World. And now, 8 years after that, he had done it again. This is why these competitors train for hours at a time, why some dedicate their lives to the sport. For moments like this. Moments like these show that to the competitors, this is more than a show. It's a way of life. And better yet, Shingo put up the fight of his life on stage 2, finally getting his revenge on the backstream after 8 long years of waiting. And while he would eventually time out on the reverse conveyor, it was a run for the ages, and Shingo was more than satisfied with his result. At 48, nobody his age had ever gotten to the second stage before this tournament. As fans, we couldn't have been prouder of him. It goes to show that in Shingo's never-ending story of Sasuke, you never know what to expect. While the All-Stars may be far past their best now, their influence and iconic status has still remained all the way to the present day. From the rise of the Shin-Sedai all those years ago, a group of superfans who idolized the All-Stars and eventually surpassed them, to the inspirational story of young Yusuke Morimoto, who grew up watching the show and was inspired enough to compete himself, and went on to create his own legacy. From the Black Tigers, whose unwavering commitment to the vision of Mr. Sasuke has taken them to heights not even he could imagine. And now, it looks like a new dynasty may about to be formed. In SASUKE 40, when Nagano returned to the show, he also returned with his 13-year-old son, Kaiu Nagano. Kaiu had been on the sidelines supporting his dad virtually his entire life with his mother, and when he became eligible to compete, Nagano trained his son the best he could before the tournament, and now here they were. An incredible moment. An all-star was now competing with his own flesh and blood. Sure, Kaiu eventually failed on the rolling hill, but Nagano was determined and promised to be back stronger with his son. Elsewhere, Yamada was doing something similar. 14-year-old Yuta Nakashima had been training with Yamada's Black Tigers for quite some time before SASUKE 40, impressing and surprising all of the members with his raw potential and strength at such a young age. And that tournament would be his first chance to show what he had on the course. Not only would he go one step further than Kaiu, he'd make it all the way to the final obstacle, the warped wall, before timing out. The two young guns had a lot to learn, but a year is a long time in ninja, and with how dedicated both of their training regimens were, when it came time in 2023 for SASUKE 41 to tape, both Kaiu and Nakashima were back with a vengeance. The two would be paired together in the run order, and Kaiu, now 14, would be the first to run, with his father at his side supporting him the whole way. There was a feeling in the air something special could happen. And that's exactly what happened. Not only did Caillou avenge his fail on Rolling Hill, but he kept going. Past Silk Slider, past Fishbone Kai, and past the new obstacle, Twin Diamonds. But surely this 14-year-old was done here. The Dragon Glider was daunting for someone double his age, let alone a child. He might be a Nagano, but surely... Well, he is a Nagano, after all. Okay. Tackle was a bit of a struggle, but at 14, that isn't surprising. Caillou has 15 seconds left and likely one shot at the warped wall. This is where his dad 22 years ago failed on his debut, and the obstacle that had ended his full-time career. Caillou paused for a moment, and I wonder if he thought about any of that before doing what he did next. This was quite possibly the best moment of Makoto Nagano's Sasuke career. Not his 3 consecutive final stage appearances, or even his own win. I think if you asked him, this was his proudest moment. Seeing his own flesh and blood standing at the top of the first stage is something no other competitor had done before in Sasuke history. And who best to break that barrier? Caillou and his father embracing after his clear really felt like the true passing of the torch we were all happy to see. Nakashima and Yamada stood in amazement at what happened, but knew they had to make their own magic happen. I think you all know what happened next. In an era of the show that had been so long dominated by the same competitors from Yusuke Morimoto's group of stars, we had finally just seen the beginning of a new era of the show. 14-year-old Caillou Nagano and 15-year-old Yuta Nakashima had just made their mark on Sasuke, and it can be safe to say that they are only getting started. While both Caillou and Nakashima would meet their ends on Stage 2, it was clear to all that this would be Sasuke's next big rivalry. The son of Makoto Nagano, Sasuke's most iconic and legendary member, against Mr. Sasuke's child prodigy, the future of the Black Tigers, and the future of Yamada's legacy. It was fate that these two will lead the next generation, whenever that may be. Maybe these two could be future champions, or future leaders of a new supergroup just like Nagano and Yamada were. But no matter what happens, one thing can be certain from the events of Sasuke 41. The SASUKE All-Stars' legacy is everlasting, and, to echo what I said in the beginning, in this show, it will always prevail.